This guy actually turned down a dinner invite from a beautiful woman to go home and play games, and as a result Ashiro was transported into the game world he had spent decades clearing. What's more, he became the ruler of that world. Not long ago, Ashiro was just an ordinary person like everyone else. He had a hobby of his own after long hours of studying, which was playing games alone. Here he was the main character, there were no teammates nagging him, and Ashiro could save and reload whenever he wanted. A world that existed for a single player. Before he started, he didn't forget to open a live stream. As soon as the stream went live, a flood of skepticism from the online community appeared, leaving Ashiro unsure whether they were praising or mocking him. $10 suddenly arrived and made Ashiro so happy he nearly cried. It seemed like enough for one long day, but that username donated a full $1,000. Seeing such a large number for the first time, Ashiro couldn't process it immediately. The whole online community went into an uproar. That user had sent him an email. The sender turned out to be a game developer. He wanted Ashiro to playtest and provide feedback because he'd spent a lot of time creating the game, but it was too hard and no one could beat it during the beta test. Curiosity stirred in him. He wondered what would happen if he actually finished the game. Ashiro was thrilled at the thought that an ordinary person like him could become special. In the end, he firmly pressed the accept button. The game called Rewrote Destiny began installing. The game's setting was the year 294 of the imperial calendar. The kingdom seemed engulfed in flames. Ashiro would be a small, insignificant spirit surviving in this world and defeat the forces of evil. Any wish would then be granted. But Ashiro only noticed the graphics were worse than he'd expected. The game prompted him to enter a character name. Ashiro chose the name Master to survive in this title. The continent of N appeared. Ashiro's character materialized in the wildwood. The game didn't even have any tutorials. When the village elder showed up and asked him a question, after a moment, Ashiro realized there were no dialogue options either. He suddenly understood he had to think for himself and type his answers. Finally, in response to the village elder's question, "Who are you?" Ashiro chose to answer like a gold-stealing, murderous bandit. What he got in return was a ridiculous death by the elder's staff. Ashiro felt lightheaded, unable to believe he was actually talking to NPCs, but there was a button letting him try again. On the second attempt, Ashiro decided to act like a lost, starving traveler. Fortunately, the village elder still had compassion and took him in. Inside the house, he handed Ashiro a cup of water. Ashiro had his character drink the cup defenselessly, and ended up drinking poisoned water and dying. Ashiro really lost his patience, and he unplugged the internet cable. Without the internet, they wouldn't be able to control the NPCs. But that was only his imagination. The elder repeated the same question as before, and he mashed the keys wildly and died a third time in the game for babbling nonsense. Now Ashiro was afraid of this game. Recalling the name of the email sender and the game's developer, Ashiro suddenly found the name familiar, like the name of a development team. He was so absorbed that he lost track of time, feeling that was enough for today. Ashiro went to bed with a giddy feeling, as if he'd discovered a new world. He was intrigued by this strange excitement. From then on, Ashiro was constantly driven by a desire to become special. He played day and night, even losing his sense of time. The save and load buttons became a repeated habit. Ashiro sank in completely. Quickly, 10 years passed. Ashiro was now an office worker. A female co-worker was also very pretty and seemed to like him. Suzu mustered the courage to invite him to dinner. But today was a special gaming day for Ashiro, so he bluntly turned down the invitation. Back home, Ashiro was determined to beat Rewrote Destiny today. The sun had risen. It was also the moment Ashiro became the first to join the ranks of the gods, that is, the first to win. An unprecedented joy rose in him, but it was quickly replaced by emptiness. Because for 10 years, at least in the game, he wanted to feel special. But his real life remained as ordinary as before. It felt as if Ashiro had been living an entirely new life at the same time. The characters in the game, such as the Dark Prince, the Cardinal, or the wizard working behind the scenes, all made him feel a surge of charisma and unique personality. He felt as if these people truly existed somewhere nearby, just as he was ready to accept that it had ended. The game screen suddenly asked if he wanted to start a new adventure. Once chosen, you couldn't go back until the game was completed. Ashiro was very surprised to see this. He thought it was a sequel or a hidden stage. In a state of obsession, he didn't think much and chose yes, expecting it to be normal, but Ashiro's whole body began to flicker with cyan and magenta noise. He was teleporting to the continent of Ellen. The mysterious figure called him by the nickname Game Master, my apostle. As his eyes slowly opened, Ashiro felt a dizzy burning in his chest, unable to breathe. The blurry scene before his eyes was utterly unfamiliar. A man in ancient clothing showed concern for him. In fact, Ashiro had been transported into the world of Rewrote Destiny. He would live in the body of a frail young man named Calyx. Just after opening his eyes and seeing an unfamiliar figure, Calyx asked dazedly, "You, who are you?" The question made the man beside him raise an eyebrow. Carefully observing the person on the bed, the man fell into thought. The physician didn't mention any risk of memory loss. While the man stood deep in thought, Oshiro, now in Calyx's body, lay on the bed, bewildered. "Who am I? Where is this?" he wondered as he tried to steady himself. After a moment of thought, the man gently asked, "You really don't recognize me?" Receiving no answer, he respectfully introduced himself. "I am Russell." Hearing that name, Calyx became even more confused. Straining to recall the name only plunged Calyx into deeper panic. What is happening? This is clearly not Japanese, the language is unfamiliar, yet strangely he understood every word the other person spoke. However, more importantly, while Oshiro was lost in thought, a sharp pain erupted in his chest, leaving him writhing in unbearable agony. Seeing this, Russell became extremely worried. "Please forgive me, it really was my haste that caused this, but do not worry." Looking at Oshiro in pain, Russell tried to comfort him. "This pain is just a side effect of the medicine, it will subside." Seeing the situation was not optimistic, he performed a polite bow and left. "Recovery will take time, I will return to see you tomorrow morning. Excuse me." When Russell left the room, Calyx collapsed onto the bed and continued brooding until dawn. Unable to bear it any longer, Calyx decided to get out of bed and pace the room. Standing before the mirror, seeing his gaunt, haggard reflection, he felt as if he no longer belonged to himself. After a moment of thought, Calyx forced a weak smile. "Who am I?" The question barely left his lips before he froze. He remembered every detail of 30 years of life, yet he couldn't recall his own name. After a bout of panic, Calyx gradually calmed himself. "Who do I really even am?" At that moment, a strange screen appeared right in front of him. Reading the information on it, Calyx was surprised. This was the status screen. Scrolling through the lines, he could hardly believe his conclusion. Hero of Fate. Then Calyx suddenly recalled the board he'd seen before waking and clenched his teeth. So the transfer to the continent of Ellen was real. He had truly been brought into the game world. Realizing that, he began to survey the room, trying to steady himself. After thinking it over, Calyx concluded this was the continent of Ellen, the interface of Hero of Fate. Even having accepted the truth, he kept telling himself, "Stay calm, stay calm." Touching his chest lightly, Calyx immediately doubled over from the unbearable pain. Writhing on the floor, he could only accept reality. This wasn't a dream, this was real. Struggling to crawl back to the bed, Calyx hypnotized himself. "I am Shiken. From now on I should get used to the name Shiken. I am Calyx Shiken." Just as he reached the bed, the familiar status screen appeared again, surprising Calyx. The screen appears just by thinking, then this must be a feature only I can see. Realizing this, Calyx was overjoyed and decided his first task was to gather information. But immediately he recognized a harsh truth. If he was careless, he could die at any moment in this world. Despite his worry, Calyx carefully read every piece of information. "So I'm Calyx Shiken of the Shiken house." Thinking that, he read more data and analyzed the territory names and the family name, all Shiken, proving he belonged to the direct line of counts. Did I just hit the jackpot or what? Just then, a knock sounded at the door outside and Calyx panicked. "Who is it? What should I say?" Anxious, he told himself to stay calm. If they discovered he wasn't the real Calyx, he'd be in big trouble. "Calm down, I'm Calyx Shiken, a direct descendant of the Shiken counts. I am Calyx Shiken. Calyx Shiken is me." After a moment of self-reassurance, Calyx steadied himself and said, "Butler, what is it?" The person outside paused for a moment and then answered, "It's time for your medicine, my lord." Hearing that, Calyx exhaled in relief. A maid entered and politely presented the medicine. "Please drink it while it's still warm." Even as he was asked to take the medicine, Calyx watched the maid carefully. "Who are you?" No sooner had he asked than panic hit him, cold sweat pouring down. "What am I thinking? Why did I ask her name? I've blown it." The maid looked puzzled as well. "Is something wrong, sir?" At that moment, the status screen appeared again. "No, nothing." Calyx skimmed the information, noting one detail: her name was Leela. But as he read on, he was horrified to discover Leela was not of the Shiken house, but from the baronial Hashirin family. That name stunned Calyx. He had no idea what else might be waiting ahead. Watching the slight girl before him, Oshiro couldn't help doubting his circumstances. Her combat strength was far beyond her appearance. Though unable to use magic, she was trained like a special operations soldier among the very best. Learning this made Oshiro even more puzzled. Why was she only a maid? Looking from the girl to the bowl of medicine, Oshiro thought, "I'm a wounded noble of House Shiken. Yet a maid from another house brought my medicine." Thinking that, he suspected the truth and decided he shouldn't drink this. Seeing Oshiro remain silent, Leela urged, "My lord, please drink." Before she could finish, Oshiro interrupted, "Leave it." Still, the girl persisted, putting him in an awkward spot. So he took the bowl up with suspicion. Was she planning to force it on him? Unwilling to accept his fate, Oshiro pretended to clutch his chest and casually dropped the bowl. As the bowl was about to hit the floor, Leela was as fast as lightning and caught it. Not a single drop spilled. Seeing that reflex, Oshiro was stunned. He couldn't believe she was that quick. Terrible, if she realized he had spilled it on purpose, things would get even more complicated. Despite his worries, Oshiro continued to play the sick noble. After a while, Leela brought out a fresh tray of medicine. The medicine remained there, ominous and grim, making Oshiro even more desperate, imagining the worst-case scenario. Here, the worst always seemed to come true. Convinced it was poison, Oshiro chose to collapse and pretend to faint. However, before he could hit the ground, Leela had already rushed over and helped him up, gently asking, "Are you all right, my lord?" He didn't answer but watched silently, wondering if he could keep up the ruse. Taking advantage of Leela's momentary distraction, Oshiro quietly opened the status screen to check the information. After reading, he understood more about his identity and those around him. He was the son of the Count's first wife, who had passed away, and had half-siblings by the second wife. The second wife was Hashirin, 1 year older than him, 16 years old. Reading that information, Oshiro suddenly understood everything. Leela was a maid sent by his stepmother, trained like an assassin. If he died, her son would become the Count. Realizing this, Oshiro felt a surge of interest, thinking this hero fate game really was as brutal as rumored. After finishing the act of playing the frail young master, Oshiro took the initiative and asked, "How is my stepmother?" Leela was a little surprised and bowed her head to reply, "The Countess was very saddened to hear of your attempted suicide. She ordered me to make sure you would never try that again." From that, Oshiro learned more about this body's background. There had been a tendency toward suicide, and he had stabbed himself with a knife. Shaking off the thought, Oshiro gently reassured her, "I understand. I promise I won't make her worry anymore." Leela avoided his gaze and answered perfunctorily. Then Oshiro tactfully sent her away. However, this time she was no longer a gentle maid but firm. "I'm sorry, but you still haven't taken your medicine." This stubbornness alarmed Oshiro, realizing she would not leave until he drank the whole cup. The thought of facing an assassin drained Oshiro's face pale with extreme fear. Inside, he was a healthy man in his 30s, but this body belonged to a weak teenager. Watching Leela prepare the medicine, Oshiro hesitated whether to shout but feared she would strike at once. Thinking that, he gave up the idea. After a while, when a new cup of medicine was brought, Oshiro felt even more trapped. Truly no option remained but to drink it. In the critical moment, Oshiro suddenly realized something. Staring at the pitch-black medicine, he wondered, if they wanted to kill me, wouldn't stabbing me and calling it suicide be easier? Suspecting that, he realized this might be a poison made to mimic suicide to avoid suspicion. Seeing Leela's sinister expression, Oshiro recalled the name of a horrific, slow-acting toxin. If he resisted too much, Leela would be ready to help. Despite his fear, Oshiro calmed himself and told himself, "In Hero Fate, if one thing is always true, it's that the worst will always happen." Thinking that, he became even more cautious, resolved that to survive he must distrust everything and be prepared for every possibility. Though he felt fear at first, Oshiro couldn't hide his excitement. Thrilled, he realized this game, Hero Fate, truly gives no one a chance to rest. At that moment, Leela brought a full tray of medicine before him. Unlike before, this time Oshiro decisively picked up the cup and drank it down in one gulp. As the last drop slid down his throat, Leela's eyes revealed murderous intent. The moment he swallowed, the system immediately announced, "Poison, horrific, slow-acting death has taken effect." After drinking the whole cup of poison, Oshiro instantly doubled over in pain on the floor, urgently thinking of ways to escape, searching for anything that could save him, person or thing. Just hurry. In that life-or-death moment, he remembered someone's words, "If not for the top-grade medicine I prepared, you wouldn't have survived until today." Then the memory of that man's introduction surfaced. "I am Russell." Calyx snapped back to his senses and immediately ordered Leela, "Go out and call Russell in here." Leela didn't understand and looked puzzled. Seeing that, Oshiro snapped irritably, "Do I have to explain to a maid? If you understand, go." Leela hurriedly apologized, bowed and left the room, leaving Oshiro to focus on finding a way to save himself. He remembered the top-grade medicine Russell had once given him, a treasure worth enough to buy a whole castle. Thinking of that, Oshiro realized Russell was not someone who wanted him dead. As soon as the door closed, he sprang up. At least he's someone I can trust. But after only a few steps, his body wavered. Unwilling to accept his fate, Oshiro forced his hand down his throat, vomiting violently into the basin. But it didn't much help. He had to find that vial at any cost. So he began tearing the room apart, telling himself that Hero Fate was brutal, but there had to be a solution. Finding nothing, his body reached its limits, his eyelids growing heavier, yet Oshiro kept dragging himself on with faint hope. "Damn it, where is it?" he forced out, but finally collapsed from exhaustion onto the floor, breathing desperately. At that moment, Ashiro's eyes happened to catch a mysterious vial hidden in a crack of the table. What was that? A spark of hope flared. He mustered his last strength and crawled over to it. Picked up the vial, opened it and sniffed. The smell hit him and he blacked out on the spot. The stench of spoiled milk assaulted his nose. At that moment the system displayed spoiled goat's milk. Reading that, Ashiro felt even more hopeless. However, from his gaming experience he remembered that yogurt was an antidote for this kind of horrific slow-acting death. After a moment of inner struggle, he looked at the spoiled goat's milk in his hands and wondered whether it would count as yogurt. Before he could think further, the system announced again, "Your eyelids are growing heavy." Seeing the warning had appeared 3 times, he could no longer bear it, and decided to gamble by downing the bottle. Immediately after, Ashiro lost consciousness. When he woke up, the first face he saw was Russell's, a familiar figure before him. "You're awake." Ashiro was dazed and bewildered. What is this? Deja vu? Did I get reset? Russell didn't understand what Ashiro was saying, and only sternly asked why the room was in disarray, and why the young master was lying on the floor. Ignoring the scolding, Ashiro felt nothing but relief, thinking he'd been saved. Russell added, "You didn't wake up even after I called many times. I almost had to fetch the physician." Before his joy could rise, fear struck. Ashiro never wanted to face the brink of death again. That thought sparked a fierce determination. No matter what happens, I have to survive. Immediately, Ashiro focused on another matter. He needed to check Russell's status. Under Ashiro's intense stare, Russell became annoyed. "Young master, are you even listening to me?" Ignoring the complaints, Ashiro concentrated on Russell's status panel, acting count. Reading that, he jumped up. It turned out the count had died without nomming an heir, so Russell was acting as steward. Looking closely, Ashiro saw Russell as a stern soldier, likely the most reliable person right now, also the man who had saved him with that precious vial. After careful thought, Ashiro decided to tell the Count everything. My Lord Count." No sooner had he finished speaking than the steward answered, "Yes, my lord." Immediately after, Ashiro began to recount everything that had happened. The more he listened, the darker his expression became. When Ashiro finished, the steward stroked his chin, pondered and said bluntly, "I'm very sorry, but there's no evidence." This blunt remark stunned Ashiro, who bitterly realized that even though the man had used the precious medicine to save him, everything was handled by principle, not because Ashiro was special. Noticing Ashiro's disappointment, the steward added, "To me, you, the lady and the other heirs, both grand beings are the same. I am obliged to serve all fairly. No one is exempt." Hearing that, Ashiro clenched his fist in resentment, but the steward continued, "No one is more important or given priority." Refusing to be treated that way, Ashiro quickly retorted, "So you mean I should keep taking medicine sent by rivals trying to secure the succession?" To that question, the steward was unsurprised and calmly explained, "Have you truly lost part of your memory? Right now, the Shikin family is in financial trouble. The budget is extremely tight." After a bit of explanation, he concluded, "In fact, we're lucky that Lila is helping manage the family business." That frankness left Ashiro swallowing hard, almost forcing him to abandon his plan. The steward went on, "You don't remember, or are you pretending to forget?" Asked that, Ashiro just gripped the blanket at a loss for words. With no other choice, he decided he needed to prove what had happened. He still couldn't swallow the anger that the woman had poisoned him, nearly costing him his life. But after a moment of thought, Ashiro calmly let it go. "Fine, forget it." This concession surprised the steward slightly. Thinking it was over, the steward was taken aback when Ashiro suddenly turned to him with a sly smile. "But I have a request, it's not hard." Seeing that expression, the steward remained composed. "Just as I thought, he's acting very odd." 4 hours later, at the Shikin estate, a figure slipped across the rooftops and paused behind a wall to watch carefully. Seeing the 2 guards on strict watch, the mysterious woman assessed that security had been tightened. Suddenly she noticed a nearby drainage pipe and quickly used it to slip inside the mansion. Regaining her composure, she was surprised to find the room empty of guards. Without hesitation, she entered, inspected the empty bed and assessed the situation. Lila concluded they must have died without pain. After checking, she pulled a strange piece of paper from her pocket, placed it on the table, then opened the drawer to take out the seal, preparing to stamp it for confirmation. Having finished, she carefully put the paper away. And as she was about to leave, suddenly a knife was pressed to her throat. The sudden appearance froze Layla. A cold voice said, "Don't move." Even with her life threatened, Lila calmly replied, "It's too late." To add weight to her claim, she pointed at the bed and affirmed, "Lord Calyx is dead. Now the Shikin family has only Grand Bean left." The other did not move. Lila continued to threaten, mentioning the steward, but he remained unmoved. Seeing that soft approach failed, she switched to taunting, "You're just a minor noble, shouldn't you be serving the Shikin family?" Before she could continue, Ashiro suddenly appeared. "Just as I predicted, that's exactly it." This appearance stunned Lila. She couldn't believe her eyes. Ashiro paid no mind and picked up the paper to read. Delayed death, how interesting. Leela froze in shock. In noble power struggles, poisoning was not uncommon. Fiddling with the paper, Ashiro said calmly, I'm aware of that. After reading it, he turned to Leela and looked her straight in the eye with a sly smile. If you're found out, it'll be extremely troublesome. At that moment, Leela's whole body wavered, as the steward struck from behind, landing a heavy blow on her neck. Despite the attack, Leela tried to fight back, but was immediately pinned by the steward's grip on her arms. A straight blow to her rib left her completely unable to resist. Watching that, Ashiro couldn't help but be amazed. I thought I knew, but there's actually a 3-rank gap. Once Leela went limp, Ashiro recovered and stepped closer. While poisoning is common among nobles, no one usually leaves evidence or witnesses. Seeing Leela still conscious, Ashiro analyzed, anyone who attempts to assassinate a noble is executed, even if they are a noble themselves. That rule always applies. Fearing Leela would stubbornly refuse to confess, Ashiro turned and walked straight to the table. The evidence is right here. He looked at the stamped paper still intact, slowly picked it up and held it in front of her, and as for witnesses, in Leela's terrified eyes, Ashiro flatly exposed, they're here too, aren't they? Before she could react, her eyes widened, and her body swayed, collapsing to the floor to Ashiro's astonishment. Looking at the woman who had fallen, he couldn't keep up with what had just happened. Why did it change so fast? After checking for a moment, Russell concluded she's fainted. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Leela and a blinding light appeared. Seeing the strange phenomenon, Ashiro peered closer. That's an energy aperture. Thanks to it, they could assess Russell's and Leela's ranks. After examining, Russell rose and analyzed. It seems she cannot use energy breathing techniques. Pausing briefly, he speculated further. She might be at the level of a well-trained elite soldier, not needing high-speed support measures. At that remark, Russell suddenly noticed Ashiro's calmness, this expression. Could it be the young master knew in advance? The thought prompted him to recall everything, from Ashiro's strange request to his odd behavior. Putting the pieces together, he couldn't help but wonder, exactly how much does he know? Regardless of his thoughts, Ashiro ordered, tie her up for now. I have many questions to ask. Per that instruction, Leela was bound tightly to a chair in the kitchen. While she was still unconscious, Ashiro took a vial and applied medicine to her wound, then gently wiped her forehead with a cloth. Under that care, Leela gradually regained consciousness. The first thing that struck her was finding herself tied to a chair. At the same time, Ashiro's slow voice rang out. Taking the delayed death potion will result in a slow death within 3 to 6 hours. Without giving her time to recover, he continued, it's a poison designed for suicide. It makes a person die without pain. I know because I once tried to kill myself with it. After speaking in circles for a while, Ashiro tossed his handkerchief aside and said plainly, everyone will think I committed suicide. Having finished, he immediately accused her. If you had used a fast-acting poison and been determined to die with me, you wouldn't have failed. Saying that, he squeezed her chin hard. Why? Taken aback by the question, Leela blinked. What are you talking about? Russell stood nearby watching but did not intervene. Seeing she was still pretending, Ashiro said bluntly, you don't want to die, do you? In other words, you're not loyal enough to be willing to die for Countess Stella. At the name he had just spoken, Ashiro probed further. Leela hesitated, unsure how to answer. Faced with her stubbornness, Ashiro ordered, make her confess. Surprisingly, Russell seemed prepared. Yes, sir. Everything happened so fast that Leela had no time to react. Despite her struggles, he held her down and forced her mouth open. She noticed a strange pill in Ashiro's hand. What is that? No one answered. The pill was shoved straight into her mouth, and immediately another liquid was poured in afterward. When finished, Ashiro ordered, force her to swallow. Russell complied at once. The moment it went down, Leela's whole body began to convulse and thrash. She screamed, what did you just make me drink? Ashiro took back the white vial, wiping it as he answered calmly, a bit of poison. Hearing that, Leela grew even more terrified. Seeing this, Ashiro growled threateningly, have you ever heard of the Western enemy's faultless poison? At that, Leela sprang up and shouted, impossible. How could a young master like you possibly possess something like that? Calyx. Ashiro in Calyx's body narrowed his eyes. As long as there's gold, I can have as much as I want. And if we're talking about the main ingredient. Watching Leela's confusion, he said slowly, it also requires something called a white radish. When he said that, Russell standing nearby was also stunned. Leela tried to steady herself. I can't believe it. That reaction was not unexpected to Ashiro. In this world, as long as you know the technical jargon, no one suspects you're from elsewhere. Putting that thought aside, Ashiro put his hand in his pocket and walked to the table. Today I'll let you go. Go report back to your master that the assassination succeeded. Hearing this, Leela immediately protested. Do you really think I'll obey? Ashiro didn't answer. He merely sat on the bed, found a comfortable position, then looked at her, and asked briefly, you don't want to die, do you? The question left Leela speechless. Before she could respond, Oshiro began to analyze. Western Enemy's faultless poison has over 3,000 varieties depending on how it's prepared and how the antidote is administered, and I know the perfect cure for you. At that he paused, pointed to his head and smiled maliciously, right here. No sooner had he finished speaking than Leela felt a violent pain in her head and curled up. Seeing Leela tremble in pain, Oshiro slowly applied pressure. If you don't want to die in vain, stop being stubborn and do as I say. After enduring for a while, Leela gasped, exhausted. Seizing the opportunity, Oshiro asked decisively, so what's your answer? The next wave of pain hit, leaving Leela with no choice but to submit. Alright, untie me first. This attitude displeased Oshiro. What tone is that? I'm the one who can save your life, you know. At that, Leela finally collapsed, her voice trembling as she begged, please untie me quickly, I beg you. This sudden change put Russell on guard. What is this? Why has she suddenly become so unusually obedient? Receiving no response, Leela whimpered and begged again, please have mercy on me. At her appeasement, Oshiro only sneered, the rotten goat's milk is starting to take effect. After a moment, he ordered Russell untie her. Russell was surprised by the decision and asked, are you sure? She just tried to assassinate you. Oshiro gave a bored chuckle, cleared his throat, and calmly reasoned, she's an important witness, so at least treat her like a human. That remark surprised Russell. But before he could say anything, Leela spun around and snapped, you old man, come untie me now. Startled by the shout, Russell could only stammer, oh right. After that, Leela closed her eyes and tried to suppress her discomfort. Please. Once untied, Leela immediately knelt respectfully before Oshiro. He, satisfied, ordered, then go report that the assassination succeeded. Understand? Leela hurriedly complied and left quickly, leaving Russell and Oshiro alone in the room. Watching the door close, Oshiro began to weigh the situation. To fool whoever's behind Leela, we need someone who can manipulate the knights. At that thought, Oshiro glanced nervously to the side. Just then, Russell spoke up, addressing the young master. Seeing the man speak at length, Oshiro guessed he had many questions. As expected, Russell asked bluntly, where did you acquire that knowledge? Anticipating this, Oshiro chose to play dumb. If I said I read it in a book, would you believe me? At that, Russell's face fell. Publishing such a book would be a death sentence, and a forbidden book being inside the castle is impossible. Hearing that, Oshiro went rigid. Even if I claimed to be from another world, they wouldn't believe me. After turning it over in his head, Oshiro picked a plausible excuse. Do you remember the dagger I once plunged into my chest? Russell was surprised. Yes, but why bring that up? Seeing the distraction was working. Oshiro continued, that dagger is an heirloom from my mother. People say it holds a mysterious power. This time, I've gained that power. Despite this, Russell remained skeptical. Really? Oshiro frowned, slightly shaken, though who would know that the way to unlock the dagger's secret was to stab oneself in the heart. Russell still didn't believe it. If it were such a rare artifact, wouldn't it be famous throughout the world? No argument could counter Russell's sharp analysis. He pondered, then asked, are you familiar with Claire's dagger? At that, Russell was stunned. The dagger the lady gifted me is that Claire's dagger. Hearing this, Oshiro had the clue he needed. I see. Thanks to the story, Russell dropped his doubts. If it's Claire's dagger, it's a treasure among treasures. Now I understand where your extensive knowledge comes from, young master. Finally successfully distracted, Oshiro breathed a sigh of relief. No sooner had he relaxed than Russell spoke sternly. Does anyone else know about this? Oshiro replied cautiously, no, you're the first. Russell exhaled in relief, but Oshiro cut in. By the way, what do you make of Leela's story? Russell blinked. What do you mean? Seeing that expression, Oshiro pointed directly. All of my father's movements, Duke Korin's, have been leaked. Hearing that, Russell couldn't hide his surprise. Before he could react, Oshiro launched into a stream of information. A knight about to be promoted was killed by an attack from a mundane monster, and all the guarding knights were killed as well. After some analysis, Oshiro concluded, do you really believe such a ridiculous story? Russell also voiced some doubt. Maybe he just wants power for himself. That thought made him scrutinize Oshiro more carefully. In a power struggle, he knew he couldn't simply pick a side. But regarding Duke Korin's death, Russell realized there were suspicious motives. No solid proof yet, only circumstantial evidence. Those thoughts nagged at him, then he quickly reminded himself, no, I'm a soldier. I shouldn't get involved in politics. That's the rule. Having made up his mind, Russell was about to speak counsel when Oshiro suddenly shouted, unleashing his outrage, why does my father have to die? He performed at the highest level, fully embodying utter grief. If this was an assassination, then who's behind it? Once we find him, what then? Unable to bear that display of despair, Russell relented. How shall we take our revenge? Hearing that, Oshiro lifted his head in joy, his eyes lighting up. Russell tried to soothe him gently, but Oshiro cut in again with a mournful shout. Why does my father have to die? If it was an assassination, who is behind it? How will we avenge him? That pain and despair seemed to strike at the very hearts of those present. Ashiro stamped his foot, expressing his fury. My father, your lord, was murdered. The family pulling the strings is the Sarans, and their man is Grand Bane. If Grand Bane becomes duke, any hope of revenge will vanish, but we must not give up no matter how dire the situation. His gaze grew cold as he stared straight at his counterpart. The whole room fell into a heavy silence. Ashiro's presence emanated an overwhelming force. Suddenly, Russell knelt before him, hands on the sword planted in the ground. I swear I will always be loyal to you, young master. Ashiro's face brightened, energized at the command, while Russell, though agreeing, could not hide his solemnity. Please don't forget that I've just abandoned beliefs I've held for over 50 years. With the duchy's strongest 6th-rank warrior Russell becoming an ally, Ashiro now held significant power. A tiger that once walked its own path was truly bound by the reins of vengeance, marking a major turning point. Ashiro pretended to be embarrassed and reassured him, raise your head, there's no need to kneel to anyone. I'm not a knight or anything. Russell, however, reacted strongly, eyes blazing. Rest assured, I will make sure you become powerful, young master. Faced with such zeal, Ashiro only managed a strained smile, trying to change the subject before being dragged into special training. He nimbly shifted the topic. The Duchess used poisoning, leaving both evidence and witnesses. That's enough to dismantle the faction she relied on. Half his face hidden in shadow, he gave a cold smile. This was the beginning of the revenge. Russell was ready to follow. So what do you want me to do? Russell asked, a sharp smile flickering at his lips. For now, the two whispered plans together. A turbulent day passed, and the next point on the agenda was the regular Nobles' Council. The next item was the routine Nobles' meeting. The meeting was presided over by Stella, graceful in appearance but with cold eyes. Everyone had gathered in full. The atmosphere was thick with suspicion and tension. In the room, the nobles murmured, wondering why Stella sat on the throne. All the knights had been on alert through the night. The corner of her mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Some of you already know, but yesterday Prince Calyx. An announcement rang out, freezing the air. He committed suicide using the poison-delayed fatality. Jairus couldn't believe it. Isn't that the infamous suicide poison? The hall fell into unease. Everyone assumed the first prince's death was real. No one realized it was all Stella and Jairus's plot. They glanced at each other in secret, pleased. Calyx's death would almost guarantee Grand Bane the dukedom. People quickly changed the subject, so who will be the next duke? Stella spoke up, it's already been decided. Everyone was surprised to learn that the Duchess would act as representative for the duke. But then an unexpected event occurred. The meeting room doors flew open. A head of gleaming blonde hair appeared, and someone strode in with firm steps. Stella's expression drained, and she dropped her fan. Panic was obvious when they saw Calyx, whom they thought dead, still alive. The room erupted, all eyes turning to Calyx and the acting Duke Russell. Did the poison fail? Calyx walked straight to the presiding seat and coldly rebuked. That throne isn't yours. Stella tried to regain her composure and feigned friendliness. Oh, Prince, are you well? Replying to that insincere question, Ashiro, in Calyx's body, laughed comfortably. Thanks to someone, I drank the poison, but I'm lucky to be alive. It's just a shame I tossed it away by mistake. Ashiro's eyes never left the sullen expression on the other's face. You seem rather hurried, don't you? Stella naturally protested. It's wrong for you to lead things astray like that. Her voice grew louder. Even if you've never regarded me as your mother, treating me like a murderer is unforgivable. I would never do such a thing. Not stopping there, Stella used the hall as a stage to scold Ashiro. This is a place where you must choose your words carefully. Ashiro paid little heed. Even if the truth comes out, can you still remain so calm? Those words unnerved Stella at her core. What trick was he planning? Still, she tried to keep up appearances. What are you saying? Ashiro intoned tea now. Then suddenly clapped his hands. The guards immediately brought in a bound person. A familiar face so well known it couldn't be more recognizable. This was the reason Ashiro could stand firm here. Let the witness speak. Some nobles in the room were bewildered. Who is that woman? Only Stella's face went ashen. Impossible, how could she be here? What is your name? Ashiro asked. The girl barely opened her eyes, facing the light. My name is Leela. Grand Bane's eyes widened in shock. Stella was struck as if by lightning. All her plans for seizing power evaporated. Why was that woman here? Leela introduced herself. I carried out a special mission for the Shadow Legion of the Hashirin family. That keyword immediately caught Ashiro's attention. The Shadow Legion. Leela explained in a weak but determined voice. It's a special force made up of combat-capable orphans, trained harshly at the plateau of the Primal Steppes. Only the surviving and most outstanding children could become members, then be sent to various places under false identities. Ashiro continued. What was your alias in Hashirin territory? I posed as Countess Stella's maid. She trembled and could not answer. Ashiro glanced at her and asked, Does Countess Stella know your true identity? Leela bowed her head, hesitated in struggle for a moment, then admitted she does. Stella immediately retorted, no, this is her plot. The nobles began to panic. Leela worked here for 5 years and now she's a spy. Such deception violates the kingdom's laws. We don't have clear evidence. But the living witness standing there made everyone even more chaotic. Jairus was stunned and tried to shift blame to someone with more authority. Baron Russell, why are you silent? Are you going to believe the word of a lowly maid? Ashiro looked calmly toward Russell. Russell said sternly, she is not a lowly maid but a criminal caught in the act. She has confessed to being a spy for the Hoshirin family. Although Ashiro knew Russell sided with him, he still breathed a sigh of relief. He showed no mercy. Whether it's a plot or not will be clear from her testimony alone. Jairus went pale. Another noble shouted, Treasury Minister, stop this nonsense. What did you say? He snapped, rising to his feet. Once someone supports it, others will follow. The criminal is speaking, let her continue. Jairus was at a loss for words. Ashiro asked again, what mission did you carry out while posing as a maid? Once a month, I reported the information I gathered back to the Legion. What information? Mainly the financial ledgers of the territory kept by the Treasury Minister. Also the schedules, the routes of the late Count Korin, and the political movements within the vassals. The entire council erupted in confusion. Impossible, how did it come to this? Ashiro pressed on rapidly, what was your most recent mission? Leela bowed even lower. I tricked Prince Ashiro into drinking the poison, delayed death. Then entered his chamber and created a suicide note to stage the death as a suicide. The air instantly froze. But when I returned, Count Regan Cleo caught and apprehended me. Stella could no longer bear it. She slammed her foot on the table, shouting, do you have any evidence? 2 nobles supporting her held her back. Countess, calm down. Seeing the crucial moment, Ashiro gently turned, you want evidence? He signaled to Russell. Russell immediately produced the letter. This is the suicide note Leela had when I caught her in Prince Calix's chamber. Then he produced another scroll. And this is the scroll of the world's memory, an object every noble here is familiar with. It has been enhanced with magic. Just touching it will reveal the intentions of the involved parties. Those with guilty consciences immediately went pale. Russell concluded, this magic will show us who ordered Leela. The truth will be exposed. Jairus panicked, cold sweat pouring down. He had to prevent this evidence from being revealed at all costs. His inhuman gaze swept over everyone as if ready to silence every noble in the hall. Ashiro immediately caught the exchanged glance between Jairus and Stella. He sneered inwardly, I've seen through you all from the start. A corner of his mouth lifted slightly as Ashiro waved his hand. Enter. The prearranged troops stormed into the meeting room. Jairus flinched, Stella went pale. Knights filed in, each noble now with a soldier standing behind them. What? You have no right to be here. This guard force is under the authority of the Knight Protectorate. Behind Stella alone were 2 designated supervisors, raising the tension in the entire room to a breaking point. Jairus growled, voice dark, Baron Russell, what is the meaning of this? Russell clenched the scroll in his hand. I have viewed the contents of the scroll of memory, and they shocked me. He continued in a righteous tone, to prevent chaos I had to call the knights to maintain order. I ask for your understanding. The nobles who prized face and ceremony now felt as if their sacred hall had been overturned. Grand Bane trembled, tears welling as he looked at Stella, the one he trusted. But she herself was desperate. The knights had acted, which meant the evidence was undeniable. If the knight order backed Ashiro, Stella knew she had fallen into the abyss. Ashiro smiled, gentle yet lethal. Baron Russell, what is the punishment for a noble who intentionally assassinates a blood relative? Russell nodded and replied, according to noble law of the kingdom, the sentence is death by hanging. Stella immediately clutched Grand Bane and wailed, Grand Bane had nothing to do with this. I did it all alone. I'm still his mother, please believe me. But Ashiro had already exchanged a look with Leela. He turned with an innocent smile. Oh, really, Leela, is that the truth? At once, Leela nodded, her voice firm, when I received the mission from the Countess. Prince Grand Bane was present as well. The whole room seemed ready to explode. Stella shrieked in panic, lies. Ashiro gave a cold smile, yes, that statement is a lie, but so what, you tried to have me assassinated first. Stella's anguish and humiliation were now exposed before all the nobles. Ashiro was the victor. Stella ground her teeth, eyes bloodshot and animalistic. Just then, bam. Ashiro glanced over. Grand Bane sprang to his feet, wearing a rare solemn expression. Stella tried to stop her son but couldn't. Grand Bane ran up to Ashiro and dropped to one knee, then lowered himself to both knees. All the nobles recoiled in shock. Grand bowed his head until his forehead nearly touched the floor. Please, I accept any punishment, but spare my mother, she can't bear it. Stella stood frozen. The nobles began to whisper, the second prince is kneeling, this has gone too far. Prince Ashiro, are you hearing this? The tide of public opinion had shifted. Ashiro felt it clearly, as if he himself had been cast as the villain. Could this really be the scheme of that brat? He smiled and placed a hand on Gran Bane's shoulder. Good, you truly care for your mother. Gran Bane looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Ashiro continued coldly, if you confess your guilt, I will mitigate the punishment. I'll plead with the Count to spare your life. His jade-green eyes showed no sympathy, but remember, you will be held accountable for your own words. Gran Bane went pale but clenched his fist tightly. Stella screamed and thrashed like a madwoman. I will not confess. Gran Bane, what are you doing? Don't do something unnecessary. Stella screamed and thrashed like a madwoman. I will not confess. Gran Bane, what are you doing? Don't do something unnecessary. Calyx, you're his brother and you dare order him. That remark set everyone ablaze. His brother, a prince would dare. Does she still have the nerve to speak? Jairus, sensing the shift, simply bowed his head. She has no way out. Stella kept shouting, Calyx, can't you hear me? Ashiro only glanced at Russell. Arrest her, yes. Two soldiers immediately bound Stella. Stop, do you know who I am? An iron bar was forced into her mouth. Only incoherent snarls and hisses remained audible. Ashiro turned back. His gaze icy. Now I'll ask again. Do you admit to attempting to assassinate me? Gran Bane ground his teeth, trembling. And finally bowed his head. I confess. Ashiro gave a faint curl of his lips. I knew it. The result couldn't be otherwise. If he dared say no, not even Doraemon could save him. Ashiro looked casually at the man before him, Gran Bane with his head low. So you planned everything, he said calmly. I understand. Then Ashiro announced to everyone that Gran Bane had admitted to the crime. The land's memory can remain sealed and the family's honor will never be exposed. He added clearly, furthermore, because Gran Bane confessed before any evidence was presented, he will receive clemency. It's time to bring down the curtain on this foolish play. And to prevent recurrence, the offender will have their mana hall sealed themselves. That declaration was like a shockwave. In the Stone Kingdom of Knights, society was strictly divided, nobility, knights, merchants, and slaves. The only way to become a knight, the ruling class, was to use mana to enhance oneself. In this society, sealing a mana hall was tantamount to a death sentence. Gran Bane instinctively looked toward the person he trusted most, Mother. He was truly torn, facing two brutal paths. If he didn't seal the mana hall, his mother's crimes would be revealed and both would face execution. Gran Bane still remembered Russell's threat, but he could not do it. Stella blinked, realizing her son had decided, though restrained and unable to move. Tears welled and streamed as she looked at Gran Bane in despair. She knew full well, for a noble, sealing a mana hall was like taking a life. Gran Bane took a deep breath to steel himself, then decided quickly, a man's word is his bond. He was prepared to face the harshest punishment. Russell said nothing. Silently handed him a scroll. Gran Bane gritted his teeth against the searing pain, placing his hand on his abdomen to channel the mana in his body. Stella could only watch in despair. A mother was forced to watch her child walk into death, powerless to do anything. Once a mana hall is sealed, even a grandmaster cannot restore it. The future of Gran Bane hung by a thread. The scroll was torn open, and the mana in his body surged in a spiraling torrent. The brilliant light shrinking until it became a dot and went out. The mana hall had been sealed. The whole room held its breath. Stella collapsed completely, while Gran Bane clutched his empty belly, sighing in relief, thinking he could still save his mother. She groaned weakly, closing her eyes in despair. It's over. She couldn't believe what had happened. Even if she died. He's my own son, but he's so naive, Stella thought, her hatred rising. Gran Bane turned to reassure her. Mother, don't be so discouraged. Actually, I wanted to be a painter. Seeing him like that only made Stella angrier. She hissed. Ashiro, what power do you have to bring things to this? She screamed, cursing Ashiro. I curse you, may your descendants be torn apart. To those words he remained cold and indifferent. Ashiro said, if you can't use mana, no matter how hard you try, you'll at best be a third-rate knight. You won't reach the level of people like Leela. Gran Bane was still stunned by his mother's emotion, and a pang of guilt welled up inside him. But Ashiro told himself, no, I'm just a character in a game. And I can't let sympathy sway my decision. Seeing him look odd, Russell asked, what's wrong? Ashiro only then noticed his own expression. And reminded himself, I've made a promise, there's no turning back. He cleared his throat and handed the next steps to Baron Russell. Immediately Russell declared, until the investigation is complete, Madame Stella and Lord Gran Bane are banned from all diplomatic activities. They will be placed under strict supervision. One by one they were escorted out. Ashiro showed no sign of wavering. The next person called was Finance Minister Jairus, suspected of leaking classified documents. Russell pointed at him, you are stripped of your office, you are under arrest and will be investigated immediately. Soldiers moved forward, Jairus still shouted, don't touch me with those filthy hands. But no one had patience to listen, and he was dragged out to jeers. Ashiro only sighed, well done. Some remaining nobles began to gather in fearful clusters. Are we going to be punished like this too? Whispers rose. Prince Ashiro, with no title, no backing. Yet supported by the entire Knight Order, the succession struggle ends here. Some were wary. Baron Russell was deliberately showing deference. This was Prince Ashiro's warning to all of us. Maintaining his composure, Russell stepped up to another man, the Minister of Security. He was sweating profusely, stammering, "Why yes." Russell ordered, "You are suspended from your current duties and will be placed under stricter supervision. Avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings in your interactions with others." With that, he had no choice but to comply. Everything happened so quickly and efficiently. When suddenly a voice interrupted, "Excuse me." A sincere man bowed his head. "It was all due to my lack of oversight. Please accept my resignation." Ashiro recognized him as Rewrote, a competent man trusted and respected by his superiors. Moreover, he had sided with Russell, so Ashiro had no reason to resent him. However, this also meant facing fierce internal backlash. Russell's tone remained as stern as ever. "Chief Administrator, your resignation is rejected." He signaled his subordinate to present a folder. "This is the list of officials suspected of involvement in the recent incident. This is the task for the Chief Administrator to atone for his failures. Order the suspension and operational restrictions on their personnel expansion activities. Ensure that administrative operations are not affected." Rewrote still refused to accept such lenient treatment. "Your Highness, forgive me." He stepped forward, intending to appeal to Ashiro. "Prince Ashiro," he said clearly, "all of them except 4 officials in the finance ministry must be investigated." At that moment, Ashiro was more decisive than anyone. "It seems we'll need to bring new people into the finance ministry." Hearing that, Rewrote's face drained of color. "What? Please show mercy to those who only committed minor offenses. If even one senior official is left out, administration will face serious difficulties." Ashiro still disagreed. "No, we need to put people into the finance ministry whom we can trust absolutely. Do you think it's acceptable to halt the investigation just because you're worried operations might be disrupted?" Ashiro gave an innocuous but pointed smile. "Will they remember our mercy, or have they overrated themselves?" Rewrote kept begging for more, but Ashiro wouldn't yield. "All right then." His calm demeanor suddenly turned icy, making Rewrote step back. In his memory, Prince Ashiro had once been weak and indecisive. Now he was completely different. The others in the room quickly picked up on the situation. If Russell symbolized strength, Rewrote symbolized scholarship. That Rewrote hesitated before the prince left everyone confused and fearful. "Is this really happening?" Ashiro smiled faintly, realizing the victory was truly his. Now the power over Count Shikin's domain was almost in his hands. The road ahead was long, and a detailed info panel about Rewrote, the man he had just spoken with, appeared before his eyes. The display clearly recorded each person's skills, ranks, and status. Not only that, the announcement showed above everyone's head in the room, which made Ashiro even more thrilled by this new experience. Interesting. Ashiro looked around, surrounded by notification panels. At that moment, Rewrote was tapping something on a screen and information appeared. Name, Rewrote Olsen. Title, Baron. Affiliations, 3 counties of Shessen. Chief Administrator, Strict Advisor. Combat Tier 1, Level 833. Reputation, 3-7 stars. Prestige, 49. Administration, S. Finance, B. Military, E. Diplomacy, D. Development, D. Ashiro thought. Rewrote said it would take time. He glanced at the others seated around the table and told himself, but it will be different with these people. They're easy to read. The opposition will soon be eliminated, including the suspicious ones. Ashiro continued scanning the room, then said to Rewrote, especially the useless ones. His face was full of smugness, since he would only use those who passed the loyalty test. Those at the table saw Ashiro's smile and were terrified. What kind of smile is that? It's terrifying. Others were aghast. If Prince Ashiro dislikes you, it means you'll lose your head. They began scrambling toward him. Prince Ashiro, please put me first. Baron LTE, please hear me out. Ashiro smiled and said, "Everyone calm down, there's plenty of time." From afar, Russell just shook his head and sighed at the chaotic scene. Day had turned to night, everything had been dealt with. Ashiro stretched and then happily flopped onto the bed. On the soft mattress he sighed, "I'm exhausted." After staring toward the door for a while, Ashiro gradually drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he recalled his former self, average grades, average looks, everything just mediocre. But if he could beat a game no one else had, he would become exceptional. He remembered the feeling of grinding through the game. And the notification that popped up, "Congratulations, Ashiro, congratulations, master of the game, you are the first to be crowned a god, your name has been recorded in the Hall of Fame." The old man in the game told him, "You are the first to be crowned a god." But Ashiro didn't feel happy that it was over. He only wished to be reborn on the continent of Ellen, to become special. Suddenly, Ashiro snapped awake and shouted, "Wait, crowned a god? I finished the game and was crowned a god." His eyes sharpened as he remembered when he launched the game. The game notifications appeared again. You have been reborn as a small soul. Overcome trials and become a hero, judge the fallen evil gods and evolve into a god. At that point, any wish you make will come true. At that, Oshiro bolted upright and yelled, "No way." He recalled his former state, muttering, "I wish I could be reborn on the continent of Ellen." Now Oshiro wondered, did it grant my wish? Thinking that, fear washed over him. Could it really be my wish? But then Oshiro accepted his fate. Oh well, there's no going back now. He rolled over and went back to sleep as if he had no other choice. A question flared in his mind: if he completed the game again and became a god, would he get another wish? While sleeping, Oshiro began to mutter in his sleep, "I'll definitely finish this game." Then he slept deeply. The quiet night had somehow become a brisk morning. After a good sleep, Oshiro stretched energetically. "Okay, where should I start?" he muttered as he walked. "I remember the Count's domain, but I've never heard of Shikin's domain." Suddenly he froze, propping his chin and thinking, but where is this place? Better check the map, right? Oshiro opened the map. A notification appeared: you have conquered the continent of Ellen. His eyes widened in shock. The next notification: bonus reward, reveal all milestones. Really? Oshiro shouted with joy. He cheered like he'd found a treasure map as all ruins, dungeons, terrain, and features of the hero's fate were revealed clearly. Oshiro's eyes filled with excitement. This was an unprecedented reward, since no one besides him had cleared the game. He rolled on the chair, laughing like a child. Good heavens, this game is too easy. But his smile faded. Wait, what year is it now? He opened the info panel. Imperial year 289. Oshiro felt dejected because the hero's destiny began in Imperial year 294. And I know nothing about Shikin's domain. Startled, he discovered this land will disappear within 5 years. Why? Remembering Russell's words, Oshiro thought. Russell mentioned a budget deficit. That must be why I was nearly killed just for not owning any maidservants. He decided to check the domain's finances. A notification appeared, checking the financial status of Shikin domain. Oshiro went pale. What? Why all of a sudden? His gaze turned horrified. Impossible! Oshiro's scream echoed through the hills. Sweating, he stared at the info panel. I should have taken the remaining money and run. No, I can't take the domain with me. He frowned. Money can be made, but land can only be inherited. After calming down, he opened the count of Shikin's financial records to review them from the start. Oshiro examined it seriously. Collected taxes aren't different from other domains. The defense budget increased from last year, no issues there. Then he asked, what about the family's debts? So Oshiro reviewed the ledgers from morning till evening. By dusk, he slammed the book onto the table. Good God, I'm exhausted. Reading 10 years of documents is torture. Leaning his head back, Oshiro sighed. Trade with the Desert Kingdom Madrasa has been disrupted. Well, it's understandable they're beyond the plateau. He reasoned. Desert Kingdom Madroa Gorda Plateau, Count Shikin's domain. If trade halts, import-export taxes dropping is normal. But thinking further, he grew angry. Where on earth did they borrow that huge sum? The annual interest alone exceeds a year's tax revenue. Oshiro tore at his hair. The more I look, the more confused I get. I need more information. A flash of light appeared. Information. Oshiro smiled. Right, there's still one pig locked in the dungeon, J-Ruse. Thinking of him, Oshiro immediately went down to the dungeon. The way down was so quiet he could hear every footstep. The jailer bowed quickly when he saw him. Lord Oshiro, why have you come here? He said briefly. Take me to J-Ruse's cell. The jailer trembled. Why? Yes, this way, sir. He had to pinch his nose. It stinks. The drainage system was almost abandoned. Walking down the corridor, the jailer began to flatter. I didn't expect Lord Oshiro to come in person. It's an honor. Oshiro quietly judged him, a man who only bows to power. He suddenly quickened his pace to walk beside him. The man startled and asked, Lord Oshiro. Looking at the jailer, Oshiro wondered. The captain of the guard is someone who strictly enforces authority. If he once arrested an innocent person, can he be trusted? He smiled and said to him, if someone is truly innocent, they should be given a chance to prove it. What do you think? Somewhat frightened, the man rubbed his hands and stammered in reply, why yes, you're right, my lord. Oshiro continued, and conversely, if someone is truly guilty but released, they should be reinvestigated. Therefore, I assign this task to you, jailer. The jailer still trembled but saluted. Yes, I understand, my lord. Looking at him, Oshiro thought, so he's a subordinate of the captain of the guard and yet so ready to betray. Does that mean I've become the new power holder? Fine, I'll use him as much as possible. Suddenly, he moved ahead of him briskly. Oh, I'm not a count yet. You'd better be careful how you address me. The other sidestepped and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, young master. As they walked, Oshiro sneered to himself. I'm no different from the politicians I used to despise. But he said to the jailer, no need to apologize, lead me to J-Ruse. The man replied, this way please. After walking a bit, the jailer stopped, which puzzled Ashiro and made him look over to see what was happening. Someone in the cell shouted angrily, "I can't swallow this disgusting food. I'll be out of here soon enough." Ashiro looked in and asked, "Have you found a way out of the cell?" He sneered, "You planning to escape?" The man was Jairus, the one Ashiro had been seeking. Jairus said, "I've been waiting for you, young master. You still owe me a debt to pay, don't you?" Ashiro looked puzzled by the man's words. He sat down before the cell and shot back, "Are you delirious? What do I owe you? I still have to make sure the rope for hanging you is secure. Your execution day is coming up." The jailer outside tried not to meddle. Ashiro's expression hardened when Jairus continued, "I may look like this, but I've worked in the Shiken domain's treasury for over 20 years. The reason the young master took the trouble to visit me, the minister of the treasury, I think I can guess." At that, Jairus's face turned sly. Ashiro snapped back angrily, "You mean former minister of the treasury?" Jairus sneered, "You want to know about the count's massive debts, don't you?" Ashiro was annoyed by that tone, while Jairus remained oblivious to his place. He barked an order, "Jailer." The man replied tensely, "Why yes." Ashiro asked, "Isn't there a torturer here?" The jailer trembled and answered, "Yes, there is." He ordered, "Bring that man here." The jailer stammered in reply, "All right, immediately." Ashiro shouted, "Do I look like I'm joking? I'm asking you." The jailer, terrified, seemed about to collapse. "I'll bring him right away." He ran off like lightning. Ashiro thought to himself, "Does he think he can sweet-talk me just because I'm young?" Ashiro's face grew cold. He realized the man before him was the one who really held power in the count's mansion. The jailer and Jairus both trembled now. "Damn, is the kid going to call the torturer? This is bad." Ashiro told Jairus, "I don't think you'll endure pain well, but do your best anyway." Jairus panicked. Ashiro smiled cruelly and threatened, "If you withstand it and impress me, I might change your execution from hanging to poison so you can taste a slower death." Jairus knew he was done for. And when he looked into Ashiro's eyes, he could see the boy was completely serious. He began to beg, "Prince, have mercy. I have extremely valuable information. This is a big opportunity." Ashiro thought the old man was buying time but said aloud, "Speak up." Jairus began to disclose all of the Count Domain's debts. Hearing what he wanted to hear only made Ashiro more displeased. Jairus continued, "All the debts belong to a merchant named Jarat Misaze." Seeing no reaction from him, Jairus added, "Zorat manages the Hoshirin family's secret treasury. The Hoshirins used Zorat to divert mining tax revenues intended for the crown." After hearing that, Ashiro asked again, "So what? If we accuse him before the crown, we wouldn't have to repay that debt. But what if he sells the ownership of that debt cheaply before he's arrested? Sells it to the Hoshirins, for example?" Jairus was flustered. "I never thought of that." Just then, a voice called out, "Prince." The jailer turned back and hurriedly said, "We've brought him." A fierce-looking man appeared wearing a sharp-bladed gauntlet, a mask, and a hood. The jailer introduced him, the interrogator. The man's presence was grim. He was the best in the Count's domain. Seeing that man, Ashiro was excited, while Jairus trembled violently, close to collapsing. He shouted, "Prince, have mercy." But in Ashiro's eyes there was only amusement. Jairus kept pleading, "Just the Hoshirin family's black ledger alone exceeds 1,000,000 gold." He gave Ashiro a pitiable look. But the boy didn't bother to care and turned away. The interrogator understood, stepped into the cell, making Jairus go pale, while Ashiro stood outside casually humming a tune. Jairus cried out urgently, "Wait, please wait, I know the location of Jura's secret vault." At that, Ashiro asked calmly, "A secret vault?" The interrogator wouldn't let Jairus say more, threw him to the ground and ordered, "Silence." He closed in on Jairus, swung his arm and laughed loudly. Even as he was trampled, Jairus kept begging, "Prince, it's true, I worked at the treasury for many years, I'm certain about this, no doubt." No sooner had he finished than Ashiro kicked Jairus in the face and demanded, "Go on, I'm starting to get interested. How do you know the location of the secret vault?" Despite being tortured, Jairus stammered and refused to speak. "That matter." Seeing him like that, Ashiro ordered the interrogator, "Let's begin, shall we?" The man bowed and replied, "Yes." Immediately, Jairus screamed like a slaughtered pig when the interrogator grabbed his hand and said, "Then start with bending the fingers." One by one, knowing real torture was coming, Jairus cried in fear, "Wait, I'll tell." He trembled as he confessed, I once tried to rob the vault, but I failed." Hearing that, Ashiro asked with irritation, "You didn't go alone, did you?" Jairus immediately admitted, I hired a few thieves to steal gold from the vault." Ashiro frowned but stayed calm and asked further, "Hired thieves, how much did you pay them?" Jairus answered in panic, 3. Hearing that, Ashiro went berserk, "What, 300 gold, are you serious?" Jairus stammered to correct himself, 3,000. Ashiro was stunned, 3,000, you mean 3,000 gold. Seeing Ashiro's reaction, Jairus couldn't shed tears. He thought to himself, "Oh no, I'm done for." Suddenly Ashiro burst into loud laughter, leaving the jailer, the interrogator, and J-Ruse all bewildered. The jailer muttered, "He's gone mad, why won't he stop laughing?" The interrogator suggested, "Prince, perhaps we should just kill him, put him out of his misery." After laughing, Ashiro returned to seriousness and asked, 3,000 gold, that's half the Count domain's annual revenue. Where did you get that money? J-Ruse trembled, that matter. Before he could finish, Ashiro stared with cold eyes. You embezzled the Count's funds, didn't you? J-Ruse bowed his head and admitted, I ran out of options. If the vault key weren't a magical crystal orb, I would have succeeded. Hearing that, Ashiro repeated, a magical crystal orb. He ordered, sit up, explain clearly. J-Ruse shook as he looked up. I heard that duplicating the crystal orb costs 2,500 gold. Ashiro thought this could be useful. He said, you've been deceived. J-Ruse flinched, deceived. Ashiro offered a hypothesis. It's highly likely Joret and the thieves cooperated with each other. J-Ruse weakly objected, no way, I saw the vault entrance open with that orb myself. Ashiro remained patient, so where is the vault? J-Ruse answered, on the Gadra Plateau. I was blindfolded so I don't know the exact spot, but I'm certain it was the Gadra Plateau. Ashiro opened the map and studied it, thinking, Gadra Plateau. The jailer asked quietly, where are you looking, sir? Ashiro marked the map, this is the Gadra Plateau, right? The system displayed a notification, research surrounding ruins. Ashiro speculated, ruins, maybe I get it, I need to investigate this further. He recalled Leela's words, a special unit made up of orphan children trained to fight, stationed at the Gadra Plateau barracks. Everything started to fit together. Ashiro stood up, turned his back and said, jailer. He answered immediately, yes, my lord, let's go. The jailer looked puzzled but obeyed, yes, this way, my lord. Meanwhile, J-Ruse in the cell shouted loudly, Prince, Prince. But Ashiro paid him no mind and walked away. The jailer closed the door. Ashiro looked at him, recalling J-Ruse's testimony. He had embezzled 3,000 gold and the jailer had accepted bribes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ashiro called jailer, he jumped, yes. J-Ruse has already revealed the embezzlement of 3,000 gold. Of course, you knew nothing about this, right? He trembled, of course not, Prince. He thought to himself, there's no way he could know I took bribes, right? Ashiro turned away, his voice cold. I overheard that conversation when you weren't present. The jailer went pale, what? Ashiro turned back, eyes icy, I'm generous, but I'm not sure how far I can pretend not to see. This is quite a dilemma, isn't it? The jailer immediately dropped to his knees. Prince, have mercy, I'm sorry. Inwardly he cursed, damn that bastard, he dared betray me. He kept pleading aloud, I swear I won't do it again. He looked up, but Ashiro had disappeared without a trace. The jailer, enraged, ground his teeth. Fine, now I'll deal with J-Ruse. He rushed into the cell, muttering to himself, I'll show him what hell looks like. Meanwhile, Ashiro hid behind a well and chuckled with delight. Suddenly, someone quietly approached from behind. Ashiro turned around at once. Who's there? A tall silhouette appeared. From the outfit Ashiro judged, a knight of the Green Lion Order, he said, what do you want? The man replied respectfully, I am Kraut Salim, ordered by Lord Russell's representative to escort you home, your highness. Ashiro nodded, I understand. As he opened the interface to check the man's details, Ashiro heard him say, pleased to meet you. At that moment, Kraut Salim's information appeared. Name, Kraut Salim, age, 26, knight serving under Count Zin's domain, order, Green Line Knights, position, veteran knight, personality, stubborn, straightforward, assaults, command, physical condition, normal combatability, rank 5, level 5278, reputation, XXXXX, popularity, 27, governance, E finance, E military, rank board, F development, reading. After reading the info, Ashiro thought, his abilities are pretty good. Has there ever been someone like this in the hero's fate? The name sounds unfamiliar, could he have died young? Ashiro observed Kraut for a moment, thinking, with potential and a level cap around the late 700s, he could rank among the top 100 strongest on the continent. Having a military skill at rank A, that kind of potential is truly rare. He said nothing, just stared, which puzzled Kraut. Ashiro wondered again, is there something special about him? The description said someone who can slaughter any enemy without mercy. Even the Black Prince, his liege, has never shown his true face. A Grim Reaper. Ashiro shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, that's impossible. He looked at Kraut once more, thinking, the legendary Reaper is described as gaunt and gloomy, which is the exact opposite of this muscular man. Then Ashiro focused on the most important thing. Kraut's eyes, he noted, his eyes are unusually bright. Still, Ashiro didn't overthink it, concluding, based on that potential alone, he'd at least be rank A. Keeping him close would be beneficial. Suddenly, Kraut called out, Prince. Ashiro flinched. Kraut asked anxiously, are you all right? I've called you several times. Ashiro made an excuse, I'm fine, what's the matter? Kraut reported, a merchant named Gerard Milsers has come to see you. Hearing the name, Ashiro repeated, Gerard Milsers. Recalling what J-Ruse had said in the cell, Ashiro confirmed, the Count's domain debt all belongs to Gerard Milsers. He once personally inspected the secret vault entrance and saw Gerard Milsers open the door with a magical crystal orb. Realizing this was the merchant Jairus had mentioned, Oshiro thought, interesting. He quickly said, let's go. Crowd also startled and ran after him. Oshiro kept thinking silently, this guy definitely can't be the Reaper. Looking so innocent, no way. They returned. Crowd opened the door, this way my lord. Oshiro stepped inside. As soon as he entered, a voice rang out and drew his attention. A pleasure to meet you, Prince Oshiro. The man before him introduced himself. I am Gerard Milsers, currently running a small trading company. Oshiro replied, I've heard the Milsers trading company isn't large, but it's very well respected. He smiled, complimenting the man. Milsers bowed modestly, you flatter me. Oshiro took the opportunity to ask directly. Why would a successful merchant want to meet me? I hold no official position or authority. If it's business, shouldn't you speak with Count Russell's representative? Hearing that, Milsers unexpectedly laughed loudly, then answered. The Shikin domain is currently managed by Viscount Russell, but in the end it will belong to you, Prince. He asked again, who in Shikin would dare ignore your decision? Prince Oshiro. Oshiro demurred, I'm only one of two possible heirs, don't overestimate it. Milsers rubbed his hands cheerfully, you're being modest, there's no official announcement yet, but I've heard the heir selection is done. Oshiro responded seriously, you're well informed, but there hasn't been any official public announcement. At that, Milsers could no longer laugh it off and managed only an awkward smile. If I've offended you, I apologize. However, he added confidently, I'm a skilled merchant, I couldn't survive in this trade without knowing such information. In his mind, Milsers judged, quite different from the rumors, didn't people say Oshiro was a naive fool? But he is sharp and suspicious. Has he been hiding himself like this all along? Someone not even 20 who fooled the world for a century? Impossible. Milsers glanced at Oshiro and admitted the young man was indeed handsome. Even the rumors that his looks could make men swoon were true. He wore an expression of admiration. Seeing that face, Oshiro felt disgusted, a chill running down his spine. He stood up abruptly, startling both Milsers and Kraut. Oshiro said sternly, I'm not here to waste time. He looked Milsers straight in the eye, you asked to see me, if there's nothing important, I'm leaving. Realizing he'd overstepped, Milsers bowed and apologized, I'm sorry, sir. He understood that if Oshiro left now, all his plans would collapse. So he was determined to keep the youth there at all costs. The merchant said, I was simply mesmerized by your appearance, sir. Oshiro found it puzzling, unsure what was wrong with him. He sat down, still recalling that strange expression. That face was truly creepy. He said, enough beating around the bush, get to the point. Milsers then said, I've come to tell you about the enormous debt related to the late Count Korin. Oshiro was unconcerned and replied, an enormous debt? If you don't know, the finance officer is currently imprisoned on suspicion of illegal activity. Then he flicked a booger away, making Kraut struggle to hold back a laugh. Oshiro was even more convinced, I knew it, but these tricks won't work on me. Milsers continued, it's been 5 years, so you may not be fully aware. But the moment I've been waiting for has arrived. He imagined Oshiro's desperate face when he learned of the massive debt. With a sly look, Milsers laid out the terms. Under the contract, after 3 years from the loan date, I have the right to demand repayment of principal and interest at any time. Milsers lowered his head, forcing himself not to show his pleasure. He said, unfortunately, in 2 weeks from now, before the court calendar's 288th moon week passes, you must repay the full amount of 60,000 gold coins. Kraut, hearing this, jumped and shouted, 60,000 gold. Milsers looked at Oshiro with a predatory gaze while Oshiro remained calm and said nothing. Kraut, flustered, stammered, can you grant an extension? He feigned regret and sighed, I'm sorry. After Count Korin's death, the Count's domain credit severely declined. We wanted to demand repayment last year but postponed it because of our trust in our association. Oshiro kept a bored expression and said nothing. While Milsers continued to drag out the conversation to emphasize that now was the time the succeeding Count must pay, Kraut's face turned pale green, not knowing what to do. Oshiro recognized the merchant's scheme, pretending to be generous but actually unwilling to extend. Only 2 weeks remained before the debt defaulted. Oshiro suddenly stood and said, you may not know, but the Count's domain annual income exceeds 6,000 gold. Raising a loan of 60,000 gold is not an issue, you needn't worry. Kraut stared in bewilderment and asked, really? Milsers smiled politely, fortunately it seems we have nothing to worry about. But inwardly he sneered, not believing Oshiro could raise that sum easily. Milsers continued, I'll return with the loan contract sealed by the Shikin domain. He was certain no one would lend 60,000 gold. The Count's domain will belong to me sooner or later. Then Milsers bowed politely, then I'll take my leave. In his mind he thought, soon enough this noble brat will be on his knees begging me. With a face like that he'd fetch a high price on the slave market, but first I'll have some fun with him. Before leaving, Milcers didn't forget to sneer. Good luck to you. He left and Ashiro remained very calm. Kraut began muttering calculations, so 60,000 gold, my weekly pay is 2 silver and there are 53 weeks in a year. Ashiro ordered, stop calculating, your muttering is distracting me, sit down. Kraut worriedly grabbed Ashiro's hand. How can you stay so calm, Prince, the domain will be taken away. Ashiro opened the map and pondered. He said the secret vault is on the Gorda Plateau. On the map, I think these ruins are the secret vault, need to investigate further. The map image appeared, the lands outside the castle stretching on and on. The Gorda Plateau is the most dangerous place, teeming with monsters like Risk. The kind of thing I always try to avoid. Kraut still followed along, not understanding. Prince, where are we going? Ashiro smiled, thinking, I need someone who knows the Gorda Plateau. Perhaps a killer who values his own life would be useful. He looked toward the dungeon, then said, I have business with a prisoner, I'll go in there with Kraut, pay us no mind. Kraut pointed ahead, this room used to belong to Jus. Inside it's a simple, cozy room. Ashiro remarked, it's neater and warmer than I expected. A voice spoke up, I tidied up a bit. Ashiro was startled, it was Leela, she said, this poor place has nothing valuable or luxurious. Seeing Leela, Ashiro complimented, you look well. Leela replied, I'm as well as you can see. Kraut drew his sword in warning, watch her mouth, that woman. Leela was not afraid, she glared back, she studied Ashiro. Then coldly accused, you deceived me. At that, Ashiro looked at Leela and said, I only poisoned you back to frighten you. Then he asked Leela sternly, you've heard of Seed's puppet poison, haven't you? Leela immediately screamed in horror, no way, you're lying, how could a noble brat like you possess something like that? Ashiro glared and calmly replied, money gets you everything, let me give you a hint. The city's puppet's poison has over 3,000 antidotes, depending on the concoction you must find the exact matching cure. Here, we've already prepared the best antidote for you. Hearing that, Leela grew even more fearful, he said seriously, you recognized it faster than I expected. Leela trembled and replied, so you came all the way here, which means you need me, but what can I do? Ashiro showed no emotion, his face remained calm. Leela gave a bitter smile and said, I have no intention of following your orders anymore, Prince. But if we have a passionate moment together, maybe I'll obey you again. She continued to provoke, of course you'll have to do it well. Kraut angrily reached for his sword, but Ashiro stopped him, stop. Ashiro said coldly, I'm here to give you a chance to survive. Leela asked puzzled, what do you mean? He clarified, even if I let you go now, you'll be killed the moment you leave this place. After saying that, Ashiro sighed and asked, you've realized the Shikin tribe is in conflict with the Hoshirin Viscount's family, haven't you? Kraut calmed down and sheathed his sword. Leela crossed her legs and answered, after turning the chieftain's daughter into a criminal and sealing my cousin's mana rift, it's no surprise. Ashiro continued, and you were the witness, you did everything, you still don't understand. Those words startled Leela. She trembled and said, the Hoshirin family will kill me, isn't it your duty to save me and make me retract my testimony? Only then could my name be wiped from the blacklist. Ashiro pressed, even if you did that, would Grand Bane's mana rift return to normal? At that, Leela fell silent. Ashiro continued, the Hoshirin family's plan to seize the Shikin territory has been completely ruined. Then he concluded, nobles won't let anyone who obstructs their plans live. Leela's face went pale as she remembered how many people had died like dogs serving the nobility and couldn't believe she had come to the same fate. She gritted her teeth in anger, why me? Then Leela grabbed the nearby lampstand. Kraut grew alert, noticing her action. Leela lost control and screamed, die. She turned the lampstand into a spear and prepared to attack. Ashiro was also stunned. Just as Leela lunged, Kraut managed to dart forward and delivered a heavy kick that sent her flying backward into the wall. He stood between Ashiro and Leela, drew his sword pointing at her and shouted angrily, filthy assassin, how dare you defy the young lord? Leela lay on the ground, writhing in pain and motionless. Ashiro spoke up, thank you for protecting me, but don't humiliate her too much. Then he slowly stepped closer and softened his voice, after all, it's thanks to her that I could become the successor lord. Kraut sheathed his sword and said, sorry, my lord. Ashiro didn't scold him, only replied, it's fine. He approached and stopped a few steps from Leela, saying calmly, people usually hate the one who reveals the truth more than the one who drives them to despair. Why do you think that is? But Leela only looked at him with hatred in her eyes. Ashiro paid it no mind. He sat down near her, which made Kraut uneasy, but he remained composed and said, no matter who the opponent is, taking your anger out on them only brings temporary relief. He smiled at Leela and continued, with a will to survive like yours, you're not the type to give up easily, are you? Leela bowed her head, hiding her emotions. Then suddenly sprang up and shouted with a determined face, I will not die, I can't die. Ashiro also smiled and gently replied, then you'll be very useful. Leela was taken aback. Ashiro stood and said, help me with my work and I'll protect you from whoever is hunting you. If you have family, I'll protect them too. Leela flinched, her face shifting from worry to fear as she shouted. My family has nothing to do with this. Are you planning to take them hostage to threaten me? Don't you dare toy with me. Ashiro laughed out loud, then let his smile fade, and said to Leela calmly, don't get me wrong, even if you die I won't care. There are plenty of killers like you. Leela suddenly came to a great noble like the Count, she was nothing more than a disposable tool. But she still wondered, if that's the case, why didn't you find someone else? There must be a reason you went through all this just to convince me, right? Ashiro looked at her with a composed face. He said slowly, first, to save time finding another plan, and second, do you remember what I told you? Leela stared blankly, not yet able to answer, when Ashiro interrupted and began to walk away slowly. He turned back, raised a finger, and said slowly, I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't accept within that time, I'll release you. Leela froze, thinking it over. What Ashiro said made sense. Her life had been spent handling traitors, now pushed to the edge. Even if she hated Ashiro, she had no other choice. At the same time, resolve filled Leela's face. She vowed to survive at all costs. She lifted her head, serious, and said firmly, I understand. Leela stood and continued, the Shikin and Hashirin houses have gone too far. They'll soon disappear, and I'd benefit if the Hashirin house vanished. Seeing that, Ashiro couldn't help but smile. Finally, you've seen reason. Leela brimmed with determination again, hands on her hips, and said, you must treat me like a mercenary under an equal contract, not a subordinate. I won't run around doing things unrelated to the mission. Kraut, standing behind them, trembled with anger, gripping his sword tight. Ashiro threw up his hands, looking slightly embarrassed. Kraut managed to keep himself in check for a moment, but finally couldn't hold back. He raised his sword in anger, about to charge at Leela, shouting furiously, how dare you speak to the young lord like that, insolent woman. But Leela was unfazed. She calmly raised both hands and smiled lightly. I'll be polite to my client. After all, he's the one paying me. So you're not going to attack our new ally, are you? I thought you prided yourself on chivalry. The more he heard, the angrier Kraut became. Ally? What ally? Leela and Kraut faced off, lightning seeming to flash between them. As they argued, Ashiro spoke up. What did you say last time? The question stunned them both. They turned toward him, faces full of perplexity. With everyone's attention on him, Ashiro continued, the training grounds for the Hashirin family's Dark Legion are on the Gorda Plateau, right? This is a question recalling what Leela once told about gathering children for war, the special training unit at the high-temperature camp. But taken by surprise, Leela hadn't had time to react. What? Before she could finish, Ashiro pointed at Kraut and ordered, Kraut, I need a map showing the entire kingdom in detail and the areas surrounding Hashirin territory. As he spoke, he thought only he could view the system map window. Hearing the order, Kraut replied promptly, there's a large map in the military council room, my lord. At that, Ashiro's face lit up and his eyes seemed to shine. Let's go. Kraut followed behind in agreement. Yes, my lord. Leela, trailing behind, just shook her head and thought, too much energy. Kraut opened the glass door. After you, my lord. After waiting a moment with no Ashiro stepping forward, he turned back in surprise and asked, what's wrong, lord? Why are you standing behind me? At this, Ashiro stood frozen, sweating, unable to look straight, his voice trembling. It's nothing, go ahead. Seeing the odd behavior, Kraut suspected. Don't you know the way? Ashiro grew more anxious and answered, I do, but go on. Kraut remained stubborn. Shouldn't the knight walk behind the lord? He could only urge, hurry up. Leela stood behind them, watching the two and not knowing what to do, silent. The sun was high, light piercing the night. In a castle's military council room, the place was filled with combat weapons and tools for deployment, swords, armor, maps. Ashiro's face was bright as he looked around the room. Kraut led the two toward the map at the end of the room. It was the highest-level secret military map of the entire continent. He stared at the map as if searching for something. Gorda Plateau, Gorda, the plateau. Suddenly, he pointed at a spot labeled Gorda, found it. He asked the two, what do you know about this place? Kraut answered honestly, that place is fairly well known. There's a copper mine there, but it stopped operating due to conflict. As Kraut spoke, Ashiro opened the system map window to cross-check and didn't forget to ask, Baron Arab is on our side, right? Kraut replied, yes, sir. The more Ashiro studied the map, the more unsettled he became, his face full of doubt. By the way, is this map accurate? When was it surveyed? Kraut, embarrassed, said, I'm not sure. Leela studied the map for a long moment and then spoke up. It seems a bit outdated, but there shouldn't be any major errors. She thought to herself that this was why he sought her out, but aloud she said, we'd better update it with some recent changes. Kraut was surprised that Leela could answer and looked at her in astonishment. Ashiro also stared at Leela in surprise. You can read maps, she replied naturally, her voice firm. Of course, I grew up there so I know the area well. Then Leela asked, curious, what's in the Gorda Plateau? Ashiro glanced at the map and answered, there's an ancient ruin there, I want to explore it. Leela was stunned, a ruin? There's nothing like that there. But Ashiro only bowed his head and put his hand to his chin, thinking, when I was young. Didn't the adults always say that place had never been explored? Leela started surprised and replied. Right, the adults always told us we could never go there. She began to analyze and confirm the existence of that land. Seeing that, Ashiro asked further, do you know when the Hashirin family began training their secret army? Leela answered, somewhat uncertain. I'm not sure what you mean exactly, but since I graduated the 6th term and was posted to camp for 5 years, I'd estimate about 15 years ago. Ashiro continued asking when the territorial dispute between the Hashirin and Arab families began. Crowd also spoke up in surprise around that time too, 15 years ago. Hearing his answer, Leela turned to look at him. Pushed his shoulder with her hand and said, hey, did you just discover something? Seeing Kraut still lost in thought and confused. She showed contempt, so that's it. Kraut snapped and lunged at her, arguing, what's with that insolent attitude? Are you mocking me? Leela shot back, pinching his cheek and answering loudly, what did I do? So what if I'm insolent? Who do you think you are? As their voices grew, Ashiro had to intervene. Training an army requires a huge amount of money. Without a concrete source, it's very difficult to expand forces. Both immediately stopped arguing. Leela asked, what do you mean by that? Kraut rubbed his reddened cheek and looked at Leela with a resentful glare. He retorted at once, it means they got money from somewhere. You fool. Leela refused to back down and replied, I'm not asking you. At that, Ashiro stopped caring about their bickering and said seriously, as Kraut said, the Hashirin family must have found a new source of funds around that time. It seems they used it to secretly train troops and then carried out covert operations like the ones you described. Leela was stunned and at a loss for words when Kraut cut in with a sneer. I wonder what those covert operations were. Annoyed, Leela still turned to Ashiro and asked, so exactly what is the source of the funds and how does it connect to the ruins? Ashiro calmly replied, copper mines are often found near silver deposits. Usually copper ore also contains silver. Kraut was surprised, you mean the Hashirin family has been secretly mining silver? That's a serious crime. Ashiro nodded, sat down and replied slowly, that's right, but think about it if you discover a silver mine on your land. Whether gold or silver, it's considered royal property no matter where it's found. Do you think any noble would honestly report it? Kraut asked further, what about the ruins? Ashiro answered confidently, I know what kind of ruins they are, it's the perfect place to hide something. He pondered for a moment, then added, you may not believe me, but I've never left the Count's estate. Leela, skeptical, asked, but how does that concern us? Are you planning to start a war to seize resources? I don't think Shikin's territory is strong enough for that. Kraut, though unconvinced, had to accept it and remained inwardly irritated. Leela spoke up, in any case, failing to report a silver mine is illegal. Even if we seize it in war, if they report it to the crown, that's the end of it. What if we report it first? Ashiro cut her off immediately. We won't get anything. He stood and continued calmly, our domain is on the brink of bankruptcy, we need funds. Kraut pondered while Leela, still unsure, asked, so what do you mean? Ashiro answered, the accumulated money is definitely there. Hearing that, he said cheerfully, it's illicit money, even if it's stolen, they can't successfully sue anyone. The remark jolted them awake. Kraut said bluntly, I understand. That night, darkness fell and the stars glittered, creating a grand and beautiful scene. In the castle courtyard, a group had gathered, including Ashiro and Kraut. Seeing Ashiro prepare to leave, Russell stepped forward, worried. My lord, the Gorda Plateau is not a place to joke about. Kraut felt hurt at not being trusted. But Russell cut him off, his voice steel hard. Charging into danger and acting rashly will only lead to trouble. You should reconsider. Kraut felt comforted, as if an old man were looking out for his grandson. Still, he remained firm. If you come with me, things will be much easier. Ashiro looked at Russell calmly and said seriously, in these unstable times, us both leaving the territory would be too risky. Russell accepted reluctantly, yes. My thinking was too short-sighted, take care. He turned and loudly instructed the soldiers, protect the young master well. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences, right? Kraut, unfazed by the scolding and excited, said, don't worry, leave it to me. Seeing Kraut's attitude, Russell angrily smacked his head and warned sternly, remember that. Kraut looked dejected, I'm sorry. Everyone began to move, and they stopped at the castle gate. Russell gathered everyone and announced in a low voice, the young master is still injured, but he endures it for the territory. Obey him. Absolutely understood. Everyone stood at attention, hands clasped, answering in unison, yes. Ashiro calmly observed everyone's movements. Seeing the soldiers take Russell's words half seriously, he thought to himself, no warrior wants to serve a lord so weak he'd rather die. Then Ashiro looked toward someone cloaked in black nearby, that was Leela. He thought quietly that raising their loyalty was also his responsibility. They moved to an old well. Looking down, only a deep blackness like a bottomless abyss was visible. Kraut volunteered to go down first, holding an oil lamp in his mouth to light the way. Seeing Ashiro go next, he warned anxiously, "Be careful, young master." Ashiro kept calm, climbed for a long while, and finally reached the bottom. Looking ahead into the cavern, Kraut said in surprise, "From here a tunnel leads out of the castle. It's quite far." Ahead was a straight tunnel with no visible end. Ashiro showed no fear and only said, "Let's go." Kraut answered seriously, "Yes." The group proceeded cautiously, following one another for safety. Leela brought up the rear. After a long stretch, the group stopped. Kraut looked ahead and said, "Here we are, we've arrived." By now Ashiro was exhausted. Still injured, he had to travel such a long distance. His face was weary, his body shaking as if about to collapse, breath ragged. From behind, tired, he thought to himself, "Good, we almost missed it." Kraut climbed up ahead, bent down, and reached out his hand. "Young master, take my hand." Ashiro did not hesitate and took his hand. After passing through the underground cavern, the guards pulled Ashiro through a hatch leading to a strange place. The surroundings were desolate. He poked his head through the small door and asked, "Where are we?" Kraut led the way, opened the door, and explained, "This is an old abandoned cistern, no longer in use this way." Stepping out, Ashiro was surprised to see pack horses already arranged and ready to depart. He thought to himself, "They've prepared thoroughly." While Kraut and Ashiro discussed plans up in the tree, Leela waited beneath its trunk. Kraut continued seriously, "Young master, I'm sorry, but this concerns the lives of our subordinates." Ashiro looked up at him, frowning. Kraut added, "We can't risk an unproven method." The two debated above in the bright sunlight. Ashiro gritted his teeth and thought, "On this continent, no one knows about monsters like I do, but I have no way to convince them." Kraut jumped down to the ground, landing as he said, "I'll hold off that attack, then devise a plan myself." Ashiro remained deep in thought, his face marked by many concerns. Even if Kraut agreed, he wasn't sure others would follow. Suddenly Kraut's voice rang out, "Knights of the Blue Lion Squad, I will explain the plan." Despite the murmuring, Leela stood tucked by the tree watching. The soldiers gathered in front of the tents to discuss the plan. Ashiro twisted his mouth and thought inwardly, "What is this? This isn't even a plan. It's just handling things based on each person's ability." His expression grew serious. Unless he proved his ability and built credibility, he'd remain a burden. Leela kept watching silently from the tree. Kraut's voice sounded, "Now get ready to move." The warriors rearranged their gear and readied their weapons, prepared to show their skills. Ashiro sat alone on the wagon, still trapped in his train of thought. Until he saw Leela approach, her hand removing her hood. She said, "I have something to discuss with you." As she spoke, Leela lowered her eyes. "This plan will fail. They will all be wiped out." She continued, looking toward Kraut, who was commanding, "I trust you'll save them, even if you must risk your life." Ashiro clenched his teeth, anger showing on his face. "I understand that too." His words startled Leela. She asked, "Then why have you been silent?" He replied, "I haven't been silent." Ashiro sighed, his face full of sorrow. "I'm trying to find a way through this and gain control over my subordinates." Leela looked at him, was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "I have an idea." Ashiro said, "Tell me." Leela presented her plan. The big-footed ones are very attached to their young. When battle starts, they'll prioritize protecting their offspring. Whether the fight goes well or poorly, the females will carry the young away first while the males hold off the enemy. But once the young are hidden, they'll return in brutal revenge. Ashiro thought to himself that he knew that, and it wouldn't be easy. Then he asked, "So what's your idea?" Seeing Ashiro's reaction, Leela was slightly surprised. She answered, "First, I need to confirm something." She continued, "Our goal isn't to kill the big-footed ones, it's to pass through them as silently as possible, right?" Ashiro remained on the wagon, hand on his knee, looking at her. "Yes, we just need to get through." Pleased by the answer, Leela began to propose the plan. "There is a method. We just need to make them think their hiding place is no longer safe. Right now 5 groups are blocking the route we must take. I imagine Kraut leading with 2 warriors to draw the attention of 3 big-footed ones. After that fool attacks, 3 others will strike at their lair. If we can arrange another team to create chaos at the hiding spot of the females and young, even temporarily, all the big-footed ones will immediately fall back to protect the den. If we exploit that window, the main force can pass through safely." When Leela finished, Ashiro bowed his head, closed his eyes, thinking he had considered this plan before, but he still asked her back, "So that's the plan?" Ashiro's face turned serious. "Then who will do it? Who will find their hiding place to attack?" He asked while looking at Leela, and before she could answer, continued, "The big-footed ones, the females who fiercely protect the young, will go mad chasing us. That's essentially a suicide mission." A calm voice rang out, "I'll do it." Ashiro, full of questions, hadn't had time to process when. Leela pointed at herself and said calmly, "I intended to do it from the start." Ashiro widened his eyes and asked, "Could it be you have Siren's destructive herb?" Leela flinched slightly. "How did you know?" He answered as if it were obvious and making her more flustered. "Simple. If you didn't have it, you wouldn't have accepted a mission that's basically a death sentence. I need that herb to trick the big-footed ones, their sense of smell is even keener than a dog's. Suddenly, Leela changed the subject. I've been watching you for a while and my impression of you has really changed. You're like a completely different person. Taken off guard, Ashiro coughed repeatedly, embarrassed. Leela asked with concern, are you all right? Why are you coughing so badly all of a sudden? Ashiro covered his mouth, dodging the topic. If it works, it's not a bad plan. Leela reassured him, don't worry. That caught Ashiro's attention. He looked at her. Leela confidently tapped her chest. Since I was 8, I've treated this place like my playground. Ashiro was a bit indifferent. Why are you helping me? Leela explained, if the Shiken clan falls, I'll be in danger too. Ashiro thought this wasn't something he could ignore, but there was also no reason not to trust her. He smiled. Being trusted by others is probably hard, yet you managed it. Hearing that, Leela simply bowed her head and said nothing. The mood suddenly sank. Not letting the silence linger, Ashiro stood up and said, all right, before we start I have something to ask. Leela asked curiously, what is it? Ashiro pointed off into the distance, look over there. He continued, when facing the big-footed ones, always assume there are at least 2 more ahead than you see. There's a saying. Leela, as if realizing something, turned and added, those following will circle back to attack from behind. Ashiro approved, exactly. That's how they attack, over there and over there. He pointed into the distance and asked, what do you think about that creature? Leela answered confidently, it's definitely one of them. That cave is a favorite spot of the big-footed ones. Hearing that, Ashiro smiled and gave a thumbs up, thanks for the info. Looks like we can get through this without too much trouble. Ashiro thought that stopping the big-footed ones by hiding in the cave wouldn't work. He didn't have many troops and convincing them would be hard. They themselves wouldn't expect him to surrender. Leela bowed respectfully, guessing Ashiro would order the knights to guard those points right. Suddenly Ashiro said, and I have a few requests. Leela looked at him curiously. Kraut suddenly noticed something near the young master's wagon. Seeing Ashiro and Leela deep in lively conversation, the two kept talking without stopping. Leela smiled, speaking and laughing as she did. Sounds interesting. Ashiro looked at Leela, a little dazed, then said, wait. Leela looked up to where Ashiro was standing, and suddenly put her hand on his cheek, startling him. Leela just lightly touched his cheek. Before Ashiro could react, his face flushed bright red. She seemed to whisper something that made Ashiro even more flustered. His eyes spun as he blurted, what? Ashiro closed his eyes, cheeks burning with embarrassment, when a voice suddenly made him start and open his eyes. It turned out to be Leela holding up a leaf and smiling. There's a leaf stuck on your head. Ashiro's face burned red, his body trembling for some reason. Mortified to death, he compared the situation to a die-hard otaku risking everything just to get an idol's autograph. Suddenly someone called Prince, which annoyed Ashiro for being interrupted. They both turned around. It was Kraut. He was the one who spoiled the moment. He asked what's going on. Despite his irritation, Ashiro stammered, and no, it's nothing. Kraut asked concerned, are you cold? Ashiro steadied himself and told him, oh right, go prepare weapons for Leela. Hearing that, he silently nodded. While Leela remained quiet as Ashiro continued to instruct, she will carry out a mission I request. If she suddenly disappears, don't be surprised. After hearing this, Kraut wanted to ask Ashiro for details. Can you tell me about that mission? Honestly, I still don't fully trust her. Ashiro advised, then trust my judgment. We're all in the same boat. At Ashiro's words, Leela blushed slightly. And Kraut sighed and agreed for now, but on condition, I understand. But just this once. Before he finished, Leela cut in, I'll prepare myself, it's not necessary. Hearing that, both Kraut and Ashiro blushed and exclaimed in surprise, what? Those around who were preparing also began to look at her and turned red. Leela stood up, removed her coat to reveal a slim figure, and stood tying her hair. Kraut, embarrassed, asked her why you're, while Ashiro was so mortified he felt his head about to steam. Leela paid no mind to the onlookers and began strapping on vambraces. Then Greaves. When she finished donning the armor, the 2 young men standing nearby were flushed hot with embarrassment, and the others watched her in stunned silence. Leela pulled out a small vial containing a thick black substance and began smearing it on her face and then over her body. Kraut thought to himself, is she going to fool the big-footed ones by coating herself with that smell? He had to pinch his nose because the odor was awful. Kraut noted he couldn't stand it, brave, but this was a bit much. Leela drew a dagger, her eyes brightening, seemingly oblivious to those around her. Then began to twirl the blade, sending out skillful slashes forward. Seeing that, Ashiro felt relieved, realizing his worries were unnecessary. Leela threw on her cloak and asked him, it's time, shall we begin? Ashiro agreed, all right. If needed, you can take a few soldiers with you. Leela shook her head, no need, they wouldn't follow me anyway. Ashiro nodded, accepting her decision, I understand, we'll leave it to you. After receiving the order, Leela immediately leapt up and darted off. Kraut called to Ashiro, let's go too. The army began to move, with Kraut leading and the soldiers following behind. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew through. He ordered the troops finish it in one strike. The soldiers took their positions, preparing to attack. Ashiro watched the situation ahead and noted the wind is blowing toward the big-footed one's village. Leela is heading the opposite way. Watching Leela, he still wasn't sure what would happen. Suddenly, a gorilla began sniffing, catching a scent and turning its head. In front of it, Kraut was charging. Too late to dodge and was cut by Kraut. But Kraut wasn't pleased, the cut was too shallow. Ashiro stood behind, both angry and worried, thinking, you idiot, if you're going for a surprise attack you aim for its weak spot, so why that half-hearted slash? The gorilla was unharmed and ready to counterattack, leaving Kraut flustered. Just as it was about to throw a punch, an explosion rang out, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. Fortunately, Kraut managed to block the blow, but it was so powerful it sent him flying meters back. Seeing the scene, Ashiro's attitude shifted. His eyes lit up with excitement. Amazing, they're actually fighting, totally different from anything I've seen in games. The gorilla roared, pounding its chest with a thunderous boom that froze the soldiers. It was calling its kin. Other gorillas began appearing, howling repeatedly. Seeing that, Ashiro went from thrilled to desperate. This is bad. Would fire be more effective? Kraut shouted heroically, ordering the troops' Green Lion Knights advance. Ashiro hurriedly called out, wait, startling the soldiers, but they reassured him, Lord Ashiro. A soldier named Thomas said, oh, it's Thomas's escort. Please don't stand away from our position. Another soldier introduced himself, I'm in Boo. Hearing their confidence, Ashiro relented, all right, all right. Then they charged into battle against the pack of gorillas. Despite the ferocity of the enemy, Kraut did not waver, his gaze remained resolute. He began channeling electricity into his sword, then lunged at them, ordering everyone to hold their positions. The gorilla froze in surprise. Kraut let out a loud yell and then swung a devastating blow into the ground, cracking the earth and sending rocks flying everywhere. From where Ashiro stood back, all he saw was a colossal electromagnetic field sweeping forward. He shouted in alarm, Kraut. The electromagnetic field faded, and a foot came down. It turned out Kraut was still safe, while another gorilla had collapsed from that blow. Kraut turned to look at Ashiro with a proud gaze. I got it. You shouted angrily at him, what's with the posturing, go help the others. Kraut jumped to the shout. At that moment, a teammate who'd been knocked by a gorilla lost his weapon and panicked as he ran to grab his sword. But before he could, the gorilla closed in, making him terrified to the point of tears. Fortunately, Kraut lunged in time, stomped on the gorilla's head to save his comrade and commanded, hurry up, grab the sword. Luckily, Kraut lunged in time, stomped on the gorilla's head to save his comrade, saying, hurry up, grab the sword. The soldier calmed down and thanked the captain, thank you, captain. Kraut kept fighting, thinking to himself, we can't afford to take them out one by one so leisurely. Elsewhere, a gorilla wielding a spear prepared to stab a soldier. Kraut shouted a warning, then in a flash sliced off the gorilla's hand. It screamed, blood gushing everywhere. Kraut panted, cursing, damn, they're endless. Looking at another gorilla, Kraut noted, even the older ones were stronger than he'd expected. Seeing his eyes light up, Kraut slid along the ground, approached the gorilla's leg, and swung his sword hard at its leg. The gorilla howled and crashed to the ground, and the soldiers shouted with joy. Now's our chance. Kraut panted, thinking something's wrong. When we scouted there were only 8, so where did the extra one go? Just then Kraut froze as he realized. A giant white gorilla, even bigger than all the others, had appeared. Seeing it, Kraut panicked, we're done for, it's that one. The white gorilla charged madly, and Kraut immediately assessed. It's after the prince. Ashiro startled and glanced in one direction. Seeing Kraut exhausted and panting, still trying to run toward you, shouting as he ran, grab it, move. A soldier with a spear stepped forward to shield Ashiro urgently, Prince, please fall back. Kraut arrived in time and immediately unleashed a powerful electric sword strike at the white gorilla, shouting as he attacked. You little brat. The strike was so strong that even Ashiro and the spear-bearing soldier standing farther away felt the shockwave. When the blow ended, Ashiro hurriedly asked the soldier, did I stop it? The smoke thinned, and the gorilla's giant hand had raised, ready to strike the soldier. When it connected, the soldier was flung far away. It skimmed past Ashiro, slammed to the ground, and sent dirt and rocks flying. The soldier's fate was unclear. Kraut stopped, gasping, and stood between Ashiro and danger. Prince, it's dangerous, do not leave my side. He tossed his sword toward the white gorilla's leg, but it dodged. Kraut snarled, bastard. He focused his inner power and charged using his electric blade skill. Meanwhile, Thomas stayed close to protect Ashiro. Ashiro called Thomas. He ordered, go deal with that monster, if you just stand there we'll all die. Thomas refused. I can't, just hold on a little longer. Ashiro asked angrily, hold on, if you try to hold, who will come help us? Thomas stammered, well about that. Ashiro gripped Thomas's hand, speaking sternly. Thomas, think carefully, if the soldiers fall you'll have to face 2 monsters alone. That puts me in even more danger, right? Thomas hesitated, explaining, because Senior Knight Kraut told me not to take my eyes off the prince. Ashiro growled, invoking his authority. Thomas, are you going to defy your master's orders? Thomas wavered, reminding himself that as a knight he must obey his master. Finally he nodded, yes master, I will fight for you. Seeing Thomas agree, Ashiro said all right. He started running, thinking this must be the place. After a while, Ashiro saw a pair of legs lying on the ground. He panted but cried out with relief, there, I found him. As he ran up, Ashiro saw someone lying motionless on the grass beside a large pool of blood. He shouted, Enbu. Seeing the scene clearly, Ashiro froze, eyes wide, breath caught, and choked out the name Enbu. Enbu's white armor was stained with blood, his left arm completely destroyed. Flesh and blood mixed across the grass. Enbu lay silent, covered in wounds large and small, his abdominal armor caved in, horrifying to see. Ashiro shook with worry, hurriedly sank down beside him and urgently shook his friend. Enbu, wake up. He quickly pulled a small red potion from his pouch and gently lifted Enbu's head to make him drink it all. Ashiro's face tensed as he anxiously waited for the potion to take effect. Enbu remained unconscious. Only when his breathing gradually steadied did Ashiro gently lower his head and help remove the heavy armor. He thought temporarily out of critical danger, but Enbu's abdomen was still swollen with severe internal bleeding and his body riddled with wounds, nowhere unscathed. Ashiro clenched the empty vial in anger. This low-grade potion is useless. He stood up determinedly. We must find a healing mage as soon as possible or use a mid-grade potion. Grabbing the sword from the ground, Ashiro told Enbu, you have to live, Enbu. Then he turned and sprinted back the other way, shouting as he ran, wait here, I'll be right back. Enbu lay there, pale and cold with sweat, forcing his eyes open to watch Ashiro's retreating figure. Ashiro ran through the dense forest, and a savage roar echoed inside, tearing through the trees. A blood-red monster was devouring its prize. Ashiro quietly hid behind a tree near the monsters, so tense he dared not breathe deeply, thinking to himself, just as I expected, Leela was right. Peeking out, he was relieved to have found the goblin's lair, the hunting ground of Sasquatch. At that moment, the glaring red goblin suddenly let out a roar. The shock so strong that the surroundings trembled. Ashiro pressed himself against the trunk, the gust from the roar making him shiver. Nearly vomiting as its drool sprayed over his clothes and face. Disgusted, he whispered, how revolting. He slowly wiped the drool from his face, clenching his other hand to hold back his fear. Ashiro told himself, the plan is perfect. Leela must have set traps so I won't get hurt at the head. But the image of the horrific monster, its sharp teeth, 2 huge fangs, and its eerie, glowing eyes kept haunting him. Fully aware of his situation, Ashiro thought, this isn't a world where I can sit in front of a screen and type, and that only makes my fear spike. He leaned against the tree, breathing heavily. But when he remembered Enbu's uncertain fate, his fears melted away, leaving only determination. Ashiro steeled himself and quietly vowed, it's okay, I won't die. He decisively stepped out from behind the massive trunk, determined to succeed. And charged forward. From behind the monsters, Ashiro shouted to draw their attention, hey. The monster immediately turned toward the sound. Ashiro widened his eyes and shouted threateningly, today is your end. Without hesitation, the red monster lunged straight at him. Ashiro quickly knocked his bow and fired a rapid volley of sharp arrows at it. The arrows pierced through the creature's body, blood spraying everywhere. The monster screamed in agony and immediately collapsed at his feet. At that moment, the brown monster behind rose as well, grinding its teeth fiercely. It gathered momentum and charged straight at Ashiro, caught off guard. His eyes went wide in surprise and he scrambled to dodge to the side, just managing to avoid the attack. He braced himself against a nearby tree to regain his balance and shouted, summoning with both hands a sturdy vine, and hurled it straight at the monster. The bundle of vines unfurled into a dense, spiky net that wrapped around the creature, the spikes driving in and making it moan in pain. It thrashed for a moment, then lay still. Ashiro thought, Urrak's vines. He regretted that if he'd coated the spikes with Siren's potion, he could have trapped most of the monsters more easily. Suddenly the creature coughed up a lungful and died on the spot. Panting, Ashiro stepped closer, recalling how Leela had once used this potion to mask body odor. The siren potion had a very strong sedative effect. Seeing the helpless monster lying still, he smiled. It's working. Facing the carcass, Ashiro drew his sword, raised it high with both hands, shouting as if to pump himself up, and charged in to deliver a decisive strike to the center of its skull. The sensation was real, the blade biting into bone, leaving him terrified and trembling violently. Fresh blood splattered all over him. Ashiro gritted his teeth, suppressing his disgust. Bowed his head to look at his reflection on the blood-soaked body and stood frozen, questioning himself. He had never imagined his hands would be stained with blood, yet moments ago he had taken a life. He sighed, hated himself, then snapped back, thinking, I didn't expect it to be only as strong as a level 4 knight, weaker than I thought. On a branch above, a strange, indistinct creature watched him silently, then suddenly leapt down, sensing the danger. Ashiro turned his head, eyes widening as he froze at the unexpected sight. And Boo, having appeared without Ashiro noticing, rushed in and took the killing blow on his back. Even though his body hadn't recovered, he clenched his teeth and endured the pain without making a sound. Blood gushed from his back like a fountain as his limp body collapsed onto Ashiro, causing him to roll onto the ground. The monster stood amid a haze of dust, coldly wiping the victim's blood from its face. Its eyes glowed eerily, and in its other hand it held a dagger, looming over the panicked Ashiro. Ashiro sprang up, slowly turned his head, wanting to clearly see who had saved him. He saw Boo lying motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, missing one arm, with a horrifyingly deep slash across his back. He bowed his head, stifled his rage, his breath catching. He ground his teeth and forced out each word, you. Then Ashiro clenched his sword and charged at the monster, shouting, you bastard. He swung his sword in a horizontal slash at the creature, but it nimbly avoided it, its eyes tracking, searching for Ashiro's opening. Then it deflected the attack. It planted its foot, gathered momentum, and swung the dagger directly at him. Ashiro flinched in panic and hurriedly stepped back a few paces, managing to avoid it. As the blade grazed his scarf, his heart leapt. He'd nearly been hit. The sudden retreat left Ashiro off balance. He crouched low, hands on the ground to steady himself. His heart pounded, teeth clenched, eyes wary of the opponent, silently thankful the enemy's arms were short so he hadn't been worse off. Seeing his hands trembling with fear, he asked himself, this body is so weak, I can barely hold a sword. But looking at the monster, he calculated silently. His reach, arm plus sword, was about twice that of his opponent. As long as it doesn't get close, I still have a chance. Suddenly the monster leapt high and dove straight toward Ashiro. He immediately tracked its movement, and without hesitation grabbed the sword lying on the ground, preparing for the next clash. Waiting for the exact moment the monster lunged beside him, Ashiro swung his sword hard, the blow just nicking one of its ears, but the creature didn't stop and continued to thrust the sharp dagger at him. Watching the dagger fly toward him, Ashiro's nerves snapped tight, his eyes full of panic, his teeth grinding with a low, hollow sound. This isn't good. Ashiro quickly rolled his body and lay flat on the ground to avoid the counterattack. The monster's strike missed and hit Boo, the man who could no longer defend himself. He immediately sat up, eyes brimming with fear and wetness, breathing fast and trembling. I thought it was swinging straight at my shoulder. I almost died. The monster didn't give up and continued charging at Ashiro. By now he had regained his composure, the tip of his sword pointed straight at its face, ready to meet the next assault. The blade flashed, tearing through the air. Ashiro, eyes cold and resolute, swung his sword hard at his opponent. His red cloak billowed brilliantly across the battlefield. The monster widened its eyes, reflexively dodged, then dropped its center of gravity, and suddenly leapt up to stab its knife into Ashiro. Taken aback by the move, Ashiro immediately lifted his leg and kicked the monster hard, knocking the knife from its hand, which flew away under the sun. Seizing the chance, he widened his eyes, shouted at the top of his lungs, and poured all his strength into the final strike. Die. Before the monster could recover, Ashiro drove his sword through its body, pinning the corpse to the tree. The killing blow made the creature shudder. Then it went still, utterly lifeless. He let the sword drop, his body collapsing in exhaustion, gasping, covered in the monster's blood. Ashiro struggled to catch his breath, staring blankly at the corpse, then looked down at his own hands, which were still trembling. He covered his face with his hands, trying to suppress the rising panic, and collapsed, sobbing in pain. This isn't like a game at all. His chest felt hollow, tears blurred his vision, and he painfully asked himself if he had really believed he would die. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, cutting across his emotions. The noise startled Ashiro and he glanced at the system panel. You have defeated a DX2 level monster. You defeated an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Bonus rewards will increase. You used poison traps. Bonus rewards will be reduced. You have won your first battle. Bonus rewards increased. Current level 8 increased to 11. Item storage reward unlocked. Ashiro burst into delighted laughter and cried out, "The item storage, that's it." A loud voice called out, "Prince." He flinched and turned toward the call. Kraut was running up, anxiously asking, "Prince, are you all right?" Seeing the chaotic battlefield, he went pale, trembling, and speechless, looking at the monsters' corpses strewn in pools of blood. He asked in a shaky voice, "What happened?" Ashiro raised his face, still stunned, and anxiously let Kraut check him over, who kept asking, "Are you injured?" He replied softly, "I'm fine." Regaining his composure, Ashiro asked seriously, "How are things over there?" Kraut answered cheerfully, "Fortunately, after I killed 2, the rest retreated. We got lucky." Hearing that, he said nothing and only fell into thought, knowing Leela's plan had worked. Suddenly remembering, he snapped to attention and hurried to Kraut, gripping his cloak with both hands and shouting, "Who is the soldier lying there?" Kraut, slightly surprised, replied, "Do you mean Inbu?" Recalling the sight of his bloodied comrade, he urgently asked, "Yes, where is Inbu?" Kraut pointed off into the distance, "He's over there." Ashiro looked in the indicated direction in fear. And after the fight with the monster, Inbu had not survived. He had died unexpectedly. Ashiro stood numb, pained, and thinking, no one was supposed to die. I'm not naive enough to believe there would be no sacrifices. His voice trembled as he called Inbu's name in a wail. Now Inbu lay still, no longer breathing, facing Ashiro's remorseful apology. "I'm sorry." Head bowed over the cold corpse, Ashiro kept murmuring, "If only I hadn't been careless, if only." Kraut and the guards stood silently, sharing his grief but daring not to step forward to comfort him. Only when he quietly said, "It isn't your fault, Your Highness, he died an honorable death," did Ashiro grow even angrier and snap loudly. "Don't talk nonsense, there's no such thing as an honorable sacrifice. A sacrifice is death." Seeing Ashiro so distraught, Kraut fell silent too, thinking to himself, this is the first time His Highness has lost a subordinate. It's understandable he's so moved. Suddenly everything went dark before Ashiro's eyes, and he couldn't help but let out a cry. Ashiro was stunned to realize the soldiers who had fallen were before him, their bodies wrapped in white cloth. Confronted with so many deaths at once, he shuddered, his lips trembling with fear and sorrow. He forced himself to calm down, then asked Kraut, "What are your casualties?" Kraut answered honestly, 3 dead, 1 wounded. Given the situation, the losses aren't too high. Hearing the report, Ashiro was even more shocked, blaming himself as the cause of the casualties. He reflected silently that if he'd applied his knowledge and tactics better, no one would have had to die. The image of Leela's trap that helped him kill the monster flashed in his mind, reminding him he was alive only because of Leela's setup. Thinking of Inbu's reckless act, who didn't hesitate to take a killing blow for him, Ashiro's hands clenched hard on his thighs. Pain demanding release, he let out a loud, echoing scream. Kraut and the guards were all taken aback by the outburst, their faces stunned and full of anguish. Afterward, Ashiro asked about handling the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Kraut replied, "The situation isn't critical, so we'll preserve the bodies and bring them home." Hearing that, he nodded gently, "I understand." Then he turned and ordered, "Do that." At that moment, there were no more tears in Ashiro's eyes, only an unprecedented resolve. He was determined to see everything done properly. Receiving the order, Kraut turned to command. While the guards behind could no longer hold back their emotions, some covered their faces and sobbed, wiping tears as they thought, "My God, he's too good," they all called out, "Your Highness." Then, with determined looks aimed forward, they vowed to themselves, "We will protect Prince Ashiro at all costs." Kraut was surprised by the change in everyone's attitude as well. He turned back to Ashiro with warm eyes, thinking, "Your Highness, you finally won their trust." After a while, everyone pulled themselves together and busied themselves preparing to depart. Kraut approached solemnly and reported, "Prince, the bodies have been preserved and preparations for departure are complete. Everyone is awaiting your command." In the distance, the guard rank stood at attention, waiting for orders. Ashiro was surprised to realize how different everyone's expressions were now, faces filled with determination and deep loyalty. Looking at his guards, he realized it was time to move forward, to set aside his guilt and resolve to inspire hope in the troops. Ashiro declared in a strong voice, "My warriors, you all fought bravely against the Sasquatch. From now on, I will lead everyone toward our goal as quickly as possible." His blue eyes shone with hope and determination. He continued, "Those who are fit tend to the wounded. We will never abandon our comrades." Finishing his reminder, he called out, "Understood." Everyone clasped a hand to their chests in unison and shouted the response. Time rewound an hour earlier, deep in the silent forest. A pair of glossy black boots suddenly appeared. A familiar figure in a black cloak stepped out of the shadows, Leela herself. At that moment, a massive ape-like monster lunged toward her. Leela frowned in irritation, thinking to herself, "Damn it, they've spotted me." She quickly threw a dagger and tied a cord to a nearby tree, then deftly dodged the monster's attack. She then landed on a high branch, continuing to fling the rope and leap across branches to move with blazing speed. As soon as she touched down, she turned her head and saw the monster still charging fiercely. Because it approached so fast, it didn't notice the thin cord ahead, and the rope immediately cut across its neck, freezing it in place. Leela watched coldly, thinking they've taken the bait. But then the monster suddenly wrenched its massive body, snapping the huge tree and loosening the rope from its neck. Seeing this, Leela couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" She immediately focused, quickly looping the rope around the creature's body, then slipped aside to avoid its furious swings. When the creature's neck was cinched by the rope, it roared madly, while Leela calmly dropped to the ground, ready for the next move. Leela glanced back, inwardly surprised at her own success. She stood watching the creature thrash against the rope. The cord Leela had fashioned from the monster's sinew was both strong and thin, hard to hold by hand, but she refused to give up. The creature's massive legs shook the tree violently. Even standing right in front of it, Leela remained confident because she knew that even if it saw her, it wouldn't help. Suddenly, it pulled so hard the tree cracked. Sensing the danger, Leela thought, "It's trying to tear the whole tree down." She hurriedly pulled a syringe from her pocket, preparing to inject the siren drug directly into it. The beast yanked down 2 more trees in succession, time growing urgent. Leela lunged in, determined to act fast. When the creature broke free from the bindings, its huge hand swung over her head, then slammed into the ground, shattering earth and sending chunks of soil flying. Leela timed a jump and appeared behind it, gripping the syringe tightly, and plunged it decisively into the creature's body. Surprised by the sudden attack, it screamed in pain. Sweat dotted Leela's brow as she worried inwardly, "I've injected the drug, will it even work?" She pulled her cloak over her mouth, held her dagger at the ready, and pinned her hopes on the drug's effect, praying it would work. The beast thrashed violently, flailing its arms and sweeping its feet across the ground with ferocious force. It continued charging forward, causing the tree to snap in half under the strain. At that moment, Leela panicked, thinking it was all over. But suddenly, the massive leg froze mid-motion, its mouth agape, its eyes vacant, and it collapsed to the ground. Leela felt a weight lift off her shoulders and sighed with relief. "It worked. I didn't expect this to actually be effective." She stepped up to the beast, quietly admitting that when it came to poisons, Oshiro was always a step ahead of her. Doubts rose in Leela's mind, for it was strange that a person could change completely overnight. She pulled the syringe free from the beast, recalling the year she'd watched Oshiro and realizing he was now a completely different person. Leela found herself changing her mind and thought, maybe that's for the best. She wiped the blood from the syringe. Sunlight hit her face and her bangs shaded her thoughtful eyes. Leela looked toward the sun, feeling for the first time that true revenge might be possible. She whispered, "Perhaps." Elsewhere, Oshiro surveyed the surrounding situation, his warriors all seriously wounded, supporting one another as they continued onward. He turned to Kraut and ordered, "Kraut, find somewhere for us to rest for a while." He responded quickly, "Yes, sir." In the shade of the trees, the exhausted warriors fell asleep, their bodies riddled with wounds. When a figure approached, everyone called out, "Your Highness." Oshiro, dust-streaked, carrying bottles of medicine, handed them out to each person. "Here, take this." Everyone was surprised. One warrior said, "But this medicine, are you really giving it to us?" Oshiro tossed each a bottle as he said, "Just drink it and get better." From a distance, Kraut shouted, "Prince," then ran over to ask, "What are you doing?" At Kraut's question, Oshiro thought to himself, "Here we go again." Kraut scowled, "These are low-grade medicines, but they're very expensive. Viscount Russell prepared them especially for you." The warriors behind were bewildered, while Kraut kept grumbling, "These 10 vials cost half the Viscount's treasury, truly." Oshiro, who had been silent, suddenly spoke angrily, "You mean I should just stand by and watch? Should I turn a blind eye while the wounded suffer?" Kraut, put on the spot, stammered, "That's not it." The atmosphere grew tense as the warriors turned their eyes to the two of them. Kraut fell silent, saying nothing more. Ashiro reassured him, "Don't worry." He patted Kraut's shoulder and smiled. "After this expedition, I'll be able to take this low-grade medicine like it's nothing." Kraut replied, "Yes, I hope so too." He called to Ashiro, "Your Highness," and they both looked ahead. Though wounded, the warriors stood respectfully before Ashiro, bowing with a hand over their hearts. Ashiro was left speechless. Kraut thought to himself that a man would risk his life for someone who truly valued him. He was certain everyone there felt they had found a lord they genuinely wanted to serve. Ashiro said, "It's time, let's go." The warriors responded in unison. Seeing Kraut smile, he awkwardly stammered, "What's with that face? Hurry up and get ready." Ashiro sat on the edge of the carriage and said, "All right." Suddenly, the system board appeared, catching his attention. The approval rating rose from 14% to 18%. Seeing the update, he smiled with satisfaction. Then Ashiro shouted, "Depart." The caravan of carriages resumed its journey. A man in black was taking notes, muttering, "There's not a bone left here, not even a body to be found. The monsters must have eaten them all, but someone clearly cleaned up the scene." He trembled as he realized that could only mean they had driven off the forest beasts, and only one family here would have the power to do that. Finishing the note, he hurriedly folded the paper into an envelope and vowed to report it at once to Viscount Vio. In a hidden corner, Leela crouched behind the planks, quietly watching the actions of the men in black. The man carefully sealed the letter with sealing wax. Leela recognized the way scouts sealed reports from hunts, a special method used only by professionals. She put her thumb to her mouth, tested the wind, then tilted her body slightly. Took out the vial of blood from earlier. She slowly opened the cap. Quickly flicked the liquid toward the base of a large tree to draw the monsters. Right after, Leela vaulted onto a branch behind her to watch the activity below. The man in black was still busy sealing the letter so he could better observe the situation. The flames flared fiercely, making the monsters scream in terror all at once. Carried by the wind, one monster caught the scent of fresh blood from its kin, seemingly the leader. It rose on its hind legs and growled, as if sending a signal to the pack. Instantly, all the monsters erupted in howls and charged forward. The man in black grabbed the letter and hurriedly leaped along the branches to flee the monsters. As he jumped, he thought that with an elite scout team wiped out, this had to be reported immediately. He reached a large branch, stopped, crouched behind leaves, and looked back to check if he had escaped pursuit. Suddenly, a long sword was driven through his chest from behind. Seeing the blade protruding from his chest and blood gushing out, he panicked and asked who it was, but before he could finish speaking, Leela withdrew the sword and shoved him off the branch to the ground. His head smashed the ground hard, killing him instantly. Leela jumped down and quickly frisked him, searching for something. She pulled out a paper and smiled. "Ah, here it is. Must get this to the young master immediately. Should I let the monsters deal with the body?" Saying that, she left at once. Moments later, a giant foot stomped on his corpse. Sniffed down at it, its eyes turning feral as it let out a threatening roar. Cut to Ashiro. The soldiers descended the steps in single file, each movement careful and tense. Ashiro led them, muttering as he walked, "This makes no sense. This place was built by a retired wizard who wanted nothing more than a quiet life of research until he died. Who would set dangerous traps inside their own home?" Kraut, walking behind, could only sigh, but reminded everyone to ensure the group's safety. Ashiro tapped the wall and explained as they went, "Look, this wall wasn't dug from earth. It's made by melting rock and letting it solidify. With no seams at all. That's very advanced magic." He assessed, "The owner here is at least an 8th level mage. If there really are traps, it would take only a second to turn us to ash." Ashiro's remark made Kraut even more anxious. Suddenly, a soldier reported, "Sir, there's a large open chamber ahead of this corridor." Kraut immediately ordered, "Stay close to the young master." The rest split into 2 teams and searched the surrounding areas thoroughly. Everyone obeyed. "Yes, sir." Ashiro called Kraut over and instructed, "If you find any mid or high-grade potions, prioritize them for the wounded." Kraut answered, "Understood." Then he leaned in and quietly asked, "Young master, how did the Viscount discover these ruins? Was it by chance, or did someone provide the information?" Thomas stroked his chin, pondering. "They even recovered a magic crystal bridge." Ashiro frowned. "This isn't normal at all. The protective magic here has weakened over time, but it's not the kind a Viscount's mage could easily break." He then sat on a chair and asked, "Who is the master of Viscount Servio?" Thomas replied, "It's Marquis Antonio." Hearing that, Ashiro thought to himself, Antonio, I'd better prepare. Kraut now carried over a crate full of red potion bottles and reported, Sir, as you instructed, I've brought the mid-grade potions we found here. Ashiro immediately ordered, bring them to the wounded at once. Everyone followed orders promptly. While Kraut remained uneasy and thoughtful. Ashiro noticed this and reassured him, I understand how you feel, but we can't abandon the wounded. We have enough potions. He asked further any other findings. One man replied, we found gemstones and crystals for magical experiments, along with some herbs. Kraut added, there are a few supportive magical items, but none are particularly remarkable. Ashiro stood, nodded, and said, I understand. Turning his head, he thought there must still be an important item hidden somewhere. While examining a wall, a hand suddenly waved in front of him. He startled and asked, what is it? Kraut reported, we've finished checking, we haven't found any danger, but don't act alone. Ashiro reluctantly agreed, understood. He was still convinced that on this wall, there must be a switch for a secret door. Kraut stood beside him, watching Ashiro's odd actions with growing curiosity. As predicted, Ashiro found the hidden switch and gently pressed it. The door opened with a crack, and a strong beam of light shot straight inside. Both Ashiro and Kraut stood stunned. Kraut exclaimed, I never imagined a place like this would exist. Ahead of them was the staircase the group had just descended, but from here they could see every corner of the ruins. Ashiro thought to himself that this was like a control room, surely functioning as a surveillance system like cameras. Kraut said, but it's strange. Ashiro turned and asked, what do you mean? Kraut replied, I've thoroughly investigated every nook of these ruins, but I've never seen this room before. Ashiro suddenly blurted, this is a false ruin. Kraut asked in surprise, a fake ruin. Ashiro explained, since ancient times, mages often built fake tombs or labs near their real residences to mislead and deter intruders like thieves. Most people are lured by the outward valuables and never find the real secret. Kraut suddenly understood, I get it, so this is the Hoshirin Viscount family's secret vault. Ashiro nodded in confirmation, exactly, this is the final point of this expedition. Kraut asked, so you mean we can take the secret funds in this vault? Ashiro answered, yes, to open the door to the hidden treasury. You must clearly imagine the thing you desire most in your mind. Saying that, Ashiro placed his hand on the crystal orb. Kraut watched intently and remarked, you're skilled with artifacts, you must have talent in magic. Ashiro cut him off, talk less. Just then Kraut heard a strange sound. Ran over in a hurry and discovered, there's a new door here. Ashiro approached, confirming that it led into the fake ruins. He said, just bring the silver that J-Ruse hid here and we're done, but first, let's get out. Ashiro used a control device to scan the entire ancient ruin that J-Ruse had used as a secret vault. Kraut was surprised, I've never seen that door before. Ashiro explained, that's the entrance to the treasury, hidden inside the false ruins. Kraut covered his mouth in shock, so that's how they mined silver without the crown finding out. Ashiro replied, there's no sign of people here, they must have only operated at certain times. Kraut added, if the miners pulled out safely, rumors would have spread by now. Ashiro sighed softly, how tragic. Kraut ground his teeth, I won't forgive them. Ashiro emphasized, right now the important thing is to make sure this never happens again. We need to neutralize the crystal's key. Just change the security code and reset the connection. As long as no one breaks the stone gate, no one can get in. We should also leave them a small gift. Ashiro ordered that all the crates of silver be handed to the expedition members, reminding them to place the prepared scroll on top. Kraut hesitated a bit. Ashiro asked, is there a problem? If you haven't finished checking, I can do it myself. Kraut answered, I understand, sir. I'll finish the task and return right away. After finishing his work with the orb, Ashiro stretched and said, finally, it's done. He continued searching the secret chambers and, as a hunch told him, he discovered a hidden place familiar from his gaming days. He found a bracelet of the great alchemist, which protects the wearer from life-threatening injuries for 2 hours but can be used only 3 times, requiring a week to recharge after each use and then becomes permanently ineffective. Ashiro thought to himself that the item was perfect for those weak in combat strength. He slipped it onto his wrist, watching it and murmuring to himself. Suddenly on the ring appeared black glowing letters, inscribing a line addressed to Hitoria, the goddess who once taught humans the magic system. Though he couldn't read it fully, Ashiro sensed part of its meaning. The moment he touched the inscription, Ashiro was suddenly pulled into the air. The surroundings went dark and he could see nothing. Everything turned strange, as if letters were flooding into his mind. Voices whispered in his ears, "This is wrong, too inhumane." Another voice replied, "There are no humans here, have you forgotten? You are Katoria as well." The conversation continued. "This was agreed upon by the majority. You don't intend to break the pact, do you?" The other answered, "This is violence, I cannot consent." The water voice said, "If you want to be human so badly, I will grant you one wish." The body of the deity gradually transformed into a human form. Ashiro only heard screams and terrible sounds echoing, feeling as if he could no longer bear it. The gods all shouted the name Hecatoria, while the god itself writhed amid a chorus of mockery and jeers. The deities mocked, "No, you have been demoted to a demigod. It's no longer fitting to call you by that name, is it?" Katoria collapsed in pain as the god's words continued. "From now on, you will become an embodiment of hatred and contempt, even toward the humans you love most." Ashiro witnessed the whole scene, his chest tightening. He clutched his head as the gods continued, "You will be brought to a pitiful end by those insects." The last image Ashiro saw was Hitoria's anguished face as the gods taunted, "We're eager to see what expression you'll make." The moment the memories ended, Ashiro jolted awake in a panic. He stared blankly and wondered, is it over? Suddenly a notification appeared. Ashiro looked at it and gasped, "What, an authority skill?" The panel read, "You have received the first authority fragment of Hitoria. You have acquired Penet Lum, the Spear of the Fallen God. Penet Lum's Spear of the Fallen God type. Melee reach equipment enhancement effect. Temporarily unleashes hidden potential, dealing damage to surrounding enemies proportional to the user's maximum level. Attacks cannot be evaded. Limitation, each attack reduces maximum level by 10%. Ashiro couldn't believe his eyes. No way, an authority skill, he thought seriously. Skills are usually ranked from F to S with unique rank highest. But authorities are completely different. They belong only to those who reach rank 10 in vocation, called demigods. An authority is the core of a person, and developing an authority is the only path to attain vocation level 10. Another notification appeared. Absorbing authority fragment, soul level increased, 11 right arrow 18 maximum level, 37 right arrow 43. After reading it, Ashiro pondered, "It seems I didn't come here by mistake. This world, and the goddess Hitoria." He recalled the scenes and asked himself, "To wound a god, only an authority can do it. Does that mean I have to take revenge on the other gods on Hitoria's behalf?" The thought made him break out in a cold sweat. Then a strange excitement rose within him. Ashiro laughed. "So this is the real purpose of this game." He took a deep breath and made a decision. "No matter what happens, I will see it through." Suddenly a voice called out, "Your Highness," it was Kraut. Ashiro asked Kraut, "Have you loaded everything up?" He sounded a bit awkward, "Your Highness, please don't be startled." Ashiro was surprised, not understanding what he meant. When Kraut led him to look, Ashiro's eyes lit up in astonishment. Before them lay countless gold and jewels, so much that Ashiro cried out, "So many, more than you can count." Kraut began reporting, "There are 6 chests full of gold, totaling about 30,000 coins." Ashiro chuckled softly, "More than I expected. And there are 420 chests of silver, worth the equivalent of 1,000 gold coins." But Kraut sighed, "Moving all of this with just the expedition team won't be easy." Ashiro laughed again, "You mean, it's troublesome because we have too much gold? For me it's no problem." He recalled the system notification from when they defeated the goblins. "You have won the first battle, reward unlocked, inventory bag." Ashiro quietly cheered, "That's right, the inventory bag." He giggled, "Try these chests first," Kraut called, "Your Highness." Ashiro winked, "It's fine, bring all the chests here." Though puzzled, Kraut obeyed. When everything had been brought in, Kraut asked, "Your Highness, what are we going to do with all these chests?" Ashiro raised his wrist, revealing the space bracelet. "Don't worry, I received a spatial artifact here. It's big enough to hold all these chests." Kraut gaped, nearly shouting, "What, such a high-grade artifact?" Ashiro said quietly, "I want to keep this a secret." Kraut immediately nodded repeatedly, "The fewer who know, the better. I'll guard the outside." As he left, Ashiro murmured, "Thanks, now let's begin." He focused. A status window appeared. When Ashiro thought of the inventory bag, a space opened before his eyes. All right. He began storing items, and the moment he touched the first chest, it vanished. Ashiro excitedly said to himself, "One down, put them all in quick as possible." After that, the silver chests and the gold chests disappeared into the inventory one after another. When he was finished, Ashiro smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "No more worries with this inventory bag, I won't lack anything." When the area was cleared, he said, "Time to go." Ashiro walked up the stairs and gradually left the place. Outside, he heard the welcome calls of the returning forces. The prince. Kraut respectfully reported, everything is ready to depart. Seeing Ashiro look around as if searching for someone, Kraut asked, Your Highness. Are you looking for Leela? Hearing that, Kraut shook his head and answered, I haven't seen her. Do you think she betrayed us and ran off? I've never trusted her. Ashiro snapped. Do you still think the Rangers' retreat was a coincidence? Kraut was stunned by the question. Ashiro patiently explained the whole situation again, leaving everyone shocked. Kraut couldn't believe it and exclaimed. Attacking the lair of the forest monsters alone, that's suicide. He added worriedly, I don't have warm feelings toward her, but I don't want her to die like that. Ashiro only sighed, I wanted to try another method, but who was it that brushed off my proposal as an adventure? Hearing that, Kraut bowed his head, filled with regret, thinking his judgment had been dangerous to try an untested approach. In the end, she had been completely right. Ashiro continued, Leela still hasn't returned, something must have happened to her. He recalled Leela's contributions and urged everyone, thanks to her, we avoided many sacrifices. Now it's our turn to help her. Isn't that right, knights? The knights all responded to Ashiro's command. In unison, let's help her. Kraut also told himself, I only slowed everyone down, pathetic. As a knight, at least I will fulfill my duty. Seeing everyone's morale rise, Ashiro immediately issued orders. All right, Kraut, select members to form a separate team. Kraut replied, yes. He continued, the others wait in the basement, do not leave your posts. Ashiro began assessing the situation. There are two possibilities. Either it's the previous boss monster or its pursuers from the organization Leela used to belong to. He thought, but it's definitely the forest monsters. The pursuers don't know we're here. The cellar door opened just as he was lost in thought. Ashiro recalled, Leela said she erased all traces. She wouldn't be careless enough to get captured. Ashiro remembered Leela said she erased all traces. She wouldn't be careless enough to get captured. Watching everyone argue, he worried, the question is how do we find her? At that moment someone called, Young Master, what will you do now? He turned and replied, has everyone gathered? We will go after the boss monster, we will take revenge. The man asked in surprise, are you serious? Ashiro handed him something and said firmly, boil these herbs in oil and coat our weapons and cloaks with it. He asked curiously, what's this for? Ashiro scowled, just do as I say, any more complaints? Kraut, afraid, replied, no, I'll do it now. After assigning tasks, Ashiro looked into the distance and prayed silently, wait for us, Leela. The whole force hid in the brush, watching the monster's den. One warrior reported, only the females and young are inside. The males are probably off chasing Leela or hunting. Ashiro ordered, start by dealing with those inside. The others will notice and hurry back. Kraut repeated, you said we should track the males that chased Leela. But is that wise? As you know, they're not easy opponents. Ashiro just smiled, see how strong this poison is. Kraut stared at the sword coated in toxin, uneasy and fearful. After a spirited stomp, the knights charged forward, Kraut leading the shout, charge. At that moment, loud noises erupted from the bushes. Ashiro spotted it quickly and yelled, they're coming, scatter. All we need is to follow the tracks of the males. The monsters surged in one direction at once, shaking everything around them. Ashiro commanded, everyone's in, let's go. Thomas answered crisply, yes. Looking at the massive footprints in the ground, Ashiro marveled, good, we arrived in time. The tracks are very clear. Thomas nodded in agreement. Ashiro climbed onto Thomas's back and ordered, there's no way Leela was taken down by common foes. We'll follow the biggest tracks. Thomas agreed at once, yes. Sitting steady on the knight's back, Ashiro pointed ahead with vigor. All right, let's go. The knight was no less enthusiastic, replying loudly, yes, young master. The two ran after the huge tracks deeper into the forest. While moving, Thomas suddenly asked, do you maybe like her? Ashiro was taken aback, what? He laughed, I mean Leela, she's pretty, isn't she? Ashiro pretended to be annoyed, tapped Thomas lightly on the head and scolded, not that. Focusing on the chase, Thomas just smiled, I get it. He suddenly grew serious. Anyway, I never imagined Leela would volunteer for such a dangerous mission. Ashiro replied, she also realized we needed her. This is the only place we could take shelter from tonight's storm. He thought about Leela, yes, she might be famous like a star back on Earth, but she didn't care about that. Resting his chin on Thomas's shoulder, Ashiro reflected that perhaps it was the urgency of survival. He remembered an event. The first continent-wide incident in this game was the invasion of the Jebiru Kingdom, and the faction that played a major role then was the Mountain Rangers. I used to think they were just volunteer soldiers, but perhaps a faction like Count Servio's deliberately trained them. After the final slash felled the monster, Kraut stood stunned, barely able to believe it. We won. The other soldiers cheered in relief. They're wiped out. Lord Kraut, as the young master said, not one of us was hurt. Wasting no time, Oshiro hurriedly straightened them. No time to rest, we're going to see the Lord. The soldiers responded in unison, yes. Kraut then led everyone charging forward. As he went, he thought of Oshiro, my young master, I truly respect you, please stay safe. The scene shifted to a hand lying on the grass, and a bloodied, wounded face collapsed on the ground. The scent of blood had drawn a pack of wolves to the fallen girl. At that moment, Thomas and Oshiro rushed in just in time to protect her. Thomas swung his sword at the wolves and shouted, scatter. Oshiro went to Leela's side. Seeing the large wound on her body, he called anxiously, Leela, wake up. He hurriedly took out a vial of medicine. He assessed tense that the wound was deeper than he thought, if her skin could be healed by a mid-grade healing potion. He didn't hesitate to pour the potion into the wound. Leela let out a faint groan. Hearing the sound, Oshiro exhaled in relief, glad she was still alive. He puffed his cheeks, trying to roll her over, thinking the wound should gradually heal, but now she needed to drink medicine to start recovering. A voice called out, young master. Seeing Thomas, he quickly asked for his help. The monsters have been driven off. Thank you, help me flip her over. Oshiro immediately supported her head and poured the medicine for Leela to drink. Watching her body begin to recover, he exclaimed with joy. Her skin is healing, she looks stronger. Thomas beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. Just then Kraut ran up shouting, young master. Oshiro turned and saw everyone, relieved he had arrived just in time. Time moved forward a week later, at Count Shikin's castle. Oshiro's face was dotted with sweat. He was jogging while gasping for breath. While running, he did the maths. His current level was 18, the average combat level for a healthy adult male was 20, so that's not bad for a 15-year-old. Russell stood watching with Kraut. He observed though training time was short, his endurance has improved significantly. He seems naturally gifted with a strong physique. Kraut chimed in with a laugh, indeed, he's nothing like before the Ruin expedition. Maybe he's been using something good in secret. Hearing that, the man tapped his head and judged, you're crafty, I'm still carefree. Oshiro on the side was lost in thought, silently warning himself to be careful. Then smiled with determination, my leveling journey has only just begun. Kraut asked, when should we resume sword training for the young master? Vel answered, not yet, top priority is letting his body recover. Seeing the young master stop, Kraut hurriedly asked, are you finished? Oshiro replied calmly, I have business at the magic tower today. Hearing that, he repeated curiously, the magic tower? Oshiro answered, yes. Then he announced, I'm going to wash up, prepare for a visit to the tower branch. The man immediately acknowledged, understood. Russell beside him suddenly spoke up, it seems you really trust the young master now. Kraut replied, to be honest, I still don't fully understand him. But one thing's certain, he's so talented that someone like me can hardly grasp the extent of his abilities. And one more thing, he genuinely cares for his subordinates and the people of the domain. Then he explained, that's why I can't let unnecessary doubts hold him back. Russell folded his arms and pondered, at first I only came here to look after the young master, but now I can hardly keep up with his thoughts and actions. Kraut observed, still, he needs a mentor to guide him. His outward authority is still lacking in many ways. Russell, anxious, said there's no other way, he's only 15 and has no formal title yet, he must complete the coming-of-age rites and reach rank 4 as soon as possible. Kraut comforted him, with his steady progress it likely won't be long. Russell thought for a moment, then added, Count Korin has passed away. I used to worry about the dark clouds over the territory, but unexpectedly the right person to take over appeared so soon. A lion is still a lion. The scene shifted to a small but rather tall tower. The Shikin territorial branch of the Magic Tower. Inside were thousands of books neatly arranged around the tower with a gigantic staircase. A voice called from within, welcome. Oshiro and Kraut arrived at the door and were invited in, please come in. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl wearing round glasses opened the door. Seeing the two, she exclaimed in surprise, oh my. She immediately rushed forward, grabbing their hands with exuberant praise. A handsome young boy and a handsome, muscular man. I don't know who you are, but handsome men are always welcome. She pulled both of them inside cheerfully. Please. The two felt a bit embarrassed by her enthusiasm. Oshiro replied politely, ah, thank you. Both of them couldn't help but admire her bright, hospitable manner. It was an open, rank-agnostic reaction from a mage. She asked, "Are you thirsty? Would you like some tea?" Then she lightly extended her hand to cast a spell. And instantly the teapot set on the table floated up, 2 cups flying over to Oshiro and Kraut. Both of them were surprised, mouths agape. "Oh." She stepped forward, picked up the teapot, and touched it with one hand. Immediately steam rose from the teapot's spout. Oshiro marveled inwardly as steam billowed up. He wondered how a 5th-rank mage could be at such a small branch. At that moment the character info panel appeared. It read, Rosen Dreamwalker, age 32, mage rank, minor white magic affinity, branch manager, dreamy personality. Status normal, combat strength rank 5, level 5661, administrative reputation D, finances B, military E, diplomacy. After finishing the tea, she spoke up right. Rosen asked, noticing both of their surprise. Oshiro answered honestly, "I didn't expect someone like you to be out here in the countryside," and added a compliment, "Your manners are so elegant." Kraut blushed at that, wondering curiously, oh, maybe she's the type the young master likes. Rosen chuckled and returned the compliment, "You're charming." Oshiro added, "If you can heat tea instantly like that, your skill level must be at least rank 5. He winked and praised subtly, "Hardly anyone reaches that level in their 20s unless they're an apprentice of the Tower Master." Receiving the youthful compliment, Rosen was delighted and bashful. "Oh no, you're flattering me." Kraut beside her, hearing his master praised, could only gape, embarrassed. Oshiro then reached behind and pinched Kraut, making him jump in sharp pain. Flattered, Rosen smiled brightly and replied cheerfully, "I may look young, but don't assume I'm a Tower Master's apprentice in my 20s. Actually, I'm over 30. Oshiro grew even more excited. "You don't look 30 at all. Do you have a secret?" Kraut clutched the spot that had been pinched, sat obediently sipping tea while listening to their conversation. Rosen answered, "Nothing special, I just always get enough sleep and wash my face with purified water." Oshiro complimented again, "Surely your skin is naturally beautiful." After a pleasant while of chatting, Rosen suddenly realized and holding her cheek asked, "Oh my, what am I saying? By the way, what brings you here today?" Kraut went pale, thinking finally they were getting to the point. Oshiro spoke bluntly. "Actually, I'm here to buy a roll of explosive talismans." Hearing that, Rosen exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my." And exclaimed, "You're a distinguished customer." Rosen cheerfully stated the price, 30 rolls for 600 gold, but she especially reduced it to 500 gold for Oshiro because he's handsome. He worried, "Would that trouble you?" secretly thinking that a good-looking face really could bring benefits. Kraut was quietly pleased to save 100 gold. Rosen smiled, "Don't worry, though the Magic Tower branch looks shabby, the manager's authority is the same everywhere." The two broke into a sweat, pondering the deeper implications. Oshiro wanted to add, "By the way, I actually have another request." Rosen cheerfully said, "Feel free, tell me." He hesitated slightly. "This is a bit hard to say, but I'd like to borrow from the reserve fund." The cheer vanished from Rosen's face. The reserve fund. She picked up her teacup and asked, "May I ask how much you need?" 60,000 gold, the answer made Rosen spit out her tea. He explained, "I can't touch that money at will." She nodded, "I understand." Oshiro assured her in return, "I'll leave gold and silver as collateral. While I borrow, I'll continue paying interest." Hearing that, she asked seriously, "Interest too?" He confirmed, "Of course, even if only for a short time, this is still a proper loan." The reason was that if he repaid J-Ruse with the gold and silver stolen from his secret vault, it would be an admission of theft. Oshiro promised he would pay appropriate interest. He made the offer because there was nowhere else to borrow 60,000 gold. "I have to borrow this money here at any cost." Rosen bowed her head, "I'm sorry, but that seems a bit difficult." Oshiro, exasperated, said, "Damn it, isn't goodwill toward me enough? I rushed things." She regretted, "I think the supervisor will definitely refuse." But then Rosen unexpectedly delivered good news. "There's only one way." Oshiro's face relaxed. She smiled and suggested, "As you can see, the center doesn't supervise too closely here. Why don't the three of us keep this a secret?" Oshiro asked again, "A secret between the three of us?" Rosen explained, "As long as you pay back within 6 months, it's fine. If after 6 months we will sell all the gold and silver we hold as collateral." Oshiro was delighted because it fit the plan. He assessed that with a mage always craving research funds, Rosen must be eager for the interest on 60,000 gold. Rosen made small talk. "This tea is really good." Both bowed to thank Rosen. Oshiro said, "It would be a great relief for us if you could help, milady." Kraut said nothing, only worriedly watching the two. Rosen smiled and replied, "Thank goodness, it seems we get along well, young master." Oshiro grinned slyly, thinking to himself that this settled his debt to her. At that moment, Gerard Milsers angrily shouted at his men, "Maps, bring me the maps." A soldier hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." While waiting, Myras muttered curses, both annoyed and impatient. He was worried because a patrol around the secret vault had gone missing. When the soldier brought the maps, he pointed to the spots where the patrol had left traces, according to the usual route. But if they took the shortcut, it would take only one day. Just thinking of that made Milser so furious he was sweating. His fists clenched, his face flushed with anger. He shouted the order, "Move to the Gorda Plateau immediately, prepare." The soldiers echoed the command and quickly set out. On the way, they encountered a giant stone man. A soldier shouted in panic, "It's a golem." The troops screamed in fear, a golem, how can we defeat that?" Kep reassured the soldiers, "Calm down, stone golems are huge but slow, attack from a safe distance." But at that moment, the stone being casually swept its arm. Soldiers who couldn't dodge were crushed. Blood spattered everywhere. Eyes wide with horror. Another soldier tried to rally them, "Keep fighting." But no sooner had he finished than another of the stone being's blows sent a soldier flying, his body drenched in blood. The remaining troops could only scream in panic, "Damn it, another one down." They were truly annihilated. Milser stood there without emotion, while Kep muttered angrily. A mage in the group said it must have been a 5th-level mage nearby controlling the golem. Kep turned back and asked, "Lord J-Ruse, casualties are spreading, should we fall back and reorganize our ranks?" Milser snapped angrily, "What are you saying?" His cold-bloodedness made everyone shudder. He ordered, "No matter what happens, the tribute for the count must be delivered within 3 days. Clear the road in 24 hours. And anyone who fails to do so can prepare to die here." At another castle, Oshiro wondered, "I wonder if they've received my gift yet." Rosen smiled and asked, "The gift you mentioned, do you mean a lover?" He reached out as if to give her something, but then sank down into a chair in disappointment. Rosen laughed and said, "I would like to receive your gift too." Outside, Lilala eavesdropped, not fully understanding. She decided to peek in. She burned with jealousy, thinking, is that vixen trying to seduce him? Kraut opened the door and stepped in, and Leela silently followed behind. He informed Oshiro all the luggage has been stored in the magic tower. Meanwhile, Leela peered in with a pouty, jealous face. She puffed her cheeks to show her jealousy. Oshiro turned to thank Kraut. "Thanks for your effort." Kraut handed him a box. "This is a gift for you." Oshiro accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, wait for me outside for a moment." Leela and Kraut both left and got into the carriage first. Leela angrily asked Kraut, "Why is the young master working with that magic tower?" Kraut pretended innocence. "Oh, I don't know." Inside, he just hoped she wouldn't ask more. Hearing that, Leela just glared at him. When Rosen opened the gift box, she cried out with delight, "Oh my, it's so beautiful. Did you really intend to give this to me?" Inside was a sparkling necklace. Oshiro said, "This is a thank you for the funds you've supported recently," though inwardly he thought that he had found this item during a hunt and never imagined using it this way. She warned Oshiro, "You promised not to speak of this, right? You know, if we make it official, it requires a lot of paperwork and might not be permitted." Oshiro smiled, "I know, I'll keep relying on you." Rosen cheerfully replied, "I'm grateful too. Deals like this are always welcome. You've significantly increased scroll revenue." Suddenly she asked seriously, "By the way, where did you use up all those explosive scrolls? Were you in a battle?" Oshiro's expression turned serious as well, secretly impressed by her information-gathering skills. He simply smiled, "No, I wasn't doing anything dangerous, just replenishing what we used at the mine." Rosen continued, "Spending so many pricey scrolls just for mining. Did you discover a gold vein, knowing it was time to leave?" Oshiro only laughed, "Leave the rest for next time, we'll see each other more often." Hearing that, Rosen merely smiled and replied, "I'm very much looking forward to it." Oshiro left, getting into the carriage with Kraut and Leela. In his storage, he possessed bonds worth 100 gold, 600. As he stepped toward the two of them, he grinned slyly, making both a little frightened. Oshiro thought to himself that with this, the Count's huge debt would be settled. The only remaining issue was to wait for Milsers's reaction when he discovered the secret fund had been stolen. He pictured the man's enraged face, then thought about how Milsers would respond when everything was exposed. As for Sven, he had once been little more than roadside weed, ordered, assassinated, and nearly killed. Oshiro vowed to make them pay for everything he'd endured. Oshiro climbed into the carriage and thought that, even if they could never have imagined this happening. He knew clearly that it wasn't over yet, the revenge would continue. On the other side, Milcers's army was struggling against the stone man. The soldiers hurled chains to bind the golem's arms and tied the ropes to a large post, trying to prevent it from moving freely. The stretch chains exposed the golem's core. One soldier spotted it and shouted, "I see the core." Immediately he charged forward yelling, "Die." Then leaped up and plunged his sword into the golem's core. When the blade touched the core, a violent explosion erupted, and the golem blew apart. When the smoke cleared, the scene was grotesquely horrific. Soldier corpses and chunks of stone were scattered everywhere, weapons strewn about. Cap reported regretfully, "We've defeated the monster, but at least 60% of the force has been wiped out." Milcers, unconcerned, immediately ordered, "Open the stone gate now." The soldiers quickly moved toward his secret vault. Milcers yelled, "Get in." A mage produced a magical orb. "Here, sir." Milcer snapped, "You're late." He shoved the orb into the gate. Instantly, a message appeared, "Invalid user, unauthorized access detected, countermeasure protocol activating, keep away from the entrance. Countdown 180, 179. Milcers panicked, "What's happening?" He frantically shoved the orb back in. But the clock kept counting down, 140, 139, invalid user, continuous unauthorized access detected. He angrily kicked the gate, cursing. The countdown continued, 95, 94. Milcers grew increasingly frantic and screamed at the mage. The mage tried to reassure him, "Lord Jairus, secure your safety first and we'll check it afterward." Now the time was only 60, 59. The mage shouted, ordering the soldiers, "Quick, escort Lord Jairus to retreat." When time ran out, a notification appeared, "Counterattack program will activate, all monsters in range will be summoned." The soldiers went pale at the sight of countless monsters appearing before them. At that moment, Oshiro, Kraut, and Leela were riding back in the carriage. In the carriage, Oshiro asked Leela, "Where did you hear this?" Leela replied, "It all started when the young master confessed his feelings to that mage." She pouted in annoyance. Oshiro sighed softly, "My heart feels like it'll break. I wonder if I was made heir just to do things like this." He suddenly asked, "I want to ask you something. If I betray Count Selvio, what will happen?" The question fell silent over the carriage. Leela, surprised, asked back, "Why would you betray Count Selvio?" Oshiro replied, "He is someone who never accepts defeat." He asked further, "So would Jairus obediently accept death if the Count ordered it?" Leela answered, "As the young master said, if Jairus discovers the secret fund was stolen, he will certainly do everything to survive. I don't think he would hesitate to betray the Count if necessary." Hearing that, Kraut was astonished. Oshiro mused, he won't let himself be dragged down easily. Looking at Leela, he realized Jairus was certainly calculating something. A rising sense of unease came over him, and Oshiro was frustrated, feeling he was missing something important. On the Goza Plateau, Kep and Jairus stood on a rocky outcrop, both staring into the distance. Kep knelt to report, "With your support, we defeated the monsters," but he hesitated. The Viscount's shadow army was nearly wiped out. Hearing this, Jairus could not accept the defeat and roared, "Raise a new army at once. What are you waiting for? Open that door." The soldiers obeyed without question. Gerard, clutching the magical paper, anxiously sought a way to open the gate. There was no option but to use an explosive magic scroll. The scroll detonated, rocking the area and sending dust and dirt flying. When the smoke cleared, a large hole in the outcrop revealed an entrance into the cavern. A soldier reported, "It's open, Lord Gerard." He shouted, "Move in." But a very bad feeling gnawed at him. Just as he feared when everyone entered, there was nothing inside. A soldier shouted back, "There's nothing here." Jairus flew into a rage, eyes bulging, yelling, "Search thoroughly, find the silver." He berated the soldiers angrily, and they scattered to search in haste. A knight in the group picked up several scrolls lying on the ground, and curious, opened one to find a latticework diagram inside. Suddenly the paper flared with brilliant light, and that light illuminated the entire cavern, blinding everyone's vision. Gerard also saw the strange glow, his pupils constricting in shock. The light turned out to be magical flames, violently erupting within the cavern, causing chunks of rock to rain down from the ceiling. The blasts forced through everyone to the ground. Gerard lay sprawled, angrily looking around, bewildered by what had happened this time. The powerful explosion collapsed the mine tunnels, burying the soldiers he'd sent to search for silver under rubble. Once they realized the shafts had caved in, everyone suspected a triggered magic trap. Someone reported in panic, everyone who was down there has been buried. Hearing this, Gerard's face darkened. He was filled with panic and dread. He thought it was over. This time the Viscount Selvio would surely punish him. He tried to steady himself, but his features remained drawn and anxious. Suddenly Gerard sprang up, his look turning vicious as he decided it was time to activate the emergency plan. A soldier who witnessed that expression began to tremble. When Gerard turned to the man who had reported earlier, he spoke softly, "I have always been grateful to you." The soldier, thinking he would be praised, beamed with pride. But before he could understand what was happening, Gerard drew his sword, moved closer and leaned down and whispered, "It's all right, this isn't your fault, you were just unlucky. To keep the secret, there's no other way." After saying that, he quickly thrust his sword. Blood sprayed everywhere and the man died on the spot. Afterward, the one who had opened the trap scroll stepped forward, whispering to Gerard, "Kep definitely won't let this go. He's noticed something odd and may be personally investigating the ruins." Gerard replied solemnly, "Maybe he's already gone in himself. Right now, all we can do is follow the emergency plan and do our best." The scene shifted to Viscount Selvio's manor on a rainy night. Rain pattered steadily, the atmosphere grew even more silent, and only the manor remained lit. Gerard had escaped the cavern and returned to report. He knelt with his head bowed, not daring to look at Viscount Selvio. Selvio stood with his back turned, quietly gazing at the sky through the window. Then slowly spoke, "I've heard everything." Hearing that, Gerard hurriedly prostrated himself, trembling as he apologized, "I'm sorry, my lord." Viscount Selvio didn't look at him. He sat down in a chair and said coldly, "I don't want to hear cheap apologies. Results are everything. Tell me, where is the silver reserved for this grand project?" Gerard lifted his head and replied respectfully, "I believe grave robbers are to blame. They tunneled through, but it was probably just a common ruin, which may have accidentally triggered the security system. Most of the large stash of silver should still be there because the passage was too narrow to carry much away." Viscount Selvio asked again, "Most of the silver is still there?" Gerard, terrified and sweating profusely, managed to answer, "Yes, only a few small chests could have been taken." He continued describing the plan he'd prepared. "I've secretly offered rewards to merchants dealing in precious metals and set up ambush plans. That silver won't be easy to move, they'll surely come back." Selvio clenched the armrest, showing approval of the plan. He stood, turned to Gerard and said, "When they return, we'll catch them." Hearing that, Gerard brightened with hope. But unexpectedly, Selvio produced a whip, his voice fierce, "You will be punished." Gerard went pale, silently thinking, "Please spare me, my lord." Selvio swung the whip, striking Gerard hard across the back. He groaned in pain. The more he cried out, the harder the whip fell. Selvio snarled, "Are you mocking me?" Gerard could only clutch his head, tears streaming, enduring it and unable to escape this hell. Viscount Selvio bellowed, "I know you've always regarded Kep, commander of the Shadow Army, as an enemy. But this time, the Shadow Force you trained became useless because of you. More than half are no longer usable." He lashed out with such force that blood spattered across his face and hands, the hand holding the whip trembling with rage. He ground his teeth, "Your quarrels mean nothing to me, but if they affect this grand enterprise, then that's another matter." Gerard screamed in agony until Selvio finally threw the whip to the floor. He said sternly, "You will withdraw from the Shadow Forces. If you need assistance, you may act only with my permission." "Do you understand?" Gerard replied respectfully, "I understand." When Viscount Selvio left, his mind was troubled by worry over the tribute he had to send to Marquis Antonio. He thought of Oshiro, who had just informed the Siccan territory that the official seizure process was starting. Selvio bowed his head and thought, "If they hand over even a little, we'll use it to cover the shortfall in tribute. If the amount taken still isn't enough, there will be no choice but to sell the assets of the merchants under your authority." Hearing the Viscount's words, Gerard's face darkened. He kowtowed respectfully, his back torn and wounds still bleeding. "I understand, my lord," he replied, but inwardly seething, "Damn it, that's the fortune I've worked so hard for." Selvio stepped toward his chair and ordered, "You may go. But know that I haven't forgiven you. You must recover my silver." He sat down and warned coldly, "If you don't, you know the consequences, do you not?" Gerard kept his head bowed, sweat pouring down. He gritted his teeth and answered, "I will follow your orders." Leaving Viscount Selvio's manor, Gerard returned home in tatters. As soon as he entered, a servant saw him and anxiously asked, "Lord Gerard, are you all right?" He groaned in pain, "You." The servant immediately handed him a bottle of medicine and urged him to take it to ease the pain. In such agony, his hand trembled as he took the bottle. And as he drank, the medicine spilled out. The servant used a cloak to cover the wound on his back. "I'll dress your wound, my lord," Gerard moaned. "I also need medicine to heal my back. Where's Jacob?" The servant replied respectfully, "I'm sorry for the late notice. He's no longer of use. I dealt with him last night." Gerard merely hummed in agreement and muttered to himself, "I drank too much that day. Has anyone taken his place?" Gerard moved to the window, opened it, and looked down at the courtyard where a carriage was waiting. The servant continued, "We just found a boy from the desert. He has green eyes and brown hair. He looks a lot like Prince Asiro." Gerard painfully stuck his head out, letting the rain pour over him, then grudgingly accepted, "From the desert, huh? I never liked those with dark skin, but I suppose we'll have to make do." He went back inside. Rainwater left a long streak down the carpet. "How are the preparations coming along?" The servant answered, "Everything will be ready in 3 days. However, the enforcers won't make this easy. I'm not sure we'll be able to escape safely." Gerard's face flashed with scheming. "More than half of the Shadow Army are dead or wounded. The rest have scattered searching for grave robbers who don't exist. This is our best chance to act." At that moment, he and the servant were already in the carriage. The carriage rolling through the rain. Despite the pain, Gerard seemed excited. No, perhaps this is the right opportunity after all. He ordered, "Go to Baron Shekin's estate and take everything of value, whatever money we can get to rebuild our lives afterward." The servant was silent, but in his mind he weighed the succession chessboard of the Shekin family, already unsettled by Asiro. He worried whether things would be that easy. A few days later, the sun broke through over Ashiro's castle. Kraut burst into the young master's study in a panic and reported, "Master, Garrulus has come to see us, seems related to debts." Russell confirmed the young master's earlier prediction. Asiro was now sprawled across the desk. At the sound of his name, he sprang up. Russell quickly instructed Kraut and said, "You two should go meet him with the young master." Kraut, slightly surprised, asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Russell replied calmly, "The young master is now fully capable of leading this territory alone. I won't let that old man's boasting undermine the young master's reputation. My role is to support him." Kraut understood and solemnly accepted the order. The scene shifted to the reception room. Gerard sat in a chair scrutinizing Asiro. He extended a hand in a feigned friendly gesture and sneered, "Your physique has improved a lot, young master." Asiro replied coldly, "I don't need unnecessary pleasantries. Your rude attitude is testing my patience. Get to the point." Hearing that, Gerard only gave a sly smile and spoke without beating around the bush, "I'll be blunt. The official debt collection has begun. It's been determined that the Sane territory cannot repay the 60,000 gold debt. Therefore, we intend to seize all valuable pledged items." Kraut looked at him with anger, while Asiro remained calm. "What if I refuse?" He swaggered, smirking, "I'll appoint a high official to ensure that can't happen." He pointed in everyone's faces, emphasizing, "I'll demand oversight." Kraut couldn't contain his anger and stepped forward to confront him. Gerard sat cross-legged, arms folded behind the chair in a provocation. Now, no need for violence. My judgment is important. Threats will only make things worse." Expecting Asiro to get angry, he instead just smiled and replied, "If your judgment is really that important, there must be a way to delay repayment in special circumstances, right?" Gerard, as if he'd been waiting for that question, grinned malignantly. "If you show a little good faith, things can change." Everyone recognized his brazen demand for a bribe. Asiro pondered, feeling that repaying this debt would be a huge loss, and wondered, why is he demanding early repayment? Does he need money? Then, realizing the key issue, Asiro's eyes lit up. He understood the man's real purpose in coming here: money. He continued to speculate why the man needed money so badly. Surely their secret slush fund had been stolen and they were banking on our territory failing to repay on time. To trap him, Asiro kept a smiling face, propped his chin on his hands, and feigned calm. "I've already raised the full amount, so there's no need to pretend to show good faith to you." Hearing that, Gerard jumped up in shock, completely unprepared for this. He asked in astonishment, "What? How did you raise that much money?" Asiro, pleased at his opponent's panic, mocked cheerfully. "Why the surprise? Isn't that a good thing?" Inwardly he felt ever more certain his plan had worked. Then Asiro slammed a stack of bond certificates on the table to show him why they had so much money. "These are bearer bonds issued by the Royal Chamber of Commerce, genuine." Gerard's face froze. His eyes wide in disbelief. He stared at the pile of bonds, certain they were real and secretly calculated. Where would he get 60,000 gold? A greedy thought flashed through Gerard's mind. If he stole those bonds and fled, unlike gold or silver, the royal bonds were light and easy to carry. He could escape a death sentence and live abroad. With that sum, everything would become far too easy. Oshiro recognized the man's intent and slowly continued, pushing him into a passive position. Then placed a large, gleaming silver piece on the table, which left Gerard stunned. Would you like to inspect it? I have 32 more like this among a total of 420 chests of silver. Confusion and rage showed plainly on Gerard's face. He clenched his teeth and sat silently. He knew full well Oshiro was implying that he himself had stolen that silver. Inside, he panicked. Had he been discovered? He also feared what would happen if Viscount Selvio learned the whole truth. Oshiro studied his expression, then broke the prolonged silence. He asked, when the rumor spreads that Viscount Selvio fled with the slush fund, what do you think will happen to you? Gerard could only hang his head, sweat pouring down as if he were bathed in it. Oshiro cheerfully held up 2 fingers. You only have 2 choices. One is to admit the slush fund was stolen and accept punishment. The other is to betray the Viscount and flee. Gerard bit his lip and in the end could only bow his head in helplessness. Seeing his opponent backed into a corner, Oshiro proactively offered a way out. I'll help you survive if you run. This is a rare chance. What will you do? Kraut stood outside watching, unable to help feeling uneasy about Oshiro's actions. Gerard knew there was no way back but still set a condition. Just helping me leave this territory isn't enough. Oshiro, having anticipated this, stressed, prepare solid backing so no one can touch you. When Gerard expressed a desire for stronger guarantees, Oshiro asked, are you willing to serve under my command? You were once the most powerful man in this region. I may not yet be worthy. Gerard changed his tone, respectfully addressing Oshiro as Sir, and saying, I need an even stronger guarantee. That is the bearer bonds issued by the crown. Seeing his counterpart agreed, Oshiro placed a receipt on the table and demanded a signature. There is a price for this choice. Sign here first, then we'll talk. When Gerard read the receipt, he was horrified. It confirmed that the Second Territory had fully repaid its debt to MAS and was secured by bearer bonds. He laughed aloud, his eyes full of admiration. You are terrifying. You fooled the whole world all this time. Fine, I'll sign. Gerard signed the receipt, privately regretting that he had ever underestimated Oshiro. Seeing he had signed, Oshiro was very pleased to have gained another valuable ally. But Jeruz's gaze at that moment was full of vigilance and anxiety. He asked, so from now on, what should we do? Kraut tightened his grip on the roll of paper, his face deep in thought. Oshiro held firm, we will go to the capital. They quickly prepared to depart. Gerard saw Oshiro and Kraut to the city gate and bowed his head in farewell. Kraut asked suspiciously, you anticipated this and prepared countermeasures, didn't you? Oshiro replied calmly, that's impossible. What matters is that we have the necessary support. At that moment, an image rose in Oshiro's mind of the crown prince seated on the throne, the kingdom's most influential figure and the king's eldest son. Kraut still hesitated. Is that really okay? We've abandoned the shield we used to rely on. Oshiro replied calmly, what are you talking about? Our support hasn't decreased at all. Actually, I think this agreement with 6,000 gold is worth more than money. Kraut finally nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. The two of them confidently moved forward, though Kraut still had many uncertainties. Oshiro knew he would come to understand. Meanwhile, in the room, the chief of staff burst in suddenly, panic on his face as he reported, Your Lordship, I have urgent news to report. As he flipped through the book, Count Selvio's hand suddenly stopped and his brow furrowed. What's the matter? The chief of staff immediately knelt and reported respectfully, all key figures of Milsers have disappeared. The company's main assets still appear on the ledgers, but they have all been sold off. Suddenly the door burst open and another man rushed in, panic written on his face. Report, the Milsers' headquarters has been stormed by creditors and is in utter chaos. Selvio's hand continued to flip through the book without showing reaction to the urgent news. Another subordinate quickly added, Your Lordship, many from the shadow forces have defected, and that's not all. The second man who entered continued, some trainers at the fortress on the plateau have also disappeared. This morning, the remaining ones were found dead. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent, and Selvio, who had been reading, paused. Under the pressure radiating invisibly, the two ministers outside sweated profusely, thinking inwardly they couldn't bear the tension. Suddenly, the captain burst in, cutting through the heavy air. "Forgive me, even those who usually complain have jumped ship and fled." Selvio clenched the book hard, crushing the pages. "Where did they stop?" The captain replied, "The baronial domain of Shikin. A week ago, the Baron's security forces raided Jairus and his companions." Selvio listened intently. "They were all locked in the dungeons, but when I checked, I didn't find Gerard there." Hearing that, Selvio ground his teeth, his face growing even colder. The captain continued, "I tried to track his trail, but tense relations with Shikin's territory limited our operatives' movements." Selvio slammed the book shut in anger. Shikin's territory. In his mind, he wondered why Gerard would flee there. Did he think he could escape? He wasn't that stupid. A heavy pressure weighed on the room, and Selvio's hollow laugh rang out. "I've been outmaneuvered." The three men could only bow their heads, trembling and not daring to breathe deeply. Suddenly, Selvio called out, "Chief of Staff." The man startled, his heart pounding, and immediately replied, "Yes, your lordship." Selvio slammed the book down on the table. "Send people to the Plateau Fortress and have them confirm that the secret is still safe." The chief of staff hesitated. "What exactly should we check, my lord?" Selvio turned and looked directly at him. "Of course, the silver casket." The chief of staff heard this, sweat pouring down, eyes wide in surprise. "But from what I've heard, the quarry collapsed and was buried under the rubble." Selvio pointed straight at his face. "That's why you must check it yourself. Dig or do whatever is necessary. Ensure the silver is intact. Verify it by any means required, understood?" A stammered reply came, "Yes, yes." Selvio turned to the captain and issued further orders. "Bring the trackers back from Shikin's territory. If their identities as spies are exposed, the consequences will be severe. He may have left the territory long ago." The captain obeyed, "Understood, so we stop the surveillance." Selvio slowly stood. "I think so, but dispatch a boat to monitor along the Aran River. If no one appears after 2 weeks, return. If they remain in the kingdom and haven't fled, we'll still have a chance to recover the debt someday." The captain responded, "Yes, my lord." After issuing all orders, Selvio prepared to leave the study. He calmly instructed, "We will pay a visit to Marquis Antonio." Cut to a vast, magnificent castle where voices echoed. In the council chamber, Count Selvio sat opposite Marquis Antonio. Selvio said evenly, "It's not a matter of failure, it's that the foundation we've built all these years has suddenly collapsed." Marquis Antonio leaned on his hand and sighed, "Perhaps we acted too hastily. Since that incident, nothing has gone smoothly." Selvio explained, "But this is a prime opportunity to remove Baron Colin Exkin, who is advancing to rank 7. If he sides with the king, the balance of power will be upset." Antonio hammered his finger on the table. "Regret won't change what's done. The law enforcers will certainly catch the embezzlers." His gaze fell on the mysterious silhouette, none other than Oshiro. He shifted the discussion. "What about that arrogant Baron Shikin who aided his escape? Should we fabricate a pretext to declare war?" Selvio's eyes held a hint of killing intent. "Declare war? Why not try diplomatic pressure first?" Marquis Antonio repeated in surprise, "Diplomacy." Selvio continued, "I've checked. The Zin family hasn't appointed a replacement to the noble council. Orem is our man. We can make use of him before they name a new representative." Antonio, intrigued, explained in more detail. Inwardly, he thought he actually wanted to avoid war because it's too costly. Cutscene. A hand was sorting through the messy papers on the desk. Oshiro, weary, lay across the table and shut his eyes briefly in thought. "I think Count Selvio will likely choose a diplomatic route. By now he must know Jairus betrayed us and likely guess we aided Jairus." Kraut responded, "I understand. To exact revenge, they'll choose diplomacy over war." Oshiro agreed, picking up a pen, his voice firm. "That's right, war is always costly." Kraut suddenly realized and blurted, "I see, so how will they approach diplomacy?" Oshiro calmly explained, "Lords rarely leave their castles except for obligations or battle. Even when far from their lands, they must be present in the capital to protect their region's interests. Kraut added, that's why the Noble Council exists, so we should send a representative there, right? Oshiro lay on the table, a gleam of amusement in his eyes. Yes, and by the way, who will our representative be? Of course, Ostream. At that, Kraut panicked. Young master, isn't he Lady Stella's close assistant? He couldn't believe it, hesitating as he continued. This is serious, but you're so calm. Have you planned this in advance? Oshiro only smiled. Remember, leave a few gaps for the enemy. If we make everything too perfect, they'll risk everything to find a weakness and might land an unexpected blow on us. Kraut was even more stunned by Oshiro's composure. The next morning in the royal capital Elsni, the largest city in the Kingdom of Rock with a 500-year history and over 250,000 inhabitants. Inside the royal palace, King Clivio sat on the throne and opened the session. All right, let's begin this morning's meeting. King Clivio kept a blank expression. What's the first topic today? A minister spoke up. Yes, Your Majesty, first is the succession issue concerning Baron Shikin. King Clivio loudly moved on to the next item. The steward holding the bulletin announced with a trembling voice, the next topic concerns the marriage of the fifth prince. Those words immediately caused an uproar throughout the great hall. A noble below couldn't hide his alarm. It was Duke Otamua. King Clivio turned to a marquis. As far as I know, the marquis's daughter is not only intelligent but very beautiful. What do you think about arranging her betrothal to the fifth prince, Cell? Seizing the opportunity, Marquis Antonio happily rose. Oh, Your Majesty, if that happens, my family would be most honored. Other nobles privately suspected the king and marquis had arranged this in advance. Duke Otamua stood up to object. Your Majesty, by custom, royal family members choose brides only from women who serve Your Majesty or the Queen, trained for years with noble households. Marquis Antonio stared into the distance, plotting inwardly. Surely they couldn't have expected this to happen so suddenly. King Clivio looked down. Are you implying the Marquis Holstein's daughter is unfit? Otamua replied tensely. We only want to follow procedure. The king said sternly, royal marriage is the decision of the king and queen. This is the final decision, not for the nobility to intervene. The atmosphere in the great hall instantly fell silent. And Otamua could only grit his teeth and reflect, unable to argue. However, that matter was unrelated to the current issue. The steward glanced at the old Duke Otamua, thinking, what does he mean? The old Otamua fell silent, weighing the two princes, his mind sinking back into scheming. We are supporters of the crown, always siding with the Grand Prince. But the fifth prince is the queen's own son. It seems the king wants to choose the fifth prince as heir. In his mind, he pictured King Clivio treating marquises and counts like pieces on a power chessboard. The royal faction seemed abandoned by the king, and party foundations were starting to shake. Just then, suddenly from outside, someone pushed the door open and called, Your Majesty. The newcomer exuded a special presence. It was none other than the Grand Prince. He faced his father, King Clivio, and said seriously, I have something to present to you, father. King Clivio replied coldly, I don't recall summoning you. He spoke sternly, ordering, leave at once. The Grand Prince bowed his head, eyes resolute. That will not happen unless you first hear what I have to say. Clivio grew even sterner. Are you challenging my authority? The Grand Prince replied calmly, I do not intend to oppose you. Hearing that, the king barked, so now you refuse my order to leave. I will not allow you to interfere in the prince's marriage. Ju replied calmly, you misunderstand. I have no intention of involving myself in the marriage, not even in the slightest. He closed his eyes and continued, I have received important information concerning a completely different matter. The nobles listening grew curious to hear what would be revealed. Ju said, I believe Your Majesty and the noble council here should be informed. If this causes any inconvenience, I ask your pardon. Having finished, the Grand Prince opened his eyes and waited for King Clivio's reaction. King Clivio frowned. What exactly do you mean? The Grand Prince raised a rolled parchment. The steward managing the barony of Shikin has sent a letter from Baron Russell. At this, Marquis Sovinia immediately took notice. King Clivio also asked suspiciously, Shikin, why bring that up now? Old Otomiwa spoke up, in any case, Your Majesty, many questions still surround the Shikin domain. The fact that no envoy answered the royal summons is truly worrying. He added that Marquis Antonio, who was tasked with investigating, is the lord of Baron Selvio. On the other side, the two nobles opposite also looked up. Antonio recalled Oshiro, who had once screamed before. He remembered who had sealed Oshiro Shikin's energy pit. Marquis Antonio rose angrily and shouted, So now you no longer trust me. Count Selvio sitting beside him fell silent, glaring. Otomiwa immediately retorted, In this case you cannot appoint an interested party as arbiter, that would be very unfair. Antonio shot back, Then how can we trust Baron Russell? What if he colluded with young Master Oshiro, who is suspected of crimes? Hearing that, Otomiwa inwardly rejoiced at having successfully trapped Antonio. Otomiwa continued, Your Majesty speaks of Russell. He once led the Blue Leons, an honorable swordsman famed for a knightly spirit that never yields to injustice, a recipient of the Royal Medal of Honor. I cannot imagine a report from such a hero being untrustworthy. Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince bowed his head and smiled. After all, this country is called the Nation of Knights. Antonio could only grit his teeth in anger and helplessness, privately thinking he had fallen into a trap. Otomiwa seized the moment to continue. Does this mean you do not trust the entire government of the realm? King Clivio interrupted, Do not wildly speculate. Marquis Antonio certainly did not imply that. Antonio hurried to explain, It's not that I don't trust Russell, though he lowered his head, showing obvious discomfort, thinking he should not have mentioned Russell. The Grand Prince interjected, In that case, we should examine the letter's contents first. It's not too late to object. King Clivio propped his chin and sighed. Grand Prince read the letter aloud. Ju unrolled the parchment and solemnly read, There was indeed a murder plot at the Baron's estate. Young Master Granvin was hanged and Dax sealed his own energy. Marquis Antonio could only lower his face in frustration. The Grand Prince continued, All punishments were carried out in my name. I, Vel Nigel, as representative of the barony and with the consensus of the knights, hereby present this report to the royal family and the noble council. A noble stood up, stepped behind the Grand Prince and called Ju. He turned back and the man asked, May I verify the signature? It was Marquis Sovinia. He continued, I served alongside Lord Russell in the Royal Guard. I know his handwriting well. The Grand Prince handed over the letter. Here, please. Sovinia took it, skimmed it, and confirmed, This letter is undeniably from Russell. Marquis Sovinia is the kingdom's military representative, known as the Sword of the Realm, and he takes great pride in knightly honor. He flared with anger, thinking Antonio had committed an unforgivable act by dragging him into this. The balance of power had now completely shifted. Antonio was furious, exclaiming, Good God, that's not the point. The goal of this plot was to break the royal faction, which has just lost its leader. However, the Grand Prince appeared at the perfect moment and became the new focal point. This shifted the entire power map and opened a succession struggle between the Grand Prince and the Fifth Prince. Old Antonio looked around, calculating inwardly, In any case, we must deal with that damned Shikin domain immediately. Marquis Antonio clenched his fist and shouted, I never intended to interrogate a knight like Russell, I only wanted. He raised his head and concluded, accusing young Master Gen Vine of involvement in the assassination plot based solely on the unreliable testimony of a lowly assassin. Don't you think we need further investigation to find clearer physical evidence? Otomiwa sneered without comment. He added, However, leaving the baronial title vacant indefinitely is unacceptable. O's Grim, standing beside him, turned to look at Antonio with a worried expression. Antonio thought again of Oshiro, the young master who was only 15. He had heard the boy was barely qualified to be a knight. The minimum expectation for a high noble in a country famed for its knights. I think he should at least be a swordsman. Otomiwa laughed mockingly at that. A swordsman at 15. Marquis Antonio, if I recall, it took you many years to reach that rank, didn't it? Antonio sighed and replied, It's unreasonable to impose such a demand on a young master. Still, to inherit a high noble title, he should at least reach the level of a user. He pictured Oshiro using magic and told himself the boy needed to demonstrate future potential. Oshiro is only 15 now. To become a fourth-tier user would take at least 3 to 4 more years. Duke Otomura frowned, thinking, that's a long time. For now, they had no intention of starting a war. Especially with wedding preparations underway, they would likely delay further, which might actually be to their advantage. King Clivio concluded sternly, very well. The Noble Council will form a special investigative team to continue probing the failed assassination. If convincing evidence is found, a new disciplinary decision will be announced at the morning session. However, this arrangement will last only until Baron Oshiro becomes a user. If Oshiro Shiken reaches 4th rank, the investigative team will be disbanded immediately and succession will proceed. The king asked, any objections? Marquis Antonio bowed his head and smiled faintly, a wise decision. Duke Otomura whispered to himself, you know little of Oshiro. To you, he's just the son of a famed swordsman who died young. But I know Oshiro is a fool, there's no way he could reach 4th rank. This decision sounds fair, but in reality it's extremely advantageous for us. He smiled inwardly, you'll be furious when you learn you've been deceived, Duke Otomura. The Shiken line has always been a thorn in my side, I must find a way to punish him. That night in the castle, a voice rang out, is anyone there? The servant replied, I'm here. Marquis Antonio immediately ordered, not Selvio, summon Lanciano. The servant respectfully, yes, Marquis. After giving the order, Antonio stood by the window, thinking, it's best to have the Varita intelligence agency handle this. A stranger entered the room. Hearing the Marquis, he turned and said, pardon me, Marquis. It was Lanciano, smiling as he placed his hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Marquis Antonio narrowed his eyes. I have a task for you, make sure Baron Servio doesn't notice. Lanciano replied, he's very sharp, hiding it won't be easy. But you can slip it into a file folder, he won't pay attention. He laughed slyly and stroked his chin with satisfaction. Marquis Antonio pulled out a chair and sat, speaking in a low voice, I'll entrust it to you, just make him suffer. Lanciano chuckled, you seem to be in a very bad mood. Use a dark night like last time, I like the man we used before. Antonio was pleased to hear that. It would be excellent to solve this nuisance without getting my hands dirty. Lanciano bowed to accept the order. I'll arrange it, Marquis Antonio continued, the mission is yours. At the same time at Prince Ju's castle, a mysterious man folded his arms and respectfully said, everything depends on you. Gerard Messays knelt carefully, your praise is most precious. In that dim room, Grand Prince Ju smiled wickedly, no, the timing is perfect, when the king abandons the loyal royal faction. I will step in to unite them, no one else could devise such a plan. Gerard smiled outwardly but inwardly was full of doubt, thinking, even I find it hard to believe. It usually takes more than a week for this to come to light. How did young Master Oshiro learn of it so quickly? He bowed his head, his mind crowded with devious thoughts. In any case, I must ensure the prince pays no attention to Oshiro. I need to prove my own worth immediately. With that he said, I figured it out because I know their method. Grand Prince Ju laughed heartily at that. I see, Servio has long been Marquis Antonio's advisor and was also the Baron's advisor. They're probably tearing their hair out right now. But Gerard still warned, do not underestimate those two, Your Highness. Even if we strike hard, they may still achieve their goals. The 5th prince's engagement has not been cancelled. Grand Prince Ju asked, is there no way to stop it? Gerard, worried, wiped sweat and glanced away. Royal marriage is the king's decree, there's little we can do. Messays bowed apologetically. I'm sorry, that's all I can say. Grand Prince Ju laughed loudly, looking at him. I only needed you to say it, don't worry. Gerard Milsers continued. Next, the enemy will likely target you. From now on things won't be as simple as today. Grand Prince Ju's expression gradually changed, growing colder, indeed. Gerard Milsers, seeing this, became smug. But there's nothing to fear, sire. Your Highness, you've emerged from the shadows and become the sun. From now on, you must strengthen ties with nobles who support the crown and inspire their trust so they will follow you." Hearing that, Ju ground his teeth and his smile grew stranger. The Grand Prince then asked, "By the way, I want to bring the Shikan domain into our fold. What do you think?" Mrs. looked up at Ju. "I don't think it's a bad idea. Lord Russell is a figurehead and you personally delivered his letter to the nobles backing the crown. But we shouldn't give them too many rewards. There's no need to feed a fish that's already in the net." Ju found that reasonable. Ju said, "You delivered Baron R letter 1EAFT S letter 1ED5's letter. I suspect you have a deeper relationship with him." Gerard shook his head. "That's just a misunderstanding. I only helped deliver the letter in exchange for debt relief, purely a transaction." The Grand Prince Ju's gaze suddenly grew icy. Mrs. was terrified when he saw it, feeling a powerful pressure that seemed to pierce his soul. The Grand Prince said, "Is that so? Good." Ju rose and stared at Gerard Mrs. The man grew increasingly anxious, as if all his secrets were being exposed. As Ju passed by, he said, "I'll go to the Shikan domain. I need you to prepare a statement of support for me." Gerard worriedly asked, "You will go in person, Your Highness?" Ju turned back, smiled brightly, and gave a thumbs up. "I don't mind if they reject me. My mere presence there will give the supporters pause." Gerard was displeased. The plan wasn't as he wanted. He intended to expand his influence to draw the prince to him. But outwardly he feigned support. "As you wish, Your Highness." He smugly left the room. A few days later in the castle, a voice rang out, "Have you heard the news?" Ashiro was writing something, propping his chin with his hand, and asked, "Heard about what?" Russell stood solemnly before him and announced, "The word is you must become a 4th rank user as soon as possible." Ashiro feigned nonchalance. "Don't worry, I have an idea," though inwardly he thought he was searching the map for a suitable dungeon or ruin. Russell was displeased to hear that, his eyes flashing. "You don't need wild schemes to grow stronger. Take it step by step. I guarantee you'll reach 4th rank as soon as possible." Ashiro, a bit bewildered, stared at Russell, and was then grabbed by the armpit and lifted. "No, wait." Ashiro struggled and protested, but Russell soothed him gently. "Come on, let's go. Young master, won't you train?" Meanwhile, over at Kraut, everyone around urged, "Too slow, move faster." Faces went pale. Ashiro likewise stared wide-eyed at the rod, about to strike his head. Someone loudly warned, "Above you." Another person instructed, "Breathe deeply. From now on, no talking." Ashiro lay sullen on the ground, tears streaming, his mind full of grievance. "At this rate I'll die. I can't die like this in this world. No, give me a reason." Early the next morning in the castle, the birds chirping in the branches was suddenly shaken by a scream that echoed through the halls. The flock of birds flinched and flew away. The young master angrily threw back the covers. "Time to wake up, please hurry up." Ashiro sprang up, his face swollen from fear. "Wait, I'm not skilled enough yet. I'm serious. I will die if this continues." In a solemn, steel-toned voice he said, "What do you mean, not skilled enough? You don't need talent to master the sword." He reminded him, "Anyone can reach rank 5 with hard training. I'm living proof, trust me." Ashiro sat on the bed, reluctant. "Do you think training too much will ruin my body?" He lifted his shirt to reveal bruises all over, panicked. "Look, my body can't take this crazy training." He remained calm. "These wounds only need low-level healing potions to recover." Ashiro reluctantly replied, I need to save money." He added, "The domain's finances are improving thanks to you, young master." Ashiro felt indignant but couldn't say more. The atmosphere turned ominous, making him break out in a cold sweat. "You've rested enough now. It's time to train." His hand extended. Ashiro frightened, "I hate this. But there's nothing I can do." He had no choice but to train, gripping the wooden sword with both hands. In a defensive stance, Russell swung the sword. Ashiro's reflexes were quick. He thought to himself, "I can see it, unbelievable." But in the end, the wooden sword still struck him, knocking Ashiro unconscious. After a few hours, he slowly came to. He lay sprawled on the ground, battered with a lump on his head, yet Ashiro seemed not overly concerned. The sky looked so beautiful today. He thought to himself, then snapped back to attention. No, this is no time for daydreaming. I have to get out of this situation immediately. Ashiro squeezed his eyes shut and focused his thoughts. There must be some way, think. Suddenly an image of a girl flashed into his mind, Celestina Urin. As soon as he thought of her, Ashiro jolted awake, exclaiming, right her. The Grand Prince's strongest ally, Celestina was the game's top money expert. But currently she and the Grand Prince had not yet met. So I still have a chance to approach her first. As he was mulling this over, Russell appeared, reproachful. You lazy again, young master. He hauled Ashiro to his feet. Now then, let's do it again. Ashiro hurriedly responded, wait, I have something important to say. Russell said sternly, if this is another excuse to be lazy, training time will increase by 10 minutes. Ashiro explained, you know we have 100,000 gold worth of silver ingots, but we can't use them yet. Russell replied, they're practically stolen goods, and there are so many we don't know what to do with them. He continued, we can't launder them openly without drawing attention, so we need an accomplice to launder the money. Hearing this, Russell's face showed thought and suspicion. He thought the young master was making excuses to be lazy, but he also admitted the silver needed handling. So we need an accomplice to launder it. Hearing that, his face was thoughtful and suspicious. He suspected the young master of shirking, yet he conceded the silver had to be dealt with. Russell asked again, do we really have to do this right now? Ashiro replied, if we lend the ingots to others, the interest could grow to 200,000 gold. Every day wasted is a loss. Don't you know the magic of compound interest? Russell put his hand to his chin, pondering, is there a spell called Fucuri? It's the first time I've heard of it. Ashiro, annoyed, said, be serious, we need to fix the domain's finances. Russell replied seriously, I understand, so how long will it take? He hesitated, not short, not long, because we have to go to the capital. It takes 3 months. It certainly can't be done in less than a day. Russell inwardly thought he'd be dragged all over, but in the end he agreed. I'll tell Kraut you have daily duties to perform. Ashiro was startled, no need to go that far. But he was adamant it must be done. The next day a call rang out, young master. Ashiro turned in surprise. Kraut reported, it seems the Grand Prince is about to arrive. Ashiro startled, why is he coming so suddenly? Kraut replied honestly, I heard at this morning's meeting that a full succession war between the Grand Prince and the 5th Prince has begun. He seems to be coming to seize our domain. Ashiro's face tightened. He hurriedly stuffed his things into a suitcase. While Kraut looked on in confusion, what's going on? Ashiro packed as he spoke. Kraut, we didn't hear any prior notice that the Grand Prince would come here. Get the horses ready, no carriages. We're leaving in 2 hours. Kraut panicked, but you don't even know how to ride a horse. Ashiro replied firmly, I'll learn myself, prepare to go. I'll lead, everyone follow. Kraut was still surprised. You don't want to meet the Grand Prince, you've never even met him before. Ashiro didn't answer. He hauled his luggage, thinking, of course I've never met him in the flesh. But anyone who's played Heroic Fate would know the Grand Prince. Giozla Klevio Grakov, one of the game's few hero-tier characters. An info panel popped up. Gail Rochla Klevid Krakow, age 29, royal family, Grand Prince, Conqueror-type personality, power level 6, high renown, 39% support, administration skill E, finance C, military SSS, diplomacy A, development A. Ashiro thought, the Grand Prince is famous for recruiting talent. He'll force me to become his subordinate. 2 options, submit or die in an accident, be assassinated, or work myself to death. But I'm not going to die, Ashiro shouted. Kraut, hurry up, I'll leave you behind if you're late. Then he dashed off. Kraut stood frozen. Remembering Russell's furious appearance, you let the young master go alone. Kraut clutched his head, face pale. Master. This is bad, please wait for me, young master. Kraut's shout echoed under the clear sky. 2 hours later, in front of the castle, Ashiro paced anxiously. He fumed, I told him to hurry, and he's still so slow. Turning around, Ashiro suddenly saw Leela. He asked, what are you doing here? Leela was slightly startled. Thanks to the young master's efforts, those hunting me no longer have time to bother. The forces of darkness have collapsed, and many like me have deserted. Ashiro said coldly, where are you heading? Leela answered, I haven't decided. I once dreamed of freedom, but having it now feels empty. I'll go wherever I want for a while." Ashiro was silent, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke, "Leela. If I get the chance, I'll go to the Holy Empire of Granada." Leela stood quietly before Ashiro, listening intently as he shared his plan. She asked, puzzled, "Does that place really have artifacts and an internal energy cultivation technique specifically for women?" Ashiro pondered, looked down, then replied, "If you don't believe it, fine, boil it, fry it, do whatever, I don't need to be right." Leela, touched, gave a small hesitant smile and said, "Anyway, thank you very much. If there's a chance, let's meet again." Her eyes showed a hint of sadness as she looked at Ashiro. A light breeze blew. Ashiro smiled back. All right. Inside, he felt regret but knew there was nothing more he could do and no reason to hold on. Leela mounted her horse and rode off in the opposite direction. Ashiro watched and judged silently. Leela wasn't the most talented nor outstanding. Leela adjusted her hooded cloak, turned back, and smiled brightly. "Goodbye." Ashiro kept his smile, his eyes lighting up, and replied, "Okay." He watched Leela's figure on horseback fade into the distance. Ashiro turned his head, thinking to himself, as she said, "If fate allows, we'll meet again." He walked on, his footsteps echoing along the path leading to the cemetery, where dense tree canopies cast shadows. Ashiro stopped before the tombstone engraved with Alb's name, who had died more gloriously than anyone. He pondered aloud, "Albs, am I being too cruel?" Remembering Alb stepping in to take the blade for him, Ashiro involuntarily glanced back at Leela's retreating silhouette. That young soldier gave his life for me, yet I didn't hold on to Leela just because her status window showed a low-level cap. Ashiro bowed his head, his eyes gloomy. Perhaps he still regarded people as characters in a game. Next time, suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Young master." Ashiro turned, left the cemetery, and headed toward the voice, vowing inwardly, "Next time I see her, I'll behave more like a human." Behind him, at Alb's grave, a small flower had been placed before the stone. Ashiro left the cemetery and walked to the gate where the soldiers waited. He smiled and said, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." His expression turned serious as he loudly ordered, "Let's go." 3 days later, at the Shikan territorial border, Russell stood solemnly, his face tense as he looked into the distance where a voice announced, "Prince Gale and his retinue have been spotted." He looked down to see horse-drawn carriages and a procession advancing. The sun was setting and night was falling. That evening, in the lavish dining hall, food was spread across the table and servants bustled about. Grand Prince Gale laughed. "This is delightful." Russell, seated beside him, explained, "Food from these remote regions may be bland to you. Thank you for your gracious understanding." The Grand Prince inclined his head slightly, smiling with his eyes closed and holding a glass. "Does food matter? I'm drinking fine wine in a wonderful place with wonderful people." Russell bowed in gratitude. "Thank you very much, Your Highness." The Grand Prince opened his eyes and glanced over, probing. "It seems the new heir isn't present in the territory, huh?" "Russell, the young master has left. We have no choice." Not receiving the answer he expected, Grand Prince Gale's face darkened as he mused. "I circled around asking why Ashiro left the territory, but that's all the answer I got." He quietly assessed Russell, thinking that asking further would seem obvious. The prince frowned. "Regretful, what a pity, I was really looking forward to meeting him." Then he waved his hand, his tone gentle. "Ah, forgive me, don't misunderstand. I truly look forward to seeing you again, Lord Russell." Russell replied modestly, "It's an honor for me." He glanced at the prince and smiled faintly, "Your Highness." The Grand Prince seemed to sense something. He frowned and bowed his head without speaking. Darkness deepened and the space fell silent. In a small room by candlelight, the Grand Prince spoke, "I'll be direct. Can you support me?" The two sat before the fireplace. Russell placed his hand on his knee, looked intently at the Grand Prince, and replied solemnly, "You can't reconcile with Count Kalin anyway, can you? They will surely think we're allies." The Grand Prince smiled confidently, clenching his fist against his chest, "Because I personally sent a letter to the king." Russell hunched on the sofa and bowed his head in appreciation. "Thank you for your sincere help, Your Highness." The Grand Prince sighed softly, leaned back, and asked, "By the way, how did you meet Jira?" Russell looked puzzled. He didn't tell you. The Grand Prince frowned and pretended to clear his throat. I want to hear it from you. He privately judged him a dull viscount, then fumed inwardly. How dare he act as if he hadn't received reports from his subordinates? What irritated me most was not being able to grasp his true intentions. He looked at Grand Prince Gale with a stern, expressionless face and explained, "Our young master fell ill when he received the royal summons. I sent a reply requesting a postponement, but that letter wasn't handled properly." Grand Prince Gale's gaze darkened. He said coldly, "Isn't that strange? Does that mean something happened to the messenger riding along the main road?" Russell closed his eyes and replied calmly, "I discovered the messenger had mounted his horse, but then the horse stumbled over a rock, breaking his ankle." The image of the messenger and the horse collapsing to the ground remained vivid in his mind. Grand Prince Gale closed his eyes, interlaced his fingers on his lap, and said softly, "Continue." Russell continued, "I was at a loss for how to explain when, at that moment, Jira came to me with a proposal." The scene shifted to the past. Jas Milsers knelt before Russell, pleading, "Please help me escape from Servio. If you help, I will erase all of House Shekin's debts. I will also deal with the issue of the message failing to reach the capital." Russell was silent then, merely staring at the man kneeling before him. Back in the present, he closed his eyes and continued thoughtfully, "At that time Jira asked me to write a letter. I didn't think things would go this far." Grand Prince Gale only sighed at that, his expression darkening. After Russell finished recounting, he fell silent and the room went quiet. Grand Prince Gale thought to himself that so far there was nothing suspicious. And he felt disappointed. He looked at Russell with an appraising gaze. "I know you are a respected knight, but otherwise nothing remarkable." He also recalled Gerard Milsers's panicked face, then silently considered Oshiro. "From what I've heard, that Oshiro fellow is physically weak and nothing to worry about. In any case, what I need is just to achieve my objective." Suddenly, Grand Prince Gale curled his lips into a smile, bowed his head, and asked, "So, please give me your answer, Viscount Russell." Russell pondered for a moment, then placed his hand over his heart, his voice full of solemnity. "Our house, the Counts of Shekin, officially declares its support for Your Highness Gale Rochla Clevid Krakow." Grand Prince Gale looked up, smiling with satisfaction, his eyes narrowing as things went as he had hoped. Suddenly, Russell spoke up, "However, if we may be so bold, we have one request to make of the prince." Gale bowed his head slightly and repeated, "A request." Russell remembered 3 days earlier when Oshiro had summoned him. "Lord Russell?" "Yes, young master." Oshiro stepped forward. "Prince Gale may ask for our support." He thought for a moment and replied, "That could happen." Oshiro turned to him, resolute. "We cannot support the prince, I mean the fifth prince, you understand." Russell understood, since Marquis Antonio is the stepfather and guardian of the fifth prince, and he nodded in confirmation. Oshiro stepped up to the desk, sat down, and said, "Even if we back the Grand Prince, we won't gain much, but we have no other choice." Russell thought it over carefully and asked, "Do you have any specific requests?" Oshiro frowned and clarified, "I want you to propose waiving transit taxes for the royal merchants' guilds operating in the territory." Russell questioned, "But currently our territory doesn't have any royal merchants' guilds, does it?" Oshiro replied calmly, "I know they were dissolved due to financial hardship, but that situation can't be allowed to continue. Because the country is split into 2 factions, even the Grand Prince can't intervene in the fifth prince's camp." He added, "Applying it only in the area he controls is enough. If it's limited to 1 magical artifact per year, he can boast about it, but he'll certainly agree." Russell hesitated. "Isn't that a bit little?" He was still unsure, since each territory still pays its own customs taxes and the effect was unclear. Oshiro only smiled softly. "Do as I say." Russell nodded, thinking to himself that this eccentric young master surely had his own plan. Back in the present, Grand Prince Gale softened his voice. "Lord Russell, speak plainly. If it's within my power, I'll do it." Russell smiled inwardly. Everything was proceeding as Oshiro had predicted. The next morning, elsewhere, Oshiro moaned, exhausted. "I'm about to die." Kraut smiled encouragingly. Hang on a bit longer, we'll reach pose in about an hour. Ashiro sat in the saddle, sweat pouring, complaining, my butt, I can't feel it anymore, is my butt still there? He puckered his lips and blamed, it's because you won't practice riding. Ashiro scowled in irritation, grit his teeth and replied, don't blame me. Kraut looked at him blankly and asked, so who am I supposed to blame? Ashiro snapped angrily, shut up, just don't blame me. Still, Kraut smiled sympathetically, thinking the young master was only 15, truly an awkward age. Ashiro remained full of rage inwardly, vowing that if he ever met the original owner of this body, he'd punch him straight in the face. Kraut, still curious, asked again, but why are we going to Posil? Our primary destination should have been the capital. Ashiro explained, because we might run into the Grand Prince along the way. Hearing that, Kraut asked in surprise, which made Ashiro freeze, why are you so afraid of him? Kraut asked and Ashiro, furious, spun around with veins bulging and replied, afraid? Do you avoid dung because you're afraid of it? Kraut was flustered, no. But comparing a prince to dung is a bit. Ashiro closed his eyes and frowned as he explained, actually, we originally planned to stop at Posny on the way back from the capital, it's just the order that changed. He forced an angry smile, run away, of course not, even if he wanted to, he couldn't deny it. Kraut watched this and thought to himself, surprised at how endearing the young master could be. He smiled, finding Ashiro both small and adorable inside. Meanwhile, Ashiro stayed sullen and disgruntled. Remembering the days of Russell's training and thinking that if things continued this way he'd always be treated like a child, even by those younger than him, he vowed to reach level 4 sooner. However, with Joe's training methods, who knew when he'd succeed? Resolute, Ashiro opened the system and thought, this is the real reason I'm going to pose. A system map appeared before him. If he could conquer the dungeon near Posnu, he would obtain an S-rank skill. As Ashiro assessed the situation, he thought to himself, dungeons with great rewards are extremely rare, and with this frail body he'd need to form a large-scale expedition team to conquer one. Just thinking about the soreness in his butt made him even more uncomfortable. He continued to consider the nobles in the territories, knowing that rashly entering their dungeons would cause trouble. Are you planning to steal our share? However, Bosny was different. Ashiro curled his lip and calculated. Bosny is a free city with no noble interference and it's easy to hire mercenaries, truly an ideal place to form an expedition team. Kraut then pointed ahead and announced, young master, over there is the city of Posny. In the direction Kraut indicated, a prosperous city came into view, ringed by a fast-flowing river, the free city of Posno. At the city gate a guard called out, please line up one by one. A sentry handed Ashiro a sheet of paper and told him to fill in the guest register. Exhausted all over, Ashiro nevertheless felt relieved now that they had finally arrived. Dusk was falling, and inside a large inn called P&W. The horses had been taken to the stables to rest. Ashiro spoke up, everyone, it's been a tough few days on the road. In the soldiers' assembly room, he said, before we move on, I want everyone to shake off the fatigue from this journey. He smirked, does anyone know a fun place? The atmosphere grew excited, everyone brightened, smiling broadly. One soldier asked, what do you mean? Ashiro chuckled, making Kraut uneasy. As Kraut moved to object, the group cheerfully pushed the two of them outside. Let's go, young master. Kraut was a bit tired but got swept up. Ashiro joined in, all right, come on. The soldiers answered in unison, yes, young master. Night fell and the city buzzed with festival activity. People eating and chatting merrily. One soldier exclaimed, I wish our territory had places like this. Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing attention. Good evening, everyone. Ashiro looked up and caught sight of Yurin smiling with her hands clasped behind her back. Welcome, please come in. He pulled Kraut in, leaving him flustered, while Celestina Yurin Agra smiled warmly. If you want a drink, this is the best place. Kraut remained a little embarrassed. Ashiro stepped in comfortably. It's fine, let's go in. Everyone was surprised by his action, and Yurin clapped in delight. Inside the lively tavern, crowded and festive, bring us some wine. Thomas sat next to Kraut, cheeks flushed, putting an arm around him. "Lord Kraut, aren't you drinking?" Another man laughed. "The young master said it, drink today, just this once." Kraut smiled and replied solemnly, "If anything happens to the young master, that's not acceptable. I must stay alert." The man beside him shook his head. "You're too serious." Ashiro gazed toward Yurin and suddenly called out to someone, "Hey, you." The pink-haired young man stopped in his tracks at Ashiro's call. He looked toward Ashiro and saw him approaching. Yurin forced a smile. "Yes." Ashiro smiled and waved Yurin over, causing her to ask nervously, "What's the matter?" Ashiro leaned in and lowered his voice to Yurin. "Isn't there anywhere quieter here? Another tavern would do." Yurin was a bit flustered. Folded her arms and replied, "There actually is, but if I lead you there, I'll get into trouble." Ashiro glanced back at the soldiers still chatting happily, then said, "They're having fun, just take me with one more person." Saying that, Ashiro pulled out a gold coin, tossing it in front of Yurin. The golden flash left her mouth agape in surprise, but she happily caught the coin and beamed. Yurin looked at Ashiro, clutching the coin, giggling, "All right, but in return let those others stay here and keep drinking." Ashiro nodded in agreement. Then he called for Kraut. Hearing the call, Kraut stood and walked toward him. Yurin said excitedly, "Then follow me." The three left the tavern together, with Yurin leading the way. On the street, only dim lantern light remained. Ashiro walked beside Yurin and asked, "Have you lived in Posnu long?" Yurin answered proudly, "I've lived here for over 10 years. Ashiro was astonished. "You don't even look 10. Hearing that, Yurin spun around and shouted angrily, "What? I'll have you know I'm 14. Kraut walked beside them, smiling with satisfaction. Ashiro awkwardly said, "All right, I'm sorry." Suddenly, Ashiro broke into a mysterious smile and asked, "Hey, who's the strongest in PN?" Yurin looked at him in surprise. Her face fell sadly. "The strongest warrior here is said to be Lord Oma, leader of the Steel Shield mercenaries. But in truth, he has never directly faced the 3 other major mercenary leaders, so it's just a rumor." Ashiro pondered. "Lord Oma, so what are those 3 major mercenary groups?" Yurin replied irritably, "You don't even know about this." Then she described the 3 mercenary companies bearing the Red Wolf, Black Wing, and Steel Shield emblems, named Red Wolf, Breakwing, and Stettin Soon, forming the city's 3 great mercenary factions. After Yurin's explanation, Ashiro understood. He continued, "So how have the monsters been attacking this autumn?" Yurin said proudly, "No matter how crowded the tavern gets, it won't get that dangerous." Kraut smiled, amused to hear them talking like children. Yurin went on, "Adults are always worrying the supermoon will come early." Ashiro laughed in agreement. "Adults always worry too much." The 3 continued chatting. Yurin teased Ashiro, "You're not that much older." Kraut added, "You're very mature like me. My foster mother says the same." Yurin laughed, "I see." Suddenly Yurin stopped, glanced to the left, and let out a small cry. In front of them stood a large building, simply decorated yet exuding elegance. "We're here." A black-haired woman with yellow eyes and a tired face stepped out. "Oh my. You didn't make a reservation, did you?" Yurin hurriedly hid behind Kraut when she saw the woman. The woman continued, "What do you want?" Kraut raised his hand, face full of surprise. Ashiro tilted his head slightly. "This kid led me here." The woman asked sternly, "Yurin, causing trouble again, aren't you?" Yurin could only give an awkward smile and said nothing. Then the woman politely bowed and turned them away. "Sorry, we're closed today. Please leave." She looked up and noticed Ashiro's gaze. Momentarily flustered, she followed his look. Down to the hand wearing a ring, an alarm sounding in her head. It can't be. Ashiro watched, then looked at Yurin and smiled, startling her. "Kid, you guide people poorly, give me back the tip." Yurin clasped her hands together and refused. "No, I led the way correctly." "You wanted information, not to find women, right? I can't give it back." At that moment the woman snapped sternly, "Yurin." The voice froze Yurin in place, her face went pale. The air around the woman felt terrifying. Yurin trembled, tears welling, yet still tried to argue, while Ashiro only smiled enigmatically at her. Yurin, shaking, rubbed her hands together, and a system window appeared displaying character information. Celestina Urine Agradatna, age 14, distant royal status. Iridona Children's Organization, senior member of the guild. Personality, crafty money chaser. Status, normal. Combat strength rank 1, level 6, target level 81, 5-star reputation, trust level 7%. Governance A, finance SS, military D, diplomacy S, development A. Ashiro saw the system window, his eyes narrowing slightly as he thought, found you. He glanced at Urine, recalling her future image, the dark sorceress behind the veil of Celestina Urine. In Ashiro's mind, his fists clenched with happiness, tears nearly falling. The whole reason he came to the capital was to meet this future top merchant. He had planned to invest the stolen secret fund with her, and now he had stumbled upon her by chance. Ashiro bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes with a smile, and said, "So this is where I can find information? Then my objective is complete. You don't need to return the money." Urine beamed with joy at that. Just then, Lisa's voice grew more severe as she called for Urine. Beside Lisa, several women appeared from nowhere, bows drawn and aimed straight at them. She ordered Urine, "Come here." At that, Urine quickened her steps toward Lisa. Seeing the tension, Kraut took a fighting stance, his face hardening with lethal intent, and said, "Do you know who you're pointing arrows at?" Lisa replied calmly, "In an upscale salon like this, it's rare for uninvited guests to stubbornly refuse to leave. Some people here even have combat abilities far beyond knights." Ashiro and Kraut held their defensive positions. Lisa continued, "Of course, if you leave quietly now, we won't do anything." Ashiro curled a lip in a smile, his face unreadable. "Aren't you being a bit rigid? If you keep rejecting everyone who comes without trying to talk properly, how do you expect to gain allies?" Urine, standing behind Lisa, hurried to protest. "See, I told you this was going too far." Lisa paid no mind and only warned Urine. Ashiro's eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered inwardly. She may possess ageless beauty, but she isn't necessarily wiser than this young master. Lisa merely frowned silently, though inwardly she recognized that Ashiro was no ordinary person. She glanced at the small Urine standing behind her, sadness in her eyes, but if their true identities were exposed. Lisa's face darkened suddenly as she frowned in thought. After a moment, Lisa spoke, "Fine." Ashiro tugged Kraut's sleeve and looked at the woman standing protectively in front of Urine. She warned, "If you don't want a hole in your head, answer my question. Who are you? State your names." Ashiro feigned exasperation and said, "You must have known that for a long time. Why not take off the ring and hand it to the girl beside you?" Hearing that, Urine glanced at the ring on Lisa's hand and fell silent, thinking. Lisa, surprised, hesitated and asked, "Do you understand the meaning of this ring?" Ashiro answered calmly, "With the royal Agrapna emblem engraved so clearly, what else could it mean?" He winked and grinned mischievously. "Isn't this what you wanted, recognition?" The women holding bows watched Ashiro even more warily. Lisa cautioned, "You're putting yourself in greater danger." Her face hardened as she scowled angrily. "Young Master Ashiro." Kraut also readied himself to fight. Ashiro said nonchalantly, "What? If you know my name, you should have said so earlier." He smiled mysteriously. "Do you know how I tracked this place down?" Lisa eyed the two of them warily. Kalen added, "What information do we want, and what do you think you can trade for it?" The woman standing sturdily shielding Urine kept her hands behind her back as she assessed the situation. The woman was flustered by Ashiro's question, clenching her hands and thinking, "I can't answer that. I thought only royalty or assassins would recognize us from the emblem on the ring," but an heir of a foreign count recognized it instantly. Ashiro thought to himself that she must be very confused. He called out, "Can't answer." Turning to ask Urine, "What do you think?" Urine was taken aback to hear her name, but still bravely stepped out from behind the woman. Praising Ashiro, "The young master is very clever. He never forgets what he sees. The royal emblem appears often in history books. He must have seen it somewhere." Ashiro smirked as Urine continued, "It's just the emblem of an extinct royal house, nothing special." The woman beside her scolded softly, "Miss Urine." She turned away without paying attention, which made Ashiro chuckle. Ashiro exclaimed, "You're really clever." Urine replied, "The young master isn't ordinary either." Lisa, exasperated, put a hand to her forehead. Miss Yurin, really? Then she ordered the two women with bows, you two, that's enough. She turned toward the house. This place is too conspicuous. The woman stepped to the door, looked back and signaled, go inside and talk. Ashiro looked at Lisa seriously. They entered a luxurious room. And Lisa pointed to the sofa, please sit. Ashiro assessed the room, thinking, this place is set up for dining and entertainment, then you can go straight to bed, so it's that kind of place. He walked toward the sofa intending to sit, looked at Lisa seated there and said, sitting in a salon with a woman isn't a bit too tense. She closed her eyes and warned, I still haven't decided to let the young master leave here safely. Ashiro acted bored, seemingly unconcerned by Lisa's reminder. She said, aren't you going to try to persuade me, young master? Lisa's sharp gaze fixed on Ashiro, as if trying to read his intentions. Ashiro frowned, looked annoyed, then replied, your hospitality is poor. Normally you at least offer tea. Kraut, it's okay, sit down. Kraut answered at once, yes. Lisa closed her eyes without speaking and simply clapped to signal. The women in flamboyant dress obeyed and brought out tea for the guests. Ashiro pondered inwardly about the scheme. Celestina Yurin is a member of the Children of Iridona, a shadowy organization and at the same time the strongest financial ally of Dark Prince Gale. No one can surpass her money-making ability. The blonde woman set the tea tray down and poured tea for everyone. Ashiro calculated, therefore he decided to invest all the stolen money with her. She clearly understands that trust is a merchant's most valuable asset. He remembered Yurin disguised as a boy in the future, but now she was still very young. Ashiro picked up the teacup, inspected it, and told himself, I'll wait until Yurin grows up. Or I'll train her myself. Sipping the tea, he thought again, maybe I'll train her personally. At that moment, Yurin spoke hesitantly, aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Ashiro laughed, his expression unchanged, and replied casually, don't worry, if there's poison I'll know immediately. Lisa didn't answer but rubbed her hands, her tone serious. Back to the main point, we can't continue negotiations unless we're sure you'll keep our secrets. Suddenly Ashiro said, 100,000 yen. Lisa started, eyes wide, incredulous as she looked at Ashiro. What are you saying? Ashiro remained calm, I'm just answering your question. His voice turned serious, can you guarantee you won't take the money and run? Lisa was flustered, not knowing how to answer. When Yurin's voice rang out, that's an amount too large to refuse. Startled to hear Yurin speak, Lisa immediately scolded loudly, Miss, you are not permitted to come in here. Yurin had changed into a red dress to show her seriousness and ignored Lisa's warning as she introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I was once a member of the Arapna royal family of the Japara Alliance. I am Celestina Yurin. She looked up and smiled gently. Of course, now I'm merely a fugitive. Just call me Yurin. Ashiro was surprised by Yurin's sudden change. And the woman beside them worriedly said, Princess Yurin, a moment ago she seemed like a child. Ashiro watched as Yurin sat down opposite them. He assessed her and found her to be a completely different person now. Yurin sat, her face bearing the solemnity of a princess. Ashiro smiled inwardly, thinking, on second thought, she's only 1 year older than my body. Maybe I don't need to hold back anymore. Kraut, sitting beside him, was also surprised, his eyes fixed on Yurin as he whispered, I thought she was an adorable boy. Ashiro laughed and said, being a princess doesn't mean you know how to make money, right? If you want me to invest, you have to explain clearly. Yurin pointed with a steady gaze. First, we have a network of exiles, which means we can gather information extremely fast. The basic rule of business is buy low, sell high. Ashiro frowned, crossed his legs, and said, you intend to make money in the kingdom's distribution sector, but competition there is cutthroat. And there's no guarantee that your rivals, the royal merchants, will play fair. They have backing and can make trouble at customs, finding reasons to seize shipments, he added, or to confiscate your goods. Yurin puffed her cheeks in anger and retorted, business always carries risks and don't underestimate my organization. She smiled slyly and pointed, we can even handle smuggling. Ashiro shook his head, no, it must be legal, otherwise it's meaningless. The money I have is hard to prove a legitimate source. The goal of this deal is to bring it into the light. Yurin heard that and fixed Oshiro with a sharp look. Then suddenly said, startling everyone, "Stolen goods." Oshiro pretended to be calm, trying to hide his embarrassment. Not stolen goods, but compensation seized due to emotional loss. Kraut beside him bowed his head in fear. Yurin didn't believe it and said bluntly, "So it's stolen merchandise." That remark made Oshiro start up angrily and countered, "More importantly, how can you guarantee you won't take my money and run?" Kraut looked at Oshiro with concern while Lisa and Yurin fell silent, thinking the question hit the core issue. Yurin suddenly spoke, "That's simple. I'll be the hostage." Lisa cried out in fear, "Yurin-sama, a hostage?" Yurin spoke softly, "Lady Dai, it's been 10 years. Her eyes brimmed with tears since our people began wandering in foreign lands. If this continues, the organization will collapse or degenerate into crime. You understand that, don't you?" Lisa bowed her head sadly and uttered, "But," Yurin continued to persuade her, "we're talking about 100,000 gold. It's an enormous sum. I'm no longer so concerned with regaining status. What I worry about is how to keep my people from suffering." Hearing this, Lisa's eyes reddened as she, voice trembling, called the princess. Just then a cold voice cut in, "Stop the theatrics." Lisa shouted angrily, "You insolent fool." Oshiro tore at his hair and replied, "I don't care about your past. If you want to be treated like a princess, you should return to the Jap-Lananian kingdom." Harry trembled with anger, but Yurin candidly admitted the young master wasn't wrong. Immediately, she drew a dagger and said decisively, "From this moment, I will discard the name Agra Anna." She used the blade to cut off her hair, affirming she would renounce it. Harry broke into a sweat and called out anxiously, "Princess Yurin." But Yurin gripped the hilt of her sword, eyes resolute as she looked at Oshiro. "You already have an idea for the business you want to pursue." "Right." Oshiro nodded in confirmation, "Yes. At first I intended to entrust everything to you, but you're still too young for me to fully trust. Until that trust is built, I will personally guide you." Yurin gritted her teeth and demanded loudly, "Hey, how old are you? You don't look much older than me." Oshiro thought to himself that he had to admit she was more mature than he'd expected. But in truth, he didn't intend to treat Yurin as an adult. Compared to his real age on Earth, she was still just a child. He replied calmly, "I'll provide the capital, but you'll have to run this business with someone else's money. So I don't think the age gap is that important." Yurin slumped onto the chaise and said, "I understand. For now, tell me your plan." Oshiro answered calmly, "First, we need to clarify the objective." "I need information." Yurin agreed at once, "All right." She immediately ordered her subordinates to provide all information to the Lord, especially on the 3 powers controlling Posny and the current situation there. Harry stood, bowed, and said, "Understood, Princess." Oshiro was briefly surprised to see that just moments earlier Yurin had treated her like a mother. Yet now she immediately returned to business-like seriousness, drawing a clear line between public and private matters. Harry led the way. The door opened with an introduction. "Everything you need is in here. Take your time and review it carefully." Oshiro surveyed the cluttered room, sighed, then boldly declared, "All right, let's get started." Night fell and the castle was quiet. The night passed. Oshiro lay with his legs up on a chair and yawned. "Is it morning already?" He complained that he wasn't worried about convincing Yurin to increase the funds. The problem was how to conquer that dungeon. After some thought, he came up with 2 options. Lead an elite team into the dungeon or hire additional mercenaries. However, hearing many unfamiliar people would risk exposing secrets. So it's best to use an elite squad, but if so, they'd need an extra mage. Oshiro thought a mage in a team of knights would not only add tactics but elevate the group's overall power. That's why mages are always valuable. It was unexpected that there would be a level 6 mage living in Posno. "Who is the Hermit of Life, Edelun Bella? You need more information about that person." After a moment's thought, Oshiro ran to the door and called for Yurin. But Harry put his hands together and reported, "Forgive me, the young lady is studying." With that, she turned and closed the door. A maid approached and offered, "Please come out to the garden, I'll prepare tea and some refreshments for you." Ashiro replied, "All right, thank you." While pouring the tea, the maid added, "When she's finished studying, I'll bring her out to meet you." Ashiro responded politely. Watching his reflection in the teacup, Ashiro drifted into thought. Edelun Bella, a level 6 mage, like Russell of the Shiken domain. In a past life, Count Colin, Cal Colin's father, reached level 7 at a very young age but died soon after, never having time to build a solid foundation for his territory. Ashiro nibbled a cookie, pondering that he wasn't even the official heir to the Shiken family yet. Would a level 6 mage really side with him? He stretched and decided to try his luck. Just then, Yurin's voice rang from behind, startling him. "Try what exactly?" Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Why the rush? When do we start, and where will the capital come from?" Ashiro hurried to reassure her, "Calm down. To get started, you have to prepare thoroughly. It could take at least 6 months, maybe a year." Yurin protested in surprise, "No way." He cautioned, "Hey, don't be so hasty." Ashiro produced a balance certificate from the Mage Tower. "There's 30,000 gold deposited in here." Yurin picked it up and remarked, "It looks legitimate, but only 30,000 gold." Ashiro asked suspiciously, "You're not expecting me to hand over the full 100,000 gold right now, are you?" Yurin replied, "Given the value of the Shiken domain, this amount is enough for the moment, brother." Hearing herself called brother, Ashiro blushed and was about to explain. Yurin asked, "Any objections?" Ashiro laughed. "Why does it sound like you're saying fools are easily preyed upon?" She wondered, "Anyway, why did you call me here?" Ashiro answered, "All right, do you know anyone named Edelun Beltoa?" At the mention of that name, Yurin flinched. At that moment, someone from a distance approached and said that Edelun Beltoa was often suspected of being a dark mage. Yurin turned to insist that he was not a dark mage, but that if Ashiro were warned in advance, everyone could avoid unnecessary suspicion in this world. She emphasized that even if you go to help someone in trouble, you might not be thanked and could even face unreasonable demands in return. Ashiro pondered, thinking he already knew quite a bit about Edelun. That the man had an unpleasant personality but wasn't evil. He said, "If anything happens, I'll take responsibility myself. Can you tell me where he can be found?" Harry's demeanor turned serious. "I won't forget those words." Ashiro paused for a few seconds, listening as she shared, "If you go out the north gate of Posnu, you'll see a common cemetery opposite the village's mountain range. Beside it is a small hut. There, the man who also handles burials is Edelun Beltoa." Ashiro asked, "Do you know him personally?" Harry replied that everything she knew was already recorded in the report. He drifted here a few years ago and since then has been immersed in experiments, extremely stubborn and hardly ever goes out. Ashiro asked curiously whether she had any recent information about his experiments. But Harry only expressed concern. Mages hate having their research details exposed. Yurin exclaimed in a trembling voice, "You really intend to go to that old man?" Seeing her worried attitude, Ashiro wondered, "Why, he didn't do anything to you, did he? You seem hesitant to speak ill of him, so you probably don't truly hate him." Yurin bit her nails and said, "But being near that old man, I feel like you'll end up with nothing. Be careful, no matter how tempting the offer, don't let yourself get swept away." Her expression darkened. "Understand." Ashiro hurriedly agreed, "Okay, I understand." Yurin crossed her arms and warned further, "And one more thing, don't touch the money you plan to invest for me. It's mine. Maybe I shouldn't have told you." Ashiro thought to himself that there seemed to be more behind that warning, a big question mark forming in his mind. Just then, a voice cut through the conversation. "Princess, break time is over. Return to your chamber." Harry grabbed Yurin's hand and hurriedly pulled her away. Ashiro was filled with worry, unsure how to persuade Edelun. In any case, he had to try to meet him first. At the cemetery outside Posnu's north gate, a small house emerged amid the wild mountains and forests. Kraut halted the horses. "This must be the place." Ashiro widened his eyes in surprise. The place looked like a witch's cottage from a fairy tale. Kraut stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" The only answer was an eerie silence. Suddenly a voice from inside called out, "Come in." Kraut turned to ask Oshiro. He thought few people could remain calm standing at a door like this, unafraid of bandits or monsters, so the resident must be very confident. The door opened, revealing a person stirring a pot of food, radiating the aura of a dark mage. Oshiro inwardly marveled that although he'd heard about him, meeting him in person felt completely different. Edelun Beltoa. Oshiro instinctively raised a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat, then introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you, I am Kalix Shiken." The man replied coldly, "Sorry, I don't care about worldly affairs, so even if I've heard names, I can't say how great you are." Oshiro smiled lightly. "That's all right, I don't come from a prestigious family nor hold any special title. How could I compare to someone who has reached the rank of Archmage?" The corner of Edelun's mouth curled up. "You do have a way with words." He remained seated with his back turned to them and said, "I'm very busy, I have no time for games. If you don't get to the point, I'll throw you out." Oshiro spoke up, "I have a request. I plan to conquer a nearby dungeon. Could you lend me your strength?" Edelun confirmed, "The dungeon in the Impen mountain range." Oshiro smiled, "Yes, sir." The pot of food fell to the floor. Edelun turned to face them, leaving Oshiro puzzled. He exclaimed, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a crazy kid." Kraut's body trembled, so furious he felt like he might burst into flames. But he forced himself to stay calm because this was a level 6 archmage. Reckless attacks would only make things worse. Kraut urged silently, "Young master, do something quickly." Oshiro lowered his voice, "I will spare no expense to pay you." He laughed loudly, "What can you offer? Money?" Edelun said coldly, "Money only matters while you're alive. Stop babbling. If you value your life, obediently go back." Oshiro panicked, sweating profusely, and shouted, "So if you need anything for your recent research, just say the word, I'll find it for you." Edelun widened his eyes and demanded, "Are you from the Mage Tower, sent here to investigate my research?" The pressure in his words terrified both Oshiro and Kraut, and the atmosphere inside the house grew heavier than ever. Edelun bluntly kicked them out. As the sun began to set, the sky turned a gorgeous purple-red. Oshiro, dejected, lay face down on the table. Yurin approached worried. "You didn't get scammed out of the investment money, did you?" He replied wearily, "What are you talking about? But I don't think he cares much about money." She lowered her voice, her expression darkening. "I just thought he'd use any excuse to meddle in everything." Oshiro looked up and asked, "Did something happen?" Yurin awkwardly answered, "It's nothing major." She recounted that not long after Edelun settled here, she had invested a small sum. Oshiro's eyes widened in surprise, and then Yurin, eyes brimming, shouted, "That old man cheated me out of my money, unbelievable." Kraut also staggered back in shock. "What? That's outrageous. No matter how tight his research funding is, would he steal a child's pocket money?" Oshiro immediately asked, "Do you have a contract?" Yurin responded at once, "Of course, I'm not careless, I knew you ask, so I prepared it." Oshiro excitedly opened the paper, then flinched when he saw the number 30 gold on the contract. "What, 30 gold?" Kraut broke into a cold sweat. "My God, that's 6 years of my salary." They were surprised. Why was Yurin so calm after being cheated out of such a large sum? Oshiro couldn't help but wonder. Yurin fumed, muttering the figure 30 gold, and exploded in anger. "How can I accept that? That's my money, I'll spend it however I want. That nosy old man is broke." Those words hit Kraut like an arrow to the chest. Oshiro gently rubbed Yurin's head to comfort her. "I can take over that contract for you." Yurin immediately replied, "No way. One day I'll make old man Edelun pay back every coin I lent him, with interest of course." Oshiro teased, "You could do that to a commoner, but do you really think you can collect from a 6th-rank mage?" Yurin puffed out her cheeks and retorted, "So you're saying there's no way I can get my money back from a mage?" Oshiro coolly said. "Yurin, you didn't lend money, you invested to share the profits. If you accept the risk, you have to accept the loss. If you were strong enough to demand repayment, that'd be different, but you're not right." Yurin argued back, "So you're stronger than old man Edelun? I've seen you train, you don't look special." Oshiro snapped angrily, "I'm a noble with my own domain, I don't lack money." she mocked. You make a big deal just because you're a year older. Ashiro huffed, let me tell you I'm 13. Suddenly he halted, asking himself, what am I doing, getting mad at a kid? Even if she's a prodigy, she's still immature. After thinking it through, Ashiro lowered his voice. Anyway, a true merchant must accept losses when an investment fails, and know how to seize opportunities to recoup what he can. But those words didn't seem to soothe Iurin. He continued analyzing. If you drew up the contract, you should at least have recorded the field he was researching and exactly where all the funding went. Forget it, this is beyond you, let me handle it, I'll pay 50 gold. And a 67% return after a few years isn't bad, right? Iurin slammed the table and stood up. Fine, but in return, let me closely monitor everything. Ashiro agreed at once. Okay, your call. After Iurin left, Ashiro turned to show Kraut. Not long after, Ashiro froze at the pile of books on the table. Are these all the related documents? Why so many? Harry walked by and was startled by the light coming from the room. So he looked in and asked, Princess, what are you doing? All three in the room turned around at once. Iurin stammered, you see. Harry felt confused, glanced around, then clenched his fists and voice full of anger. Princess, how many times have I told you not to make deals behind my back? Ashiro and Kraut froze in fear. Iurin loudly tried to explain, but Harry always found an excuse to refuse. Not caring, she dragged the girl along like pulling a sack of rice. Let's go. Today's tutoring session looks like it's going to be longer than usual. Ashiro's and Kraut's eyes went blank with fear. Ashiro turned to Kraut and clicked his tongue. Let's get started. With that, the two of them dove into studying the pile of books. But just minutes later, they felt discouraged. Ashiro thought to himself that convincing Edelon wouldn't be easy. Maybe he should go down to the dungeon first and question him afterwards. Kraut, meanwhile, had fallen into a deep sleep. Ashiro woke him up. Get up, Kraut, let's go. He startled awake and asked, go where? Ashiro grimaced, to hire mercenaries. In the silent space, their footsteps echoed steadily. The two of them flashed past everyone's view, and finally stopped in front of the mercenary broker's office. Inside it was extremely lively, voices and laughter filling the air. Ashiro pressed his lips together, his gaze sweeping around as if searching for something. The young man at the counter looked up in surprise, thinking, why would a high-ranking noble come here? Ashiro smiled brightly, I'm here to hire mercenaries. The young man turned inward, his face was calm, but he thought he couldn't handle this. Ashiro was surprised. What's up with that guy? Kraut guessed. Looks like he went to fetch the manager. A moment later, the manager stepped out, walking and saying, welcome, thank you for coming. Ashiro felt a little uneasy and stayed close behind Kraut, thinking to himself, this person is not ordinary. He said politely, please allow me to take you inside. Ashiro followed, his eyes full of vigilance. He asked, I've heard mercenaries at the adept rank and above are quite rare. He chuckled with satisfaction. Once a warrior reaches the adept rank, if they find a suitable domain, they can live like a knight. But some choose the free life and stay. I was really surprised you came in person. You could have just sent a representative. Ashiro replied, if it surprised you, then I apologize. I felt that sending only a representative would make it hard to secure the kind of contract I wanted. The manager privately assessed him, nodding. He looked as young as his grandson, yet was as shrewd as a fox. After everyone sat down, the manager spoke first. Now could you explain your request in more detail? Ashiro began to present. The danger level is a pay will be 2.5 times the average weekly wage, based on experience. The standard contract term is 1 month, extendable in 2-week increments up to 3 months. 50% of payment will be paid up front. If an S-rank mercenary commands, they will have full authority to arrange the expedition. Combat personnel cap is 120, logistics personnel cap is 80. The manager frowned, thinking, I knew it. Just because the boy is young doesn't mean he can be underestimated. Sweat beaded on the manager's face. He pondered. They concealed all mission details yet laid out clear conditions. In balance to perfection. He hesitated. Agreeing too easily would seem careless, but flatly refusing would be a pity. Thinking that, he spoke up, finding a mercenary group willing to accept these terms will take considerable effort. Can you disclose more details? Oshiro immediately agreed. I can, but only if you accept a lower fee. He thought to himself that no matter how much negotiation experience the man had, it was useless. Everything I'd gone through in the game, hundreds, thousands of times, he was nothing but an amateur. The manager sighed. Understood, I'll accept the current terms. He raised his hand slightly and said to Oshiro, I've never met a noble like you before. When Oshiro raised his hand, the man lowered his voice. Please do your best to bring back as many mercenaries alive as possible. Oshiro nodded. I'll do my best. The manager suggested, if you tell me the inn you're staying at, the mercenary captain who takes the job will come find you. Then you can discuss the details with him. Oshiro politely agreed. I understand, thank you. The three of them bowed to one another in unison. As they left the office, Oshiro suddenly exhaled in relief. Kraut, seeing that, asked, What's wrong? He rubbed his chest. Nothing, I actually thought they'd refuse, so I feel lighter now. Kraut asked curiously, That was an extremely skillful negotiation. Where did you learn that? Oshiro frowned, thinking he couldn't say he learned it from his old company's head of business. He laughed and changed the subject. Shall we go grab a drink? Kraut hesitated. You're still underage. If you want a drink, have fruit juice. He sighed. Really? Not far away, a man in a black cloak appeared. He stood in front of the brokerage office. In Posny, that wasn't unusual, but a noble showing up with personal guards was different. He turned and walked away in the opposite direction from Oshiro and Kraut, thinking to himself, Do I need to investigate this? This is the only free city in the kingdom of Ruck, outside noble rule. Renowned as a mercenary sanctuary. When someone joins the Posnu Mercenary Legion, their entire record disappears, whether they were a criminal, an escaped slave, or a noble from another country. In return, any mercenary under Posnu is obligated to fight back the waves of monsters from the Impalan Mountains. Every autumn the monsters swarm in, either slaughtered by mercenaries or gorging on corpses before retreating into the deep mountains. At first, that burden didn't fall only on the mercenaries, but was also placed on the convict battalions, made up entirely of criminals, because their deaths required no compensation to families. Posnu's current system was built on that foundation, gradually transforming into the Black Wing Mercenary Legion and taking control of both the city's entertainment district and its underworld. At that moment, within the Black Wing Mercenary Legion, light fell across Vanter's face. The godfather of Posna's underworld, making his expression even more pensive. He trembled. You've got guts, Vanter demanded. You dare show your face here? The other replied, Don't joke with me. Considering our past, I should be the one taking your head. But as a Black Knight, I've cast off the past. Why don't you try keeping a cool head for once? Vanter's face darkened, thinking, he dares insult me like that, yet this man has the nerve to take a high-level contract as a Black Knight. His eyes brimmed with suspicion and wariness. He wondered how the hell someone like him could reach rank 6. Vanter spoke. What do you want from me? The other asked. A group of nobles arrived in this city a few days ago. Do you know anything about that? Vanter replied irritably, How the hell would I know? The other ordered, I heard they just submitted a request. Investigate everything. Why did they come, and what does the request entail? Dig deep into it. Vanter asked, What about payment? The other answered, I'll advance the initial intel cost. Anything beyond that depends on your findings. He pulled his hood up and warned, You'd better move fast. Miss this opportunity, and you'll lose out big. Vanter bristled at that, cursing under his breath, Damn it. He immediately ordered, Bring me everything we have on this. The subordinate replied at once, Yes, sir. When the documents arrived, the boy politely reported they were ready. Vanter stood and said, Let's go. He clenched the stack of papers in his hand and growled, What the hell is this? Vanter shouted in anger, Is he trying to start a war? Kovut calmly analyzed, Danger level A, up to 3 months, a force of about 200 people. It's not a war. They haven't declared a territorial dispute, nor border with any hostile nation. Vanter was surprised, and it's an A-rank mission. Dungeons are for small elite teams, not brute forcing with numbers. Is it just monster hunting? Kovut doubted. That would definitely lose money. Do you think anyone's stupid enough for that? Vanter agreed. I thought the same. A gleam of pleasure curved his mouth, then he suggested. Then why not wipe them out? They always give up anyway. Vanter wondered, why don't you just eliminate him yourself? Kovut explained with a cold gaze, he always has people with him. The one he refers to as Kraut, an S-rank elite knight. Vanter snapped, so what? You're rank 6 after all, Kovut replied cautiously. If I strike, I'll leave traces. If he manages to use a homeward scroll, it'll be a huge problem. Vanter sneered. Do you know how much a homeward scroll is worth? There's no way he has one. You're worrying too much. Kovut nodded. I'm just waiting for the perfect moment. For now, treat his objective as the dungeon and act accordingly. Once he steps into the dungeon, he won't be able to use a homeward scroll anymore. That's when we strike. Vanter grinned smugly. So I just deal with the mercenaries he hires, right? Kovut produced a pouch of money. If this leaks, it'll be very troublesome. Vanter demanded more. I expect to be paid an extra special fee for this. They've hired at least 100 combat mercenaries. And even freelance mercenaries shouldn't be underestimated at that number, especially in a dungeon with no escape routes. Kovut replied, we'll pay whatever it takes. The person who hired me for this has so much money, they don't know what to do with it. In Posny, there are 3 major mercenary factions known as the Tripower: the Blackwing Legion, the Steel Shield, and the Red Wolves. Among the hundreds of mercenary groups, they hold overwhelming power, not just because they were formed by like-minded mercenaries, but because Black Wing was originally made up of prisoners thrown into monster waves as live bait. The Steel Shield Legion, on the other hand, functions as jailers, the ones who suppress uprisings. These 2 groups have the worst possible relationship, yet they always avoid direct confrontation, for fear of being ambushed by the Red Wolves. The 3 equal powers keep the city in a fragile balance, outwardly calm, but internally they monitor each other's every move. And any sign of open conflict would cause major upheaval. At the Steel Shield Legion's headquarters, a man asked anxiously, what's happening? The other replied, we received word that the Blackwing Legion is secretly recalling scattered forces back to headquarters. The man was struck dumb. Impossible. The other cautiously ordered, we need to prepare as well. In a luxurious castle, someone loudly refused, no, absolutely not. Yurin crossed her arms and challenged, why not? I'm the hostage, right? So shouldn't you take me wherever you go? Oshiro folded his arms and replied, I haven't even invested in you yet. Stop with the nonsense and stay put. The sharp-tongued girl said, you're really not taking me along. Don't blame me if you regret it later. Oshiro feigned puzzlement on the outside but felt a twinge inside. Why is she so confident, as if she knows I'll waver? After thinking, Oshiro decided, fine, if you insist, I'll allow you to come with us to the dungeon entrance and wait there, okay? Yurin agreed immediately, all right. Her easy compliance making Oshiro more suspicious. Does she really just want to wait at the dungeon entrance, or does she already know she'll enter with us? Harry suddenly appeared at the door and asked, really? She was angry. Taking a young girl into a dangerous dungeon, even as a hostage, is reckless. Oshiro denied it immediately. No, she's not even a hostage. She insisted on coming from the start. Harry reproached, even if she's a princess, she's still a child. That doesn't mean you indulge every whim. A responsible adult must set boundaries. Oshiro pleaded helplessly, I'm not old enough either. Harry firmly opposed, in any case, I still strongly object to this. She took Yurin by the hand and began to leave against the girl's will. Come on, princess, Oshiro thought to himself. Hey, don't be mad at me, she's really panicking. He told himself that maybe his initial impression was so bad she remained wary of him. He also considered whether there was someone around suitable for Harry, since she clearly cared deeply about Yurin. Perhaps if he found something she could cling to, she'd calm down a bit. A ray of light passed through the window frame, and outside someone suspicious was hiding behind a bush, quietly watching Oshiro. In the tavern, one man queried suspiciously, really? The other replied firmly, yes, without a doubt. Someone asked, so does that mean Lady Harry will go along? The man opposite answered, very likely, she's very concerned about the young lady. The other raised his mug and shouted, I should have kicked that annoying noble out last time. He recalled receiving the money and instructions, you did well, keep monitoring them. At the time the man had replied, understood, thank you. He seethed, convinced that Bastard had seduced the young lady, no doubt flattering her with sweet talk about making money. I didn't like him at first sight, he cursed inwardly, damn him. The man frowned and asked, what's your directive? The cloaked man barked, a directive? What do you think? If we're not careful, she could be dragged straight into the dungeon. What is he even thinking? You can't handle a dungeon just by having numbers. The man observed, actually, this might not be so bad. He analyzed, tensions have been strangely high lately. Sooner or later the steel shield and black wing will clash. The cloaked man nodded, yeah, we should take a job as an excuse to create distance and observe. Then we can return as if nothing happened. Whether we eliminate the victor or negotiate with them, that'll be the smartest choice for us. Over at Ashiro's place, he and Kraut both turned toward the door when they heard a knock. Ashiro called out, come in. The visitor entered, apologized, and introduced himself. I've been sent by the brokerage office. My name is Chayaz. Please refer all matters related to the mercenary group to me. Also, here is an S-rank credit guarantee issued by the brokerage office. Would you like me to handle selecting the combat personnel and servants as well? Ashiro simply stared at Chayaz, making him flustered and break into a sweat. Ashiro's eyes lit up with quiet delight. How fortunate to find the right person so quickly. Chayaz's voice trembled. Young master, is something the matter? Ashiro started and said, no, do as you see fit, but if you need 10 people, bring them to me for inspection first. He asked in surprise, you want to personally inspect before choosing, however the contract fee paid for those not selected is non-refundable. Do you accept that? Ashiro agreed at once, of course. Chayaz replied politely, understood, I'll arrange everything necessary. Suddenly he handed the man a scroll. Also, please prepare the items listed here. Upon receiving the scroll, Chayaz asked, what's this? Ashiro explained, I've compiled a list of essential supplies for dungeon exploration. Each person is responsible for preparing one item and only you will know the full list. Chayaz nodded. For security reasons, I understand. He then asked, any questions? He fell silent, then mustered the nerve to ask, do you already have a favorite hostess? The question surprised Ashiro. Perhaps he had never considered that possibility. He smiled slyly, thinking to himself that there was no need to introduce Harry after all. He explained, I was just scouting for a place away from prying eyes and happened upon a girl who recommended this spot. I hesitated at first since it's a parlor, but it's quieter and more comfortable than I expected, so I rented it for a while. Chayaz outwardly said it was nothing, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he had no designs on Lady Harry. He continued, do you intend to hire more mercenaries? From my experience, an A-rank dangerous mission comes in only 2 types, sending troops to act as cannon fodder in an unwinnable battle, or dungeon exploration. Ashiro sat motionless upon hearing those words. He thought the man ought to know he wasn't preparing for war, but he also shouldn't know anything about the dungeon he planned to explore. He had no idea of its scale or level. Yet he was still advising to hire more people. Chayaz went on, besides, what you should worry about isn't just the monsters but the scoundrels after the spoils. They must not be underestimated. It's worth spending a bit more to hire extra hands. If we have overwhelming force, they won't dare act easily. Before he finished speaking, Ashiro bluntly refused, no. Sorry, but I won't do that. The enemy isn't one of the tri-power factions. Chayaz was slightly surprised, realizing Ashiro had no intention of following his advice. If he pushed it further, he might even lose the contract. After a moment's thought, he clarified, then let's review the contract details. The new additional requirement states, we must mobilize 1.3 times the initially requested manpower and fully prepare the listed supplies. Also, to ensure security, each person will be assigned only a single task. Is that acceptable? Ashiro agreed, do it that way. He thought to himself, then let's see how this plays out. 3 days later, on an open field near the outskirts of Pazuni Castle town, Chayas reported as they went. By your order, we have assembled a total of 260 people. He silently marveled that, despite his constant worried warnings, the man did his job well enough. Ashiro suddenly said, all right. Then pointed at a mercenary and announced, you're cut. Everyone there was utterly stunned. Ashiro continued, you too, next you and you as well, you're all cut. They recoiled and demanded to know why. One man respectfully said, sir, drawing Ashiro's attention. Chayas whispered in his ear, they're more resistant than I expected if this continues. Ashiro said sternly, warning, you should watch those who keep resisting, not all of them, but most of them are likely spies operating under double contracts. Chayas wondered, how can you be so sure, Ashiro argued, if they were true mercenaries being cut from a dangerous mission like this? They should be celebrating. After all, the advance alone is 50% of the total pay. If they'd taken money from another side and then refused to join the company, they'd have to return that money, which is why they resist so hard. Chayas was stunned. The reasoning made perfect sense. Ashiro affirmed that it wasn't just plausible but true. He thought he might not have weeded out every spy. But the risk of leaks had been greatly reduced. Now everything just needed to go smoothly. He mounted his horse and shouted, let's go. Ashiro led the cavalry forward at a brisk pace, ordering departure. They hadn't gone far when Ashiro and Chayas turned in surprise to look in the same direction. It turned out to be Yurin. She smiled and asked, do you like the gift I gave you? Ashiro was thrilled inwardly. If not for Yurin, he would never have realized that one of the three great powers was targeting him. He nodded, it's really useful. Yurin beamed, we're in the same line of work, so I can't just let you die pointlessly in a dungeon, can I? Ashiro grinned with pleasure, thanks. He turned back, thinking gratefully that Yurin had come in person, and there was also that huge shield named Chayas. You've been attracted by Lady Harry, he teased. Yurin asked anxiously, but more importantly, are you definitely going to be okay? He asked. About what? She nervously mentioned the monsters in the Impalan Mountains. They're as fierce as those on the Go Plateau. Hearing that, Ashiro's mouth twitched into a sly smile. He said smugly, honestly, this place is like my backyard. Yurin asked in confusion, your backyard? Didn't you grow up on the domain? He bragged, I've wandered this whole region in my dreams. Ashiro thought to himself that the Impalan range brought back many memories. Chayas spoke up from behind, pulling him back to reality. Aren't you going to tell us the final destination? This area is a tangled network of various monster territories. We can't just ride straight through, it's not that simple. Ashiro sighed, I know. He continued, then at least let us send scouts ahead. When refused, Chayas glanced at Kraut. Lord Kraut, please say something. Kraut replied, I trust my master, he must have his reasons, so you should follow his orders. Kraut was bitter inside. How many mercenaries had died because of the noble's stubbornness? If losses become too great, we'll have no choice but to retreat. It's unfortunate for those mercenaries hired externally for this mission, but at least I need to find a way to keep the core members of our company alive. Ashiro signaled for Kraut to climb a tree to scout the surroundings. Kraut replied loudly, yes, sir. With that, he leapt down from his horse, then shot up like a rocket, focusing on observation and reporting. There's a goblin village about 500 meters from here. What should we do? Ashiro called back, do I even need to ask? Destroy them. Kraut landed and voiced his concern. The smell of blood could attract larger monsters. He pointed to his head, snapping, if killing a few goblins makes the stench of blood that strong, then give up being a knight. Just die already. Kraut answered trembling, I'll do my best. The recent scene shocked Chayas. Did a scout really spot a goblin village 500 meters away? It must be a coincidence. Ashiro continued, Kraut, what about the other side? He hurriedly complied and reported, about 400 meters to the northwest there's an orc settlement, roughly 10 huts. Ashiro rubbed his chin thoughtfully, not many, wipe them out completely, don't leave a single one alive. Chayas broke into a cold sweat, it must still be a coincidence. Ashiro showed no sign of stopping. Grow, what about the north? He replied. About 650 meters to the northwest there's a clan of Lawn, also around 10 huts. Ashiro ordered, crush them. His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone gaping and thinking, how is he able to do this? The mercenary captain couldn't believe his eyes. His weathered face was now nothing but sheer astonishment. What could have made a seasoned warrior like him utter, "This is unbelievable"? Before them loomed the majestic yet treacherous Imparan Mountains. The place was infamous as a monster minefield where any careless soul could pay with their life. Sheer cliffs hid unpredictable dangers. And yet their company advanced with remarkable calm. No casualties, no chaos. They moved as if strolling through their own garden, dispatching only a few minor monsters in their path, an almost eerie level of safety. Standing behind that safety was Calyx, a young lord with blonde hair and sharp blue eyes. Seeing his composed figure on horseback, one could sense a fearsome capability hidden within. The mercenary captain stepped closer, still puzzled. He reminded Calyx that they hadn't even sent scouts ahead. To a tactician like him, it was tantamount to suicide, yet reality proved otherwise. Calyx only gave a slight smile at the captain's amazement. He addressed him as captain with respectful tone, but his eyes held absolute confidence, as if everything was literally in the palm of his hand. When asked about his uncanny navigation, Calyx replied with a pointed question. "Do you easily share trade secrets with strangers?" The remark stunned the captain, making him feel he'd crossed a boundary not to be breached. But then Calyx revealed an even more shocking truth. He had gained this experience after dying and coming back dozens, even hundreds of times. For 10 relentless years since he was a rookie, he had risked his life to discover the safest routes like these. The mercenary captain pondered. In a monster-infested range like Imparan, the ability to locate zones with only weak monsters was a talent money couldn't buy. It was priceless to any expedition. With a soldier's instinct, the captain suggested mapping the route. He recognized its strategic value and didn't want to waste such a treasure of information, yet his face showed hesitation as he made the offer. Calyx refused flatly, without hesitation. He explained that mapping it was useless now because he had deliberately smashed the territorial patterns of the monsters along the way. The path they'd just taken had become an unpredictable mess. The mercenary captain bowed his head in acceptance. He realized Calyx was not only a masterful guide but also a formidable strategist who always thought several moves ahead to eliminate any chance of pursuit. Inwardly, Calyx thought that even if there were other ways to lead them, he had no reason to teach them. His calm sometimes carried the chill of someone who had endured too much pain in the past. He looked up at the deep blue sky, wondering whether those aiming at his head were obediently following the plan he'd laid out. A knowing smile briefly crossed the young lord's lips. Suddenly, a roar rent the mountain silence, a harbinger of a catastrophic event unfolding behind them. At the Steel Shield Legion's camp, a horrific scene unfolded. A giant troll was wreaking havoc, its sudden attack catching the soldiers off guard. Blood and screams engulfed the camp that had been deemed safe. Commander Black Wing stood amid the wreckage, surrounded by the bodies of his men. His face showed exhaustion and rage as he witnessed the heavy losses suffered just to eliminate a few monsters. Things were slipping out of control. He roared at his subordinates, demanding to know why they still couldn't find Calyx's group when the enemy had been right in front of them. The disparity in military strength had become meaningless as they were completely disoriented in these mountains. Another guide spoke up with a trembling explanation. He realized Calyx had deliberately disrupted the territorial borders of the monsters to set traps. The opposing guide's cleverness had cost them dearly. Commander Black Wing flew into a fury, grabbed his subordinate by the collar, and threatened to feed him to the wolves. His patience had run out as the pursuit had turned into a cruel, ridiculous joke. Angry as he was, he had to admit a bitter truth. As long as they kept chasing Calyx, they would have no choice but to walk into the traps laid out. Every step forward carried the risk of annihilating the whole unit. Turning to another mysterious figure, Commander Black Wing ordered him to do something instead of just standing there. The deadlock forced him to resort to more extreme measures. That figure was Black Wing's guide, a man in a black cloak with weary, hollow eyes. He told the commander to consider him non-existent, a strangely indifferent attitude amid the raging battlefield. The guide's drowsy gaze suddenly flashed with dangerous sharpness. He coldly declared he had no time to waste on these small fry, since a trump card should only be revealed at the most critical moment. Ignoring the commander, who was burning with anger, he turned his back and walked away, but left a poisonous hint. Instead of charging headlong into death, why not look at those who are tailing them from behind? Blackwing's guide pointed back with a calculating air. He suggested to the hot-headed commander that instead of diving into trouble themselves, they let the pursuers behind handle it. A Baitan trap plan was taking shape. With a sarcastic half-smile, he revealed the identity of those tailing them, the damn Steel Shield. It turned out that not only they but other mercenary legions were also coveting Calyx as prey. Commander Blackwing erupted in fury. He roared, asking why such important information hadn't been reported sooner. Lacking intelligence in a death mountain like this was tantamount to suicide. In response to his rage came an annoyingly indifferent attitude. The guide coolly retorted, "Why should I tell you?" He even threatened to leave if Commander Blackwing kept up his uncooperative behavior, a tense undercurrent within the villainous ranks. Not stopping there, the guide tapped his own head, implying the commander should use his brain instead of just brute force. The public insult made the atmosphere even heavier. "What do you want me to do?" the challenging question rang out. The cruel plan was finally laid bare. Let the Steel Shield Legion go first as cannon fodder. By pushing the medium and large monsters toward them, Blackwing's forces would get a clearer, easier path forward. A cunning plot to kill with someone else's blade. Commander Blackwing folded his arms, considering the plan's feasibility. He worried whether the enemy would fall for the trap so easily. The guide, however, insisted that pursuing while keeping distance was far harder than imagined, and that's when lapses occurred. At that moment, their other guide, the one in a blue cloak, spoke up to analyze Steel Shield's capabilities. He said that in terms of individual combat strength, the Steel Shield mercenaries, former prison guards, were somewhat superior, but raw muscle wasn't everything here. He confidently asserted that when it came to supporting skills like tracking, camouflage, and infiltration, he was the clear superior. The commander, hearing this, asked with expectation, "Hey, can you do it?" A new wager was set. "I'll try," was the short reply from Blackwing's guide. His eyes revealed determination mixed with guile, ready to lead the enemy into a deadly trap. Commander Blackwing was pleased to entrust the entire mission to him. Around them, the bodies of fallen soldiers served as a cold reminder of Imperon's brutality, but that seemed to have no effect on those bloodthirsty pursuers. The scene shifted to the camp of the Steel Shield mercenaries. Commander Steel Shield, with brown hair and his signature purple cloak, sensed something amiss. A suspicious quiet had settled over the woods, prompting him to mutter, "Strange." Although they were closing the gap with their quarry, the tracks left behind were too consistent. By calculation, they should have become much clearer by now. This anomaly made Commander Steel Shield and his men begin to doubt the authenticity of the path they were following. But before they could finish analyzing, a loud sound rang out, making everyone startle in terror. The commander's face drained of color as a bad premonition hit him instantly. "What the hell is that?" From the underbrush, enormous dark shapes lunged out. Trolls. The entire Steel Shield Legion was stunned to realize they'd been ambushed by a savage pack of monsters right where they thought they had the situation under control. An unlucky soldier was seized by a troll's massive, crushing hand. A piercing scream echoed through the woods. Chaos erupted as the Steel Shield unit faced a brutal, unexpected assault. "Stop fire!" the soldiers shouted in desperation. They tried to fight back, but the trolls' strength far exceeded their meager preparations. One by one, men fell under the monster's savage blows. A horrific scene unfolded, soldiers thrown like toys. The monster's overwhelming power rendered Steel Shield's defenses futile. Agonized screams rose without end. Commander Steel Shield watched his men fall in droves with a look of horror. He couldn't believe his elite legion was collapsing so quickly. The true nightmare had begun. His eyes burned with utter hatred, fixed on the enemy, whether the trolls or whoever had lured them here. The commander's face was now only shock and fury at his legion's devastation. "You Struggling to regain control, he yelled at the remaining soldiers for standing dazed before death. "Why are you frozen? This isn't the first time you've seen a troll." He tried to jolt the wavering troops back to action. "Advance, move!" Commander Steel Shield drew his sword and led a desperate counterattack. Behind him, the surviving men roared, forcing themselves past fear to face the giant beasts. But harsh reality struck again. Casualties were already vast, bodies strewn at the trolls' feet. A subordinate frantically reported the terrible losses suffered in an instant. The commander froze at the sight. Commander Steel Shield gripped his sword hilt so tightly veins stood out on his trembling hand. Damnable trolls! The curse carried all the helplessness of a leader watching his legions senselessly slaughtered, pushing him to the edge of despair. The giant troll growled, its red eyes boring into the commander as if mocking Steel Shield's failure. The death trap set by Calyx and Black Wing had completely upended the situation, dragging everyone into an impending frenzy. The battle reached a peak of madness. The giant troll roared with killing intent and swung its massive, crushing fist toward the commander. A cry of "Die!" tore the air, unclear whether it was the monster's roar or the human vow to fight to the death. Surrounded by death, Commander Steel Shield's gaze remained cold and resolute. He knew a single moment's lapse would wipe out the entire unit on this deadly range. His determination to protect what remained burned in his eyes. A direct clash between man and monster erupted. The troll swept its arm, but the commander narrowly dodged. The size difference didn't make him flinch. If anything, his sword strikes grew all the more precise. Blood sprayed into the air like a horrific war tableau. A killing blow was struck, marking the turning point of the bloody engagement. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as drops of blood fell. At last, the massive body of the beast collapsed, dust billowing up. A troll had been felled, but the price was high. A terrifying silence began to settle over the freshly chaotic scene. The surviving soldiers cheered in wild relief. Meanwhile, Commander Steel Shield sank to his knees, breath ragged from exhaustion. He'd used his last strength to finish off the enemy and save his loyal men. But the jubilation didn't last. The commander rose with a somber face. He surveyed the wreckage and the scattered bodies of his brothers. The victory tasted bitter with defeat. A cruel tally formed in his mind, more than 10 lives lost to kill 3 trolls. For a mercenary legion, this was an irrecoverable loss. Imperon's brutality had far exceeded all expectations. Calming down to survey the scene, Commander Steel Shield realized a shocking truth. They had been mistaken. The tracks they'd been following all this time were not those of the Black Wing party as they'd assumed. They'd been chasing a ghost. A silver-haired subordinate stepped forward and confirmed that someone had meticulously forged the preceding group's trail. "Damn it!" the commander roared. This meant a third force was interfering and manipulating all of them. "You say there's another group besides those criminals?" Suspicions began to focus on a familiar name. Could it be the Red Wolf Legion? The commander's face drained at the thought of this old rival. If Red Wolf was here, the situation would become exponentially more complicated. He recalled one important piece of information. A few days ago, some noble had commissioned a retinue of up to 200 people. Clues started to connect, revealing a conspiracy larger than they'd imagined. "I suspect it's them." The subordinate bowed his head and apologized for not reporting the information sooner. He hadn't thought a single commission request could be directly related to the Legion's current disaster. That delay had cost many lives. Delving deeper, they found the other group's intention wasn't to enter the mountain to settle a conflict with Steel Shield. Their target lay elsewhere, and Steel Shield was simply an obstacle to be removed or used as a human sacrifice. "So we've been mistaken," murmured Commander Steel Shield, thoughtful. Their movements had been predicted and directed by someone else like pawns on a hidden player's board. A burning sense of humiliation rose in him. The real target of that group likely was the Nobles expedition team, the party led by Calyx. Someone was waiting like a fisherman for a catch, bidding their time to swoop in and loot whatever the expedition wrested from the dungeon. He wondered whether a legion could mobilize its full force just to loot after another party had done the hard work in the dungeon. "Is that plausible?" he asked, doubting how ruthless the enemy might be. If the chance of obtaining something immensely valuable was high, corrupt mercenaries would hesitate at nothing. No different from criminals, the silver-haired subordinate spat with contempt. Ambition had blinded them all. Facing the Legion's broken state, the subordinate asked for the commander's opinion. What should we do? Should we turn back? A life-or-death decision had to be made now: retreat to preserve forces or press on into the trap. Commander Steel's shield sank into thought. He knew this trap was far deeper than he'd imagined, and the hand behind it, Calyx, was no simple figure. This game was no longer for the faint of heart. A hard decision weighed on his shoulders. The sky burned pink at sunset over the Imparan range, but that beauty couldn't hide the tension gripping the entire force. Amid the stifling atmosphere, the commander of the Steel Shield spoke up, suggesting a retreat when he sensed lurking danger. Yet all eyes turned to the one who truly held the decision. Calyx answered with a single word: no. He stood there, his silhouette radiating unshakable resolve, silencing even the mercenary captain into watchful quiet. Instead of fleeing, Calyx decided to make camp right there. He planned to wait until the tale stopped being patient and revealed itself. A risky decision, but one full of calculation. The mercenary captain remained skeptical. He couldn't understand why those who had earlier let them pass were now silently trailing them with ill intent. Calyx's gaze grew cold. He understood better than anyone that their goals and their pursuers were completely different. One sought life, the other hungered for destruction. The mercenary captain gradually recognized the young man's foresight. Calyx's composure was the army's only anchor now. Night fell, fires flickering deep in the forest. The group clustered around the flames, trying to steal some warmth and a false sense of peace before the coming storm. But in the darkness, the eyes of the Blackwing mercenaries silently tracked Calyx's group's every minor movement. They were like starving wolves, patiently waiting for the right moment to pounce and tear the prey apart. They had no idea Calyx had already detected their presence. Reports from scouts stirred unease within Blackwing. Calyx's group remained motionless with no sign of moving on, which fell outside their expectations. Blackwing's female strategist, with dark circles under her eyes, was plotting a more devious move. She knew that a direct attack now would incur heavy losses. The hot-headed colleague beside her immediately suggested wiping out Calyx's group to resume their journey, but his short-sightedness only deepened the strategist's disgust. She posed a cold question: would they have enough strength to face Calyx and the dungeon monsters after bleeding themselves out in this fight? The answer, of course, was no. Don't forget the ultimate objective, she reminded them. Their mission was not merely to kill, but to capture or eliminate Calyx as efficiently as possible. A new plan was drawn up: avoid combat as much as possible. They weren't foolish enough to face average monsters alone and weaken their own force. Seeing her comrade still not understanding, the strategist reached out to stop him before he could do anything stupid. "Is that thing around your neck just for show?" she sneered, a bitter taunt aimed at the man who used only muscle and not brain. The insult enraged the mercenary, but he had to restrain himself under the woman's authority. Tension in the Blackwing camp was even tighter than on the battlefield. The strategist explained further: Calyx's group still didn't know Blackwing's true objective, and that ignorance was Blackwing's greatest advantage. A deceptive scheme was sketched out. They would make Calyx's group believe Blackwing's goal was treasure, then offer a fake ceasefire treaty. The mercenary remained annoyed at having to negotiate with those he considered madmen. He still held grudges passed down through generations. But to her, petty past quarrels or losing a few minions weren't worth worrying about compared with the immediate gain. This was a game for the pragmatic. The strategist sighed softly. Her patience with the hot-headed comrade had truly run dry. In this mind game, she had no time to bicker with someone who viewed everything through personal hatred. "You get led around because you fail to communicate," she said with an insinuating tap on his head, ending the argument and turning her cold gaze to the dying fires ahead, where darkness was preparing to swallow everything. Ink-black night enveloped the range, the only sound the wind whistling through dense leaves. It was the perfect moment for schemes hidden in the dark. At Calyx's camp, the fires still crackled. Soldiers took turns keeping watch, trying to stay alert against the forest's terrifying silence. Flames danced over dry logs, popping in steady rhythm, but this peace didn't last long. Suddenly, strange noises came from the underbrush. Two sentries jumped, instantly assuming battle stances, eyes wary toward the darkness. "Who's there?" A shout tore through the still air. Sweat began to run down the soldiers' brows as they realized someone was approaching. A heavy foot crushed dry leaves. The stranger gradually emerged from the shadows, tightening the tension. It was the commander of the Blackwing mercenaries. He appeared with a falsely friendly expression, holding a white cloth high, the symbol of a ceasefire, and greeted them as if reuniting with old friends. The sudden arrival of the rival leader threw the sentries into panic. "Blackwing mercenaries, it's an ambush," alarms rang out across the camp. Hearing the commotion, the mercenary captain raced from his tent. His face was full of worry as he realized the situation was worse than he'd thought. Calyx quickly appeared as well. He kept his usual calm when his subordinate reported that the Black Wing had boldly entered the camp. "What did you say?" The enemy's audacity even surprised him. Before them stood the commander of the Black Wing and a group of lieutenants, brazenly positioned amid spear points aimed at them. He wore a triumphant smile as if victory were already his. Each step the enemy commander took made the ground seem to tremble. Everyone held their breath, not knowing what terrible thing would happen next. He nodded with satisfaction as if applauding Calyx's group's vigilance, a confidence so smug it was infuriating. The two sides faced each other, forming a scene of stark contrast, Calyx with deep calculation and the Blackwing commander all muscle and guile. A long silence stretched as the rivals stared each other down, trying to read the other's intentions. The mercenary captain clenched his fist, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. Soldiers on both sides still stood with swords half drawn, the air taut as a bowstring. Any small movement now could spark a massacre. But then the campfires slowly died, leaving gray wisps of smoke rising from the ashes. A long, eventful night had passed. The previous night's tension was now just a cold heap of ashes on the ground. A new beginning was emerging after the dark schemes. Dawn broke, sunlight filtering through leaf gaps, signaling a new day. The night's plots had taken shape. Surprisingly, a handshake took place. Calyx and the Black Wing commander agreed to a temporary alliance, a cooperation built on deception. The commander of the Black Wing declared in grand tones, "We were just misunderstanding each other, let's call a ceasefire here." He pretended he only wanted to search for treasure with Calyx, a perfect act. "Fine, see you later." He waved a parting hand with a knowing smile while Calyx responded with a cold nod. The real game was only beginning. He turned his back to his men and ordered them to move out. "Let's go." The Blackwing soldiers set off in force, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with suspicion. Two armies that had been enemies now marched side by side, forming a formation rife with distrust and danger. In truth, this ceasefire was just the opening move for Blackwing to use Calyx to clear the path into the dungeon. Hidden beneath the leaves, the guide quietly watched this cooperation of lies. A vicious smile crossed the strategist's lips as she realized the prey had fully taken the bait. It was only a matter of time before she struck. The guide, Blackwing's cunning female strategist, smiled in satisfaction as she saw everything unfolding exactly as the elaborate plan she had crafted. "You miserable fools," she cursed under her breath as she looked toward the hazy mountains. To her, Calyx's group was nothing more than puppets being led to their deaths. Meanwhile, Calyx sat in his tent, thoughtfully scratching his ear. He felt as if someone were speaking ill of him behind his back, a keen intuition honed by surviving hundreds of deaths. He sat alone in the silent tent, his mind busy calculating the next moves. "We're almost at the dungeon." That was the most important objective right now. Kraut, a close subordinate, entered to report. Seeing Calyx lost in thought, he reminded him of the imminent summit meeting. Calyx sighed, pushing aside his fatigue to prepare for the task ahead. Kraut wondered silently after watching his lord stare at the wall for hours why the sudden urgent meeting. He still couldn't fully grasp the calculations running through Calyx's mind. "Gather everyone at the command tent, prepare yourselves." Kraut received the order and withdrew, leaving Calyx with a determined expression. The real journey was about to begin. Calyx's gaze sharpened, colder than ever. He knew each decision now would determine the lives of everyone in the group. The meeting began. Calyx stood before the map and ordered the entire force to depart for the dungeon at dawn tomorrow, a lightning plan that allowed no delay. Just before sunrise, we execute a forced march, Calyx declared. He wanted to maximize time to gain the upper hand over their tail. The decision stunned the room. Amid skeptical looks, the mercenary captain asked about the estimated travel time to the dungeon. Everyone weighed the feasibility of this risky march. Calyx replied calmly, "If we strip our gear to the bare minimum, it will take about a day's march." He then issued another shocking order. Only elite warriors would be allowed to go. The mercenary captain frowned, worried about logistics. "How do you intend to handle provisions? We can't bring horses into the dungeon." It was a thorny problem for any army. "We'll use the subspace artifact," Calyx answered nonchalantly. It was a rare family heirloom capable of holding a vast amount of supplies without physical burden. The mercenary captain was silently astonished. An artifact that could store enough rations for 60 people was rare indeed. He realized Calyx carried himself like the heir of a noble house. "As for the rest of the troops, send them back." Calyx's command rang out bluntly but pragmatically. He wanted to remove every burden to optimize speed and combat effectiveness of the main unit. He explained further that if the weaker members stayed, they'd only become prime targets for those hunting the group. Splitting the forces was the safest option for both sides. Calyx believed the enemy wouldn't bother chasing a small group descending the mountain. He decided to send Urine and Madame Harry back to base immediately. The mercenary captain admired his decisiveness. "What about me?" Urine asked, her voice trembling with worry. She didn't want to leave Calyx as he prepared to enter such danger. She felt abandoned. "Playtime's over. Join the return group," Calyx replied coldly. Madame Harry stood by silently, complying. She knew it was the only choice to ensure their safety. Urine scolded him like a heavy burden. Calyx smiled confidently and tapped his head as if to remind them his greatest weapon was his mind. He wasn't a liability but their greatest guide. Urine could only snort in helplessness. But Urine's eyes still held deep sadness. She thought to herself that she couldn't help him now, and next time it would be her turn to prove herself. Her gaze followed Calyx's retreating figure as she prayed, "Please don't die." The girl's sincere worry was the only warmth amid these cold calculations. Calyx returned a rare, gentle smile. At last, dawn arrived the next day, dispelling the thick mist. Calyx drew his sword and resolutely ordered the elite force to depart, ready to conquer the dungeon with blazing momentum. The formation officially split into two routes as planned. Calyx pushed deep into the dangerous zone, while Urine's group quietly began their descent back down the mountain. A heartfelt parting marked the start of separate challenges awaiting them ahead. Urine and Madame Harry silently rode away. Though they longed to stay by Calyx's side, they understood they could not become burdens that would slow him in the life-or-death battle to come. Urine glanced back, her eyes full of unspoken feeling. The mercenary captain stood silently watching the group fade into the distance. His gaze held the depth of a seasoned warrior who had witnessed too many farewells and sacrifices on the battlefield. "Please stay safe," a quiet blessing echoed through the deep forest. Calyx's group officially stepped into danger, leaving loved ones behind with hopes of reunion. Chapter 52 closed with the resolve of true warriors. At the foot of the mountain, a scout reported that Calyx's group had split in two. One-third broke off heading north, while the rest seemed to be moving toward the mountain base. The commander of the Black Wing mercenaries frowned, wondering why the distance between the two groups had suddenly widened like that. Based on the tracks left behind, his men concluded that the footprints heading north were shallower. The commander quickly reached a conclusion. He believed Calyx's main force must have abandoned their heavy gear to speed up their escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered they pursue the main force and ignore the remaining group. A subordinate spoke up worriedly, suggesting it might be a decoy trap. But Commander Black Wing only smirked confidently. He argued that if his side reached the dungeon gate first and set up an ambush, Calyx wouldn't be able to get inside. He was sure the opponent wasn't dumb enough to walk into such a trap. Overconfident, the commander shouted orders for the whole force to double their speed northward. 1 hour later, a shout rang out as a hand found a trail on the ground. Another group had also arrived. The man in the purple cloak asked the white-haired boy accompanying him, probing which direction the Black Wing had taken. The white-haired boy gave a slight smile, his sharp eyes pointed in one direction, and replied tersely, "North." The white-haired boy pointed north. The man in the purple cloak nodded in confirmation. Immediately, the man also called to his troops, "We head north as well." Both pursuing forces accelerated, charging through the dense forest. The pounding footsteps of hundreds echoed through a corner of the woods. Meanwhile, up ahead, Calyx and his people were also running desperately, drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, Calyx realized a troubling truth. These ruins were nothing like the places he'd known before. He explained to his subordinates that once you step into this place, whether human or monster, your life force would be drained until death. Calyx's face turned grave. He warned that in the worst case, this was nothing less than a death sentence. He added that the monsters trapped in this maze grew more vicious with each generation. And the most horrifying thing was, once they died, they would immediately rise again as undead. Calyx muttered that this explained why the undead only haunted the deeper levels, but something still felt off. At that moment, someone in the group shouted that they'd spotted the dungeon entrance. The group stopped before an ancient stone gate exuding a chilling aura. The deep darkness within seemed ready to swallow everything. They cautiously stepped inside. Near the entrance, the air had already grown heavy. Calyx kept a cold expression, his sword reflecting the weak light, ready for any contingency. Then the monsters appeared, an arrow shot straight into the chest of a goblin. Calyx was somewhat surprised to realize they weren't ordinary goblins, but hobgoblins, a higher-ranked species. Looking at the bodies around him, he bowed his head in confirmation. The rumors were true, this dungeon really did consume corpses. Calyx's gaze flicked to a torch on the wall, and a horrifying thought sparked. Could it be? The dungeon was using the very monsters it consumed as fuel for these torches. The red-haired knight warned everyone to ready their weapons because the monsters could ambush at any moment. The whole team responded in unison. From Calyx's point of view, he slipped on his tactical gloves, confirming he was ready. He reached out and took the sword's hilt offered by a subordinate. But the moment he gripped it, Calyx flinched. Something was wrong. At the same time, a hobgoblin leaped down from the wall, swinging its club straight for his head. The mercenary captain shouted in alarm, "Master, watch out." Seeing the captain about to rush forward, the red-haired knight hurried to hold him back. He didn't understand why the man acted that way. The captain only signaled calmly, telling him to look closely. Unfazed, Calyx raised his sword and gently parried the hobgoblin's deadly blow. Without hesitation, Calyx spun and delivered a crushing kick into the creature's side. The monster let out a piercing roar. Still, Calyx paused. Something odd had happened during that attack. Determination flashed in Calyx's eyes. The sword in his hand flared with light. He wouldn't lose here. After the counter, Calyx frowned slightly as he looked at his still glowing sword. Thrown off balance, the hobgoblin let out an angry snarl and lunged to attack again. Calyx remained steady. He swung his sword, sending a white streak of light at the creature. A clean slash, the goblin's club-bearing arm was severed and flew away. It let out a miserable wail as green blood sprayed, and it collapsed to the ground. Giving the enemy no time to breathe, Calyx immediately lunged at the second hobgoblin. He leapt up and delivered a decisive downward strike, driving the blade into the monster's chest. The blade passed through its body easily, ending it on the spot. Calyx landed lightly as the goblin's corpse fell behind him. He panted, though swift, the fight had still cost him considerable energy. But a second later, Calyx had recovered his usual confidence and even gave a playful wink. The red-haired knight beside him couldn't hide his amazement, repeatedly praising his master's swordsmanship's remarkable improvement. Calyx wiped his sweat and admitted it. He ordered everyone to sprinkle some holy water so the undead couldn't approach while they rested. the red-haired knight quickly reported that it had been done. Suddenly, Calyx turned and asked the knight beside him a question. Another soldier nervously asked the red-haired knight whether they were on the right path. Calyx heard and asked why he was doubtful. The red-haired knight, feeling dizzy too, explained that no matter how he looked at it, it felt like they were just circling the same spot. He mustered the courage to ask Calyx bluntly, "Sir, are we lost?" Calyx simply asked back calmly, "What do you think?" The knight fumbled, saying he trusted his master's judgment but truly couldn't understand. Calyx only scoffed. The knight's puzzled expression made Calyx laugh. He began to explain his plan. Calyx looked down the dark corridor ahead and said it was very possible. Those following them were asking themselves the exact same question. Meanwhile, behind them, the Blackwing mercenaries were in pursuit. A scout reported that Calyx's group seemed to be running in circles. Another man looked puzzled. The scout admitted he couldn't understand either why the enemy had suddenly changed tactics like that. Commander Blackwing grew suspicious. He suggested the tracks in this dungeon might vanish instantly and his men could be mistaken, but the scout insisted he was willing to stake his honor on it. The scout offered two hypotheses: either they'd been spotted and were being lured into a trap, or Calyx's group was searching for something. Commander Blackwing still didn't understand. Searching for what? He thought there was only one possibility. The black-robed mage grew impatient. He declared he didn't care about Calyx's secrets. He just wanted to complete the mission and finish the target, but a hand stopped him. Commander Blackwing dismissed that. He argued Calyx had spent a fortune hiring up to 200 mercenaries, which proved the reward inside had to be far greater. Greed rising, he wanted to know what it was. The mage sneered. He couldn't believe the commander had fallen for the lie Calyx used to fool the steel shield. The mage suggested waiting for Calyx to exit the dungeon since he was surrounded by dozens of guards anyway, but Commander Blackwing had decided they would attack now. The mage sighed and reluctantly agreed. A flash of warning crossed his eyes. He warned that to take Calyx down they'd need to muster their full strength to deal with the bodyguards. "You will regret this." But Commander Blackwing only scoffed. He believed he was about to hit the jackpot. He declared all the spoils inside would belong to him alone. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, the Steel Shield group was also unsettled. A soldier insisted they had definitely passed this spot before. Their commander felt something odd too, unwilling to believe Blackwing could make such a basic mistake. A subordinate suggested they ambush the entrance since sooner or later Calyx would have to come out, but the Steel Shield commander shook his head, saying that wasn't a good idea. He explained they had a truce agreement with Blackwing. If they were caught lurking at the exit, it would expose their cover and make Blackwing suspicious. Commander Steel Shield decided they would observe and wait for now. If the team's stamina reached its limit, they'd pull out to rest and regroup. The deputy commander smiled and praised the captain's foresight. The captain replied proudly that this was why he was captain and the other was only deputy. 1 week later, Commander Blackwing angrily drove his sword into the ground. The scout reported they'd been circling for a whole week. The commander had lost patience and ordered the gap closed to 30 minutes. The scout worried that doing so would get them spotted, but the commander roared, "Never mind." Veins of anger stood out on the commander's face. He decided he would catch Calyx himself and press a blade to his throat. At the same time, Calyx suddenly stopped. The red-haired knight anxiously asked if something was wrong. Calyx barely answered, "No, it's nothing." But a cold smile spread across his lips. The enemy had arrived. The mercenary captain couldn't believe his eyes. His weathered face was now nothing but sheer astonishment. What could have made a seasoned warrior like him utter, "This is unbelievable"? Before them loomed the majestic yet treacherous Imparan Mountains. The place was infamous as a monster minefield where any careless soul could pay with their life. Sheer cliffs hid unpredictable dangers. And yet their company advanced with remarkable calm. No casualties, no chaos. They moved as if strolling through their own garden, dispatching only a few minor monsters in their path, an almost eerie level of safety. Standing behind that safety was Calyx, a young lord with blonde hair and sharp blue eyes. Seeing his composed figure on horseback, one could sense a fearsome capability hidden within. The mercenary captain stepped closer, still puzzled. He reminded Calyx that they hadn't even sent scouts ahead. To a tactician like him, it was tantamount to suicide, yet reality proved otherwise. Calyx only gave a slight smile at the captain's amazement. He addressed him as captain with respectful tone, but his eyes held absolute confidence, as if everything was literally in the palm of his hand. When asked about his uncanny navigation, Calyx replied with a pointed question. "Do you easily share trade secrets with strangers?" The remark stunned the captain, making him feel he'd crossed a boundary not to be breached. But then Calyx revealed an even more shocking truth. He had gained this experience after dying and coming back dozens, even hundreds of times. For 10 relentless years since he was a rookie, he had risked his life to discover the safest routes like these. The mercenary captain pondered. In a monster-infested range like Imperin, the ability to locate zones with only weak monsters was a talent money couldn't buy. It was priceless to any expedition. With a soldier's instinct, the captain suggested mapping the route. He recognized its strategic value and didn't want to waste such a treasure of information, yet his face showed hesitation as he made the offer. Calyx refused flatly, without hesitation. He explained that mapping it was useless now because he had deliberately smashed the territorial patterns of the monsters along the way. The path they'd just taken had become an unpredictable mess. The mercenary captain bowed his head in acceptance. He realized Calyx was not only a masterful guide but also a formidable strategist who always thought several moves ahead to eliminate any chance of pursuit. Inwardly, Calyx thought that even if there were other ways to lead them, he had no reason to teach them. His calm sometimes carried the chill of someone who had endured too much pain in the past. He looked up at the deep blue sky, wondering whether those aiming at his head were obediently following the plan he'd laid out. A knowing smile briefly crossed the young lord's lips. Suddenly, a roar rent the mountain silence, a harbinger of a catastrophic event unfolding behind them. At the Steel Shield Legion's camp, a horrific scene unfolded. A giant troll was wreaking havoc, its sudden attack catching the soldiers off guard. Blood and screams engulfed the camp that had been deemed safe. Commander Blackwing stood amid the wreckage, surrounded by the bodies of his men. His face showed exhaustion and rage as he witnessed the heavy losses suffered just to eliminate a few monsters. Things were slipping out of control. He roared at his subordinates, demanding to know why they still couldn't find Calyx's group when the enemy had been right in front of them. The disparity in military strength had become meaningless as they were completely disoriented in these mountains. Another guide spoke up with a trembling explanation. He realized Calyx had deliberately disrupted the territorial borders of the monsters to set traps. The opposing guide's cleverness had cost them dearly. Commander Blackwing flew into a fury, grabbed his subordinate by the collar, and threatened to feed him to the wolves. His patience had run out as the pursuit had turned into a cruel, ridiculous joke. Angry as he was, he had to admit a bitter truth. As long as they kept chasing Calyx, they would have no choice but to walk into the traps laid out. Every step forward carried the risk of annihilating the whole unit. Turning to another mysterious figure, Commander Blackwing ordered him to do something instead of just standing there. The deadlock forced him to resort to more extreme measures. That figure was Blackwing's guide, a man in a black cloak with weary, hollow eyes. He told the commander to consider him non-existent, a strangely indifferent attitude amid the raging battlefield. The guide's drowsy gaze suddenly flashed with dangerous sharpness. He coldly declared he had no time to waste on these small fry, since a trump card should only be revealed at the most critical moment. Ignoring the commander, who was burning with anger, he turned his back and walked away but left a poisonous hint. Instead of charging headlong into death, why not look at those who are tailing them from behind? Blackwing's guide pointed back with a calculating air. He suggested to the hot-headed commander that instead of diving into trouble themselves, they let the pursuers behind handle it. A Baitan trap plan was taking shape. With a sarcastic half-smile, he revealed the identity of those tailing them, the damn Steel Shield. It turned out that not only they but other mercenary legions were also coveting Calyx as prey. Commander Blackwing erupted in fury. He roared, asking why such important information hadn't been reported sooner. Lacking intelligence in a death mountain like this was tantamount to suicide. In response to his rage came an annoyingly indifferent attitude. The guide coolly retorted, "Why should I tell you?" He even threatened to leave if Commander Blackwing kept up his uncooperative behavior, a tense undercurrent within the villainous ranks. Not stopping there, the guide tapped his own head, implying the commander should use his brain instead of just brute force. The public insult made the atmosphere even heavier. "What do you want me to do?" the challenging question rang out. The cruel plan was finally laid bare. Let the Steel Shield Legion go first as cannon fodder. By pushing the medium and large monsters toward them, Blackwing's forces would get a clearer, easier path forward. A cunning plot to kill with someone else's blade. Commander Blackwing folded his arms, considering the plan's feasibility. He worried whether the enemy would fall for the trap so easily. The guide, however, insisted that pursuing while keeping distance was far harder than imagined, and that's when lapses occurred. At that moment, their other guide, the one in a blue cloak, spoke up to analyze Steel Shield's capabilities. He said that in terms of individual combat strength, the Steel Shield mercenaries, former prison guards, were somewhat superior, but raw muscle wasn't everything here. He confidently asserted that when it came to supporting skills like tracking, camouflage, and infiltration, he was the clear superior. The commander, hearing this, asked with expectation, "Hey, can you do it?" A new wager was set. "I'll try," was the short reply from Blackwing's guide. His eyes revealed determination mixed with guile, ready to lead the enemy into a deadly trap. Commander Blackwing was pleased to entrust the entire mission to him. Around them, the bodies of fallen soldiers served as a cold reminder of Imperon's brutality, but that seemed to have no effect on those bloodthirsty pursuers. The scene shifted to the camp of the Steel Shield mercenaries. Commander Steel Shield, with brown hair and his signature purple cloak, sensed something amiss. A suspicious quiet had settled over the woods, prompting him to mutter, "Strange." Although they were closing the gap with their quarry, the tracks left behind were too consistent. By calculation, they should have become much clearer by now. This anomaly made Commander Steel Shield and his men begin to doubt the authenticity of the path they were following. But before they could finish analyzing, a loud sound rang out, making everyone startle in terror. The commander's face drained of color as a bad premonition hit him instantly. "What the hell is that?" From the underbrush, enormous dark shapes lunged out. Trolls. The entire Steel Shield Legion was stunned to realize they'd been ambushed by a savage pack of monsters right where they thought they had the situation under control. An unlucky soldier was seized by a troll's massive, crushing hand. A piercing scream echoed through the woods. Chaos erupted as the Steel Shield unit faced a brutal, unexpected assault. "Stop! Fire!" the soldiers shouted in desperation. They tried to fight back, but the trolls' strength far exceeded their meager preparations. One by one, men fell under the monster's savage blows. A horrific scene unfolded, soldiers thrown like toys. The monster's overwhelming power rendered Steel Shield's defenses futile. Agonized screams rose without end. Commander Steel Shield watched his men fall in droves with a look of horror. He couldn't believe his elite legion was collapsing so quickly. The true nightmare had begun. His eyes burned with utter hatred, fixed on the enemy, whether the trolls or whoever had lured them here. The commander's face was now only shock and fury at his legion's devastation. "You." Struggling to regain control, he yelled at the remaining soldiers for standing dazed before death. "Why are you frozen? This isn't the first time you've seen a troll." He tried to jolt the wavering troops back to action. "Advance, move!" Commander Steel Shield drew his sword and led a desperate counterattack. Behind him, the surviving men roared, forcing themselves past fear to face the giant beasts. But harsh reality struck again. Casualties were already vast, bodies strewn at the trolls' feet. A subordinate frantically reported the terrible losses suffered in an instant. The commander froze at the sight. Commander Steel Shield gripped his sword hilt so tightly veins stood out on his trembling hand. Damnable trolls! The curse carried all the helplessness of a leader watching his legion senselessly slaughtered, pushing him to the edge of despair. The giant troll growled, its red eyes boring into the commander as if mocking Steel Shield's failure. The death trap set by Calyx and Blackwing had completely upended the situation, dragging everyone into an impending frenzy. The battle reached a peak of madness. The giant troll roared with killing intent and swung its massive, crushing fist toward the commander. A cry of "Die!" tore the air, unclear whether it was the monster's roar or the human vow to fight to the death. Surrounded by death, Commander Steel Shield's gaze remained cold and resolute. He knew a single moment's lapse would wipe out the entire unit on this deadly range. His determination to protect what remained burned in his eyes. A direct clash between man and monster erupted. The troll swept its arm, but the commander narrowly dodged. The size difference didn't make him flinch. If anything, his sword strikes grew all the more precise. Blood sprayed into the air like a horrific war tableau. A killing blow was struck, marking the turning point of the bloody engagement. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as drops of blood fell. At last, the massive body of the beast collapsed, dust billowing up. A troll had been felled, but the price was high. A terrifying silence began to settle over the freshly chaotic scene. The surviving soldiers cheered in wild relief. Meanwhile, Commander Steel Shield sank to his knees, breath ragged from exhaustion. He'd used his last strength to finish off the enemy and save his loyal men. But the jubilation didn't last. The commander rose with a somber face. He surveyed the wreckage and the scattered bodies of his brothers. The victory tasted bitter with defeat. A cruel tally formed in his mind, more than 10 lives lost to kill 3 trolls. For a mercenary legion, this was an irrecoverable loss. Imperium's brutality had far exceeded all expectations. Calming down to survey the scene, Commander Steel Shield realized a shocking truth. They had been mistaken. The tracks they'd been following all this time were not those of the Blackwing Party as they'd assumed. They'd been chasing a ghost. A silver-haired subordinate stepped forward and confirmed that someone had meticulously forged the preceding group's trail. "Damn it!" the commander roared. This meant a third force was interfering and manipulating all of them. "You say there's another group besides those criminals?" Suspicions began to focus on a familiar name. Could it be the Red Wolf Legion? The commander's face drained at the thought of this old rival. If Red Wolf was here, the situation would become exponentially more complicated. He recalled one important piece of information. A few days ago, some noble had commissioned a retinue of up to 200 people. Clues started to connect, revealing a conspiracy larger than they'd imagined. "I suspect it's them." The subordinate bowed his head and apologized for not reporting the information sooner. He hadn't thought a single commission request could be directly related to the Legion's current disaster. That delay had cost many lives. Delving deeper, they found the other group's intention wasn't to enter the mountain to settle a conflict with Steel Shield. Their target lay elsewhere, and Steel Shield was simply an obstacle to be removed or used as a human sacrifice. "So we've been mistaken," murmured Commander Steel Shield, thoughtful. Their movements had been predicted and directed by someone else like pawns on a hidden player's board. A burning sense of humiliation rose in him. The real target of that group likely was the Nobles Expedition Team, the party led by Calyx. Someone was waiting like a fisherman for a catch, bidding their time to swoop in and loot whatever the expedition wrested from the dungeon. He wondered whether a legion could mobilize its full force just to loot after another party had done the hard work in the dungeon. "Is that plausible?" he asked, doubting how ruthless the enemy might be. If the chance of obtaining something immensely valuable was high, corrupt mercenaries would hesitate at nothing. No different from criminals, the silver-haired subordinate spat with contempt. Ambition had blinded them all. Facing the Legion's broken state, the subordinate asked for the commander's opinion. "What should we do? Should we turn back?" A life-or-death decision had to be made now: retreat to preserve forces or press on into the trap. Commander Steel Shield sank into thought. He knew this trap was far deeper than he'd imagined, and the hand behind it, Calyx, was no simple figure. This game was no longer for the faint of heart. A hard decision weighed on his shoulders. The sky burned pink at sunset over the Imperium range, but that beauty couldn't hide the tension gripping the entire force. Amid the stifling atmosphere, the commander of the Steel Shield spoke up, suggesting a retreat when he sensed lurking danger. Yet all eyes turned to the one who truly held the decision. Calyx answered with a single word: "No." He stood there, his silhouette radiating unshakable resolve, silencing even the mercenary captain into watchful quiet. Instead of fleeing, Calyx decided to make camp right there. He planned to wait until the tale stopped being patient and revealed itself. A risky decision, but one full of calculation. The mercenary captain remained skeptical. He couldn't understand why those who had earlier let them pass were now silently trailing them with ill intent. Calyx's gaze grew cold. He understood better than anyone that their goals and their pursuers were completely different. One sought life, the other hungered for destruction. The mercenary captain gradually recognized the young man's foresight. Calyx's composure was the army's only anchor now. Night fell, fires flickering deep in the forest. The group clustered around the flames, trying to steal some warmth and a false sense of peace before the coming storm. But in the darkness, the eyes of the Blackwing mercenaries silently tracked Calyx's group's every minor movement. They were like starving wolves, patiently waiting for the right moment to pounce and tear the prey apart. They had no idea Calyx had already detected their presence. Reports from scouts stirred unease within Blackwing. Calyx's group remained motionless with no sign of moving on, which fell outside their expectations. Blackwing's female strategist with dark circles under her eyes was plotting a more devious move. She knew that a direct attack now would incur heavy losses. The hot-headed colleague beside her immediately suggested wiping out Calyx's group to resume their journey, but his short-sightedness only deepened the strategist's disgust. She posed a cold question: would they have enough strength to face Calyx and the dungeon monsters after bleeding themselves out in this fight? The answer, of course, was no. Don't forget the ultimate objective, she reminded them. Their mission was not merely to kill but to capture or eliminate Calyx as efficiently as possible. A new plan was drawn up: avoid combat as much as possible. They weren't foolish enough to face average monsters alone and weaken their own force. Seeing her comrade still not understanding, the strategist reached out to stop him before he could do anything stupid. "Is that thing around your neck just for show?" she sneered, a bitter taunt aimed at the man who used only muscle and not brain. The insult enraged the mercenary, but he had to restrain himself under the woman's authority. Tension in the Blackwing camp was even tighter than on the battlefield. The strategist explained further: Calyx's group still didn't know Blackwing's true objective, and that ignorance was Blackwing's greatest advantage. A deceptive scheme was sketched out. They would make Calyx's group believe Blackwing's goal was treasure, then offer a fake ceasefire treaty. The mercenary remained annoyed at having to negotiate with those he considered madmen. He still held grudges passed down through generations. But to her, petty past quarrels or losing a few minions weren't worth worrying about compared with the immediate gain. This was a game for the pragmatic. The strategist sighed softly. Her patience with the hot-headed comrade had truly run dry. In this mind game, she had no time to bicker with someone who viewed everything through personal hatred. "You get led around because you fail to communicate," she said with an insinuating tap on his head, ending the argument and turning her cold gaze to the dying fires ahead, where darkness was preparing to swallow everything. Ink-black night enveloped the range, the only sound the wind whistling through dense leaves. It was the perfect moment for schemes hidden in the dark. At Calyx's camp, the fires still crackled. Soldiers took turns keeping watch, trying to stay alert against the forest's terrifying silence. Flames danced over dry logs, popping in steady rhythm, but this peace didn't last long. Suddenly, strange noises came from the underbrush. Two sentries jumped, instantly assuming battle stances, eyes wary toward the darkness. "Who's there?" A shout tore through the still air. Sweat began to run down the soldiers' brows as they realized someone was approaching. A heavy foot crushed dry leaves. The stranger gradually emerged from the shadows, tightening the tension. It was the commander of the Blackwing mercenaries. He appeared with a falsely friendly expression, holding a white cloth high, the symbol of a ceasefire, and greeted them as if reuniting with old friends. The sudden arrival of the rival leader threw the sentries into panic. "Blackwing mercenaries, it's an ambush!" Alarms rang out across the camp. Hearing the commotion, the mercenary captain raced from his tent. His face was full of worry as he realized the situation was worse than he'd thought. Calyx quickly appeared as well. He kept his usual calm when his subordinate reported that the Black Wing had boldly entered the camp. "What did you say?" The enemy's audacity even surprised him. Before them stood the commander of the Black Wing and a group of lieutenants, brazenly positioned amid spear points aimed at them. He wore a triumphant smile as if victory were already his. Each step the enemy commander took made the ground seem to tremble. Everyone held their breath, not knowing what terrible thing would happen next. He nodded with satisfaction as if applauding Calyx's group's vigilance, a confidence so smug it was infuriating. The two sides faced each other, forming a scene of stark contrast, Calyx with deep calculation and the Blackwing commander all muscle and guile. A long silence stretched as the rivals stared each other down, trying to read the other's intentions. The mercenary captain clenched his fist, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. Soldiers on both sides still stood with swords half drawn, the air taut as a bowstring. Any small movement now could spark a massacre. But then the campfires slowly died, leaving gray wisps of smoke rising from the ashes. A long, eventful night had passed. The previous night's tension was now just a cold heap of ashes on the ground. A new beginning was emerging after the dark schemes. Dawn broke, sunlight filtering through leaf gaps, signaling a new day. The night's plots had taken shape. Surprisingly, a handshake took place. Calyx and the Blackwing commander agreed to a temporary alliance, a cooperation built on deception. The commander of the Blackwing declared in grand tones, "We were just misunderstanding each other, let's call a ceasefire here." He pretended he only wanted to search for treasure with Calyx, a perfect act. Fine, see you later, he waved a parting hand with a knowing smile while Calyx responded with a cold nod. The real game was only beginning. He turned his back to his men and ordered them to move out. Let's go, the Black-winged soldiers set off in force, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with suspicion. Two armies that had been enemies now marched side by side, forming a formation rife with distrust and danger. In truth, this ceasefire was just the opening move for Blackwing to use Calyx to clear the path into the dungeon. Hidden beneath the leaves, the guide quietly watched this cooperation of lies. A vicious smile crossed the strategist's lips as she realized the prey had fully taken the bait. It was only a matter of time before she struck. The guide, Blackwing's cunning female strategist, smiled in satisfaction as she saw everything unfolding exactly as the elaborate plan she had crafted. You miserable fools, she cursed under her breath as she looked toward the hazy mountains. To her, Calyx's group was nothing more than puppets being led to their deaths. Meanwhile, Calyx sat in his tent, thoughtfully scratching his ear. He felt as if someone were speaking ill of him behind his back, a keen intuition honed by surviving hundreds of deaths. He sat alone in the silent tent, his mind busy calculating the next moves. We're almost at the dungeon. That was the most important objective right now. Kraut, a close subordinate, entered to report. Seeing Calyx lost in thought, he reminded him of the imminent summit meeting. Calyx sighed, pushing aside his fatigue to prepare for the task ahead. Kraut wondered silently after watching his lord stare at the wall for hours why the sudden urgent meeting. He still couldn't fully grasp the calculations running through Calyx's mind. Gather everyone at the command tent, prepare yourselves. Kraut received the order and withdrew, leaving Calyx with a determined expression. The real journey was about to begin. Calyx's gaze sharpened, colder than ever. He knew each decision now would determine the lives of everyone in the group. The meeting began. Calyx stood before the map and ordered the entire force to depart for the dungeon at dawn tomorrow, a lightning plan that allowed no delay. Just before sunrise, we execute a forced march, Calyx declared. He wanted to maximize time to gain the upper hand over their tail. The decision stunned the room. Amid skeptical looks, the mercenary captain asked about the estimated travel time to the dungeon. Everyone weighed the feasibility of this risky march. Calyx replied calmly, if we strip our gear to the bare minimum, it will take about a day's march. He then issued another shocking order. Only elite warriors would be allowed to go. The mercenary captain frowned, worried about logistics. How do you intend to handle provisions? We can't bring horses into the dungeon. It was a thorny problem for any army. We'll use the subspace artifact, Calyx answered nonchalantly. It was a rare family heirloom capable of holding a vast amount of supplies without physical burden. The mercenary captain was silently astonished. An artifact that could store enough rations for 60 people was rare indeed. He realized Calyx carried himself like the heir of a noble house. As for the rest of the troops, send them back. Calyx's command rang out bluntly but pragmatically. He wanted to remove every burden to optimize speed and combat effectiveness of the main unit. He explained further that if the weaker members stayed, they'd only become prime targets for those hunting the group. Splitting the forces was the safest option for both sides. Calyx believed the enemy wouldn't bother chasing a small group descending the mountain. He decided to send Urine and Madame Harry back to base immediately. The mercenary captain admired his decisiveness. What about me? Urine asked, her voice trembling with worry. She didn't want to leave Calyx as he prepared to enter such danger. She felt abandoned. Playtime's over, join the return group, Calyx replied coldly. Madame Harry stood by silently, complying. She knew it was the only choice to ensure their safety. Urine scolded him like a heavy burden. Calyx smiled confidently and tapped his head as if to remind them his greatest weapon was his mind. He wasn't a liability but their greatest guide. Urine could only snort in helplessness. But Urine's eyes still held deep sadness. She thought to herself that she couldn't help him now, and next time it would be her turn to prove herself. Her gaze followed Calyx's retreating figure as she prayed, please don't die. The girl's sincere worry was the only warmth amid these cold calculations. Calyx returned a rare, gentle smile. At last, dawn arrived the next day, dispelling the thick mist. Calyx drew his sword and resolutely ordered the elite force to depart, ready to conquer the dungeon with blazing momentum. The formation officially split into two routes as planned. Calyx pushed deep into the dangerous zone, while Urine's group quietly began their descent back down the mountain. A heartfelt parting marked the start of separate challenges awaiting them ahead. Urine and Madame Harry silently rode away. Though they longed to stay by Calix's side, they understood they could not become burdens that would slow him in the life-or-death battle to come. Urine glanced back, her eyes full of unspoken feeling. The mercenary captain stood silently watching the group fade into the distance. His gaze held the depth of a seasoned warrior who had witnessed too many farewells and sacrifices on the battlefield. "Please stay safe," a quiet blessing echoed through the deep forest. Calix's group officially stepped into danger, leaving loved ones behind with hopes of reunion. Chapter 52 closed with the resolve of true warriors. At the foot of the mountain, a scout reported that Calix's group had split in two. One-third broke off heading north, while the rest seemed to be moving toward the mountain base. The commander of the Black Wing mercenaries frowned, wondering why the distance between the two groups had suddenly widened like that. Based on the tracks left behind, his men concluded that the footprints heading north were shallower. The commander quickly reached a conclusion. He believed Calix's main force must have abandoned their heavy gear to speed up their escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered they pursue the main force and ignore the remaining group. A subordinate spoke up worriedly, suggesting it might be a decoy trap. But Commander Blackwing only smirked confidently. He argued that if his side reached the dungeon gate first and set up an ambush, Calix wouldn't be able to get inside. He was sure the opponent wasn't dumb enough to walk into such a trap. Overconfident, the commander shouted orders for the whole force to double their speed northward. 1 hour later, a shout rang out as a hand found a trail on the ground. Another group had also arrived. The man in the purple cloak asked the white-haired boy accompanying him, probing which direction the Blackwing had taken. The white-haired boy gave a slight smile, his sharp eyes pointed in one direction, and replied tersely, "North." The white-haired boy pointed north. The man in the purple cloak nodded in confirmation. Immediately, the man also called to his troops, "We head north as well." Both pursuing forces accelerated, charging through the dense forest. The pounding footsteps of hundreds echoed through a corner of the woods. Meanwhile, up ahead, Calix and his people were also running desperately, drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, Calix realized a troubling truth. These ruins were nothing like the places he'd known before. He explained to his subordinates that once you step into this place, whether human or monster, your life force would be drained until death. Calix's face turned grave. He warned that in the worst case, this was nothing less than a death sentence. He added that the monsters trapped in this maze grew more vicious with each generation. And the most horrifying thing was, once they died, they would immediately rise again as undead. Calix muttered that this explained why the undead only haunted the deeper levels, but something still felt off. At that moment, someone in the group shouted that they'd spotted the dungeon entrance. The group stopped before an ancient stone gate exuding a chilling aura. The deep darkness within seemed ready to swallow everything. They cautiously stepped inside. Near the entrance, the air had already grown heavy. Calix kept a cold expression, his sword reflecting the weak light, ready for any contingency. Then the monsters appeared, an arrow shot straight into the chest of a goblin. Calix was somewhat surprised to realize they weren't ordinary goblins, but hobgoblins, a higher-ranked species. Looking at the bodies around him, he bowed his head in confirmation. The rumors were true, this dungeon really did consume corpses. Calix's gaze flicked to a torch on the wall, and a horrifying thought sparked. Could it be? The dungeon was using the very monsters it consumed as fuel for these torches. The red-haired knight warned everyone to ready their weapons because the monsters could ambush at any moment. The whole team responded in unison. From Calix's point of view, he slipped on his tactical gloves, confirming he was ready. He reached out and took the sword's hilt offered by a subordinate. But the moment he gripped it, Calix flinched. Something was wrong. At the same time, a hobgoblin leaped down from the wall, swinging its club straight for his head. The mercenary captain shouted in alarm, "Master, watch out." Seeing the captain about to rush forward, the red-haired knight hurried to hold him back. He didn't understand why the man acted that way. The captain only signaled calmly, telling him to look closely. Unfazed, Calix raised his sword and gently parried the hobgoblin's deadly blow. Without hesitation, Calix spun and delivered a crushing kick into the creature's side. The monster let out a piercing roar. Still, Calix paused. Something odd had happened during that attack. Determination flashed in Calix's eyes. The sword in his hand flared with light. He wouldn't lose here. After the counter, Calix frowned slightly as he looked at his still glowing sword. Thrown off balance, the hobgoblin let out an angry snarl and lunged to attack again. Calyx remained steady. He swung his sword, sending a white streak of light at the creature. A clean slash, the goblin's club-bearing arm was severed and flew away. It let out a miserable wail as green blood sprayed and it collapsed to the ground. Giving the enemy no time to breathe, Calyx immediately lunged at the second hobgoblin. He leapt up and delivered a decisive downward strike, driving the blade into the monster's chest. The blade passed through its body easily, ending it on the spot. Calyx landed lightly as the goblin's corpse fell behind him. He panted, though swift, the fight had still cost him considerable energy. But a second later, Calyx had recovered his usual confidence and even gave a playful wink. The red-haired knight beside him couldn't hide his amazement, repeatedly praising his master's swordsmanship's remarkable improvement. Calyx wiped his sweat and admitted it. He ordered everyone to sprinkle some holy water so the undead couldn't approach while they rested. The red-haired knight quickly reported that it had been done. Suddenly, Calyx turned and asked the knight beside him a question. Another soldier nervously asked the red-haired knight whether they were on the right path. Calyx heard and asked why he was doubtful. The red-haired knight, feeling dizzy too, explained that no matter how he looked at it, it felt like they were just circling the same spot. He mustered the courage to ask Calyx bluntly, "Sir, are we lost?" Calyx simply asked back calmly, "What do you think?" The knight fumbled, saying he trusted his master's judgment but truly couldn't understand. Calyx only scoffed. The knight's puzzled expression made Calyx laugh. He began to explain his plan. Calyx looked down the dark corridor ahead and said it was very possible. Those following them were asking themselves the exact same question. Meanwhile, behind them, the Blackwing mercenaries were in pursuit. A scout reported that Calyx's group seemed to be running in circles. Another man looked puzzled. The scout admitted he couldn't understand either why the enemy had suddenly changed tactics like that. Commander Blackwing grew suspicious. He suggested the tracks in this dungeon might vanish instantly and his men could be mistaken, but the scout insisted he was willing to stake his honor on it. The scout offered two hypotheses. Either they'd been spotted and were being lured into a trap, or Calyx's group was searching for something. Commander Blackwing still didn't understand. Searching for what? He thought there was only one possibility. The black-robed mage grew impatient. He declared he didn't care about Calyx's secrets. He just wanted to complete the mission and finish the target, but a hand stopped him. Commander Blackwing dismissed that. He argued Calyx had spent a fortune hearing up to 200 mercenaries, which proved the reward inside had to be far greater. Greed rising, he wanted to know what it was. The mage sneered. He couldn't believe the commander had fallen for the lie Calyx used to fool the steel shield. The mage suggested waiting for Calyx to exit the dungeon since he was surrounded by dozens of guards anyway, but Commander Blackwing had decided they would attack now. The mage sighed and reluctantly agreed. A flash of warning crossed his eyes. He warned that to take Calyx down they'd need to muster their full strength to deal with the bodyguards. "You will regret this." But Commander Blackwing only scoffed. He believed he was about to hit the jackpot. He declared all the spoils inside would belong to him alone. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, the Steel Shield group was also unsettled. A soldier insisted they had definitely passed this spot before. Their commander felt something odd too, unwilling to believe Blackwing could make such a basic mistake. A subordinate suggested they ambush the entrance since sooner or later Calyx would have to come out, but the Steel Shield commander shook his head, saying that wasn't a good idea. He explained they had a truce agreement with Blackwing. If they were caught lurking at the exit, it would expose their cover and make Blackwing suspicious. Commander Steel Shield decided they would observe and wait for now. If the team's stamina reached its limit, they'd pull out to rest and regroup. The deputy commander smiled and praised the captain's foresight. The captain replied proudly that this was why he was captain and the other was only deputy. 1 week later, Commander Blackwing angrily drove his sword into the ground. The scout reported they'd been circling for a whole week. The commander had lost patience and ordered the gap closed to 30 minutes. The scout worried that doing so would get them spotted, but the commander roared, "Never mind." Veins of anger stood out on the commander's face. He decided he would catch Calyx himself and press a blade to his throat. At the same time, Calyx suddenly stopped. The red-haired knight anxiously asked if something was wrong. Calyx barely answered, "No, it's nothing." But a cold smile spread across his lips. The enemy had arrived. The captain of the Steel Shield mercenaries ground his teeth, anger etched across his face. He swore he would personally finish off the one who had led him on. He turned back and urged his ragged men to pick up the pace. He shouted frantically, ordering everyone to move forward without delay. 3 days later. But contrary to their earlier aggression, the entire troop now stood frozen, each face filled with utter bewilderment. The captain couldn't believe his eyes, muttering that he had no idea what was happening. At the end of the corridor, another force was approaching. Strangely, they bore the steel shield mercenary banner as well. A voice rang out, asking why they were here. Just then, a soldier came running in, breathless, to report earth-shattering news. They had completely lost the nobleman's trail. The captain froze and shouted. The soldier, desperate, explained that every trace had vanished, and it seemed they'd been tricked into running in circles for the past 10 days. He fell to his knees begging forgiveness, while the captain raged that 10 days of effort had been wasted. Suddenly, a voice from the darkness mocked the captain as a fool. The captain whipped around, his eyes full of astonishment. The guide of the Black Wing stepped forward, declaring he would act alone from now on. The captain objected, saying that if he was that impatient he could go by himself. The two stared at each other tensely. However, the guide also said his target had reached its limit. He wanted to capture and torture the man for information. Eventually, the captain agreed to cooperate. Another soldier timidly called out to the captain. He reported that those unable to channel mana were in critical condition and suggested the unit withdraw and regroup, but the captain dismissed him, calling them weaklings. He raised his sword and shouted at the crowd that not a single mercenary of that noble would give up, and whoever fell would pay the price. The steel shield mercenaries looked drained and exhausted, dragging their heavy steps. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, a voice called out, "My lord." Calyx appeared with his team, looking completely fit. The scarred mercenary captain asked if Calyx had prior knowledge about the gatekeeper here. Calyx nonchalantly replied, "Of course." The captain wondered why Calyx had to hire them if he'd prepared his own soldiers. Calyx smiled and countered that how could his men endure 10 days in the dungeon without a mage or healer. Calyx's question halted the captain. A flash of realization crossed his eyes. He looked around, and as Calyx had said, even the soldiers who couldn't use mana seemed perfectly fine. The mercenary captain was still puzzled, and Calyx answered simply. Calyx explained that he had divided his force into 4 shifts. While one team fought, the other 3 rested, rotating in turn. By conserving their strength so thoroughly, they could hold out easily. That's why he needed so many troops. At that moment, the captain realized. He understood why Calyx had hired them. With this tactic, they didn't even need a mage. Suddenly, he noticed a strange blue light emanating from ahead. The team approached and were astonished to find a vast underground pool radiating an eerie blue glow. Someone on the team asked curiously about the identity of this place's gatekeeper. Calyx calmly revealed that it was the primordial water spirit. Both the captain and Kraut, the young orange-haired boy, screamed in terror. The captain couldn't believe it. This was an entity of horrifying power, even among water spirits. In other words, the entire lake was the monster's body. Simply touching the surface would be enough to crush every bone in one's body. Calyx confirmed it, likening it to falling from the sky onto water. Only then did the captain understand why the rumored level 7 experts who could conquer such entities were considered reckless. Calyx added that even those experts could not defeat this thing. The captain, astonished, asked if Calyx had ever met them. Calyx smiled and said no need to meet them to know. To deal with it required a magic weapon imbued with a special attribute. Calyx turned and called for Kraut. He ordered Kraut to pour something from the wooden barrels. Kraut obeyed immediately. Kraut commanded the men to carry the barrels to the lake's edge. They opened the taps and a thick black liquid flowed out. It was black oil. The black oil from the barrels spilled across the ground around the lake. Calyx explained this was something the Shekloid hated most, and he'd stored it inside a spatial artifact. The captain was again amazed that Calyx could carry so many barrels inside a single artifact. Then Calyx ordered Kraut to bring something else. Kraut produced a small handful of seeds. The captain recognized them as Shekloid seeds, and Calyx confirmed with a mysterious smile. Calyx asked if the captain knew that the wood attribute counters water. He admitted he did, but said it meant nothing if the powers weren't balanced. The captain still didn't understand how Calyx planned to defeat a powerful water spirit with the seeds of a low-level monster. Calyx replied enigmatically, "Defeat it? Who said I intend to defeat it?" The captain stared blankly, puzzled. Calyx explained that most people only think of killing, they lack imagination. He added that this was the nature of most hot-headed people. The captain still didn't get it and asked what Calyx meant. Calyx smiled confidently and declared, "From now on, we will deceive this dungeon." He merely told them to wait and watch, then a miracle began to happen. A tiny sprout pushed up from the ground. Everyone cried out in amazement. Calyx began to explain, "First, plants need water to grow." Then the small sprout suddenly grew at a frantic pace, turning into massive thorned vines. The captain shouted in shock. The gigantic vines reached out, covering and taking over the entire lake's surface. Calyx continued, saying the next thing they needed was Kraut guessed sunlight. Calyx confirmed and asked everyone to close their eyes. He tore open a scroll of magic paper. A brilliant sphere of light burst forth, illuminating the dark cavern. The captain realized it was a sunlight magic scroll. A dazzling light shone everywhere. Under the light's influence, the shekloid vines grew even more vigorously. Calyx's soldiers exclaimed in amazement, unable to believe the vine's astonishing growth rate. Calyx had not been joking. Calyx stood there, silently observing the vines as they grew larger, filling the space. His plan had succeeded brilliantly. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. The giant tendrils of the parasitic shekloid plants began surging up powerfully from beneath the lake. Kraut turned to confirm that all preparations were complete. Calyx nodded slightly in response. He told himself that with such thorough preparation, it was time to begin the plan. The mercenaries stood stunned, staring at the spiky vines that now filled the cavern. They couldn't believe the plants could grow so insanely fast in the blink of an eye. Calyx explained that although shekloids hate black oil, if they hadn't spread it out, the plants would have drained them dry long ago. The mercenary captain was aghast at how drastically the scene had changed. The vast underground pool that had been full moments ago was now drained to not a single drop. He exclaimed in amazement, unable to believe the plants could absorb such an enormous volume of water. Calyx calmly confirmed this was exactly what he had planned to force the boss to reveal itself. Through gaps in the vines, a brilliant blue light began to radiate from the remaining water. At last, the primordial water spirit was forced to appear, resplendent and lethal. The mercenaries were still in awe at the mysterious entity that had emerged. They whispered among themselves because its small, childlike form looked anything but threatening. Calyx immediately warned the team not to be complacent and ordered everyone to hide behind the shield wall. He asserted that despite its compact form, its combat power was extremely formidable. Its HP might be lower, but in exchange its speed and agility would increase significantly. The water spirit began concentrating mana, deep blue energies forming in its hands. Kraut flinched at the boss's lightning-fast attack speed. The whole team raised their shields in unison, ready to take the slicing water strikes. High-pressure jets of water slammed into the shield faces with sharp, stinging impacts. Kraut groaned from the shock. Calyx immediately told him to drink a recovery potion and hold his position. The boss continued launching a barrage of magical water spheres, encircling them. It darted among the vines, trying to find a gap to penetrate the defenses. But at that moment, the shekloid plants exploded in size again as they absorbed the water. The water spirit halted in surprise, as if sensing something amiss. Its eyes turned irritable when it realized its attack had been turned against it. It poured more power into its assault, firing dense streams of water like a rain of arrows. High-pressure torrents kept pouring down, engulfing the mercenary formation. The soldiers behind the shield wall gritted their teeth, enduring the suffocating force of the water. Calyx shouted for the team to hold the line at all costs. The sharp clashes between water and metal rang out incessantly, weighing heavily on the troops' morale. Even the sturdiest shields began to show long cracks under the spirit's power. Nevertheless, the shekloids absorbed the mana-laden water and grew into a barrier stronger than ever before. The boss stood frozen, witnessing how its own attacks were nourishing its enemy. Calyx gave a triumphant smile, for the water infused with spirit power was an intense stimulant for these plants. Enraged, the water spirit began unleashing frantic water slashes at the mass of vines. A chilling roar of slicing wind rang out as it tried to destroy the shield protecting Calyx's group. Branches were severed but quickly regrew thanks to the abundant mana in the area. It did not give up, continuing to pour its strength into battering the thorny branches. The water spirit curled a cruel smile, as if preparing a decisive strike. Magical jets of water shot forth again, leaving the mercenaries only to cry out in terror. Calyx explained that the shekloids didn't just drain bodily fluids, they absorbed even the droplets from the spirit's attacks. The troops shuddered, terrifying. Turning to the logistics team, he asked Trias whether assembling the giant rocket launcher was complete. "Master, it's done," came a crisp reply. Calyx then inspected the specially crafted arrowhead closely. Trias confirmed he had set the small emeralds in exactly the positions Calyx had indicated. Looking at the gem-studded arrow, the soldier still wondered why use such a rounded tip, since it would significantly reduce penetration. Calyx explained that ordinary iron arrows would be useless. Only the wood attribute from the emeralds could deliver a critical blow to a water-type spirit. A shout announced the weapon was ready to fire. "Good," Calyx murmured, a confident smile crossing his face. He narrowed his eyes to aim, ordering an immediate end to this protracted battle. In the distance, the water spirit began to be tightly encircled by the shekloid vines from all sides. Its body contracted, now only as small as a palm. The boss flailed in desperation as its core weakness on its chest was fully exposed. Calyx's eyes flashed with decisive light. "Now." The launcher screamed harshly as the bowstring released. The arrow, carrying the restraining power of the wood attribute, shot forth, tearing through the air. A remarkably precise shot pierced straight through the heart of the water spirit. The attack, imbued with strong countering properties, left the water entity unable to withstand it. The water spirit screamed in pain as its body began to disintegrate under the emerald's power. The mercenaries exhaled in relief as the terrible pressure of the final battle finally dissipated. The shekloid sprouts erupted in growth once more, covering the aftermath of the confrontation. The vines intertwined tightly, concealing a wide stretch of rock face. With a loud explosion, the boss vanished entirely, leaving only a deep, blackened hole in the stone wall. The plant tendrils continued to creep into every nook and cranny of the underground cavern. Trias looked around, still stunned, and whispered, "Is it really over?" A system board suddenly appeared before Calyx in the silence of the team. A notification confirmed that although they had not destroyed the dungeon core, they qualified to enter the reward chamber. In the distance, a massive stone door began to move, slowly opening a secret passage. Wasting no time, Calyx ordered the immediate spreading of black oil to pave a path through the shekloids. A slick stream of black oil flowed across the ground, stretching all the way to the base of the stone door. Soldiers carried barrels of oil and poured them along the path to prevent the parasitic plants from attacking. As they stepped toward the door, everyone marveled at his impressively strategic leadership. The team cautiously advanced into the dark space hidden behind the newly opened door. The sound of boots on the dry stone floor echoed throughout the mysterious chamber. At the sight of what lay inside, Calyx froze, his face revealing astonishment. "This is..." Calyx's eyes widened in surprise as he took in the scene before him. It was the reward chamber, overflowing with gold, silver, and valuable equipment. He scanned the treasures, gems to weapons, everything waiting to be gathered. He immediately ordered the team to begin carefully sorting the relics. Two mercenaries quickly spread a large cloth to collect items as instructed. While observing, Calyx suddenly noticed something mixed in with a pile of old books. He walked over to the corner of the room where stacks of ancient books were piled up. A red-bound book with gleaming golden patterns stood out among the worn items. Calyx picked it up curiously to examine it more closely. The pressure emanating from the book made him feel it was no ordinary item. Immediately, a system prompt appeared notifying him that he had obtained the skill book Ferrum Infinitus. Calyx opened to the first page in surprise, wondering what kind of secret manual this was. The lines on the page were intoxicating, urging him to fight and to cleave without rest. It was a declaration of boundless power for those who dare to challenge their limits. Calyx stood silent for a moment, admiring the iron will recorded within the book. He snapped the book shut with a dry click. A powerful name escaped his lips, Ferrum Infinitus. Calyx held the treasure firmly in his hands, his face showing clear satisfaction. The system continued to confirm that he had unlocked a unique hidden skill. It was the cursed S-rank skill of the mercenary King Daemon, allowing one to use blood to surpass innate talent. A calculating smile appeared. Now his path to leveling up was wider than ever. Russell stepped forward to report that everything in the room had been sorted. Calyx turned to reply, his expression visibly brightening. He stood and admired the team's haul, preparing for the next step. Calyx rummaged through the treasure chests, hoping to find something usable immediately. He suddenly paused when he saw another stack of skill books hidden behind the chests of jewels. He picked one up, and another notification appeared before his eyes. It was Morgan's journal, a highly valuable B-rank mana breathing technique. But after inspecting it, Calyx clicked his tongue, knowing he couldn't learn it. Because his body already bore the Shaken family's mana mark, he could not assimilate any additional techniques. He was agonizing over how to reach Class 4 without revealing the secret to Russell. Trias stood beside him, puzzled to see his master staring off into space. He spoke up to ask how they should handle this pile of precious relics. Calyx jumped and turned back when he realized everyone was waiting for his order. He cleared his throat to regain his usual authority. He declared firmly that the spoils would be distributed to everyone according to their specialties. The mercenary team members were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. Trias was aghast since mercenaries usually only received contracted pay and were never given artifacts. The whole team buzzed and looked to their captain to verify this incredible news. Trias was about to say something to refuse, but Calyx decisively raised a hand to stop him. He reminded them that the mission only ends when he returns home safely, so consider this a morale reward. Calyx's gaze suddenly hardened as he asked Trias why he had deliberately destroyed the dungeon core earlier. Trias flinched, sweat pouring down his face at Calyx's words. Behind them, the dungeon's structure suddenly trembled and completely shifted. Calyx explained that 2 other major factions had been tailing them here, but the maze had now been reconfigured. He smiled triumphantly, asserting that their enemies were likely wiped out by the undead. Trias showed obvious shock at the ruthlessness of his young master's plan. Calyx folded his arms casually and said there was no need to trouble himself over the fate of those tailing them. Trias couldn't help but shout that the enemies were humans too and had families like them. Calyx's eyes went cold as he mocked the mercenary's sentimentality, calling that death just. He stepped in front of Trias, advising him to be glad he's alive instead of complaining. Suddenly, Calyx exposed his true identity, captain of the Red Wolf mercenaries. Trias froze, unable to react, while his hand instinctively reached for his sword. Immediately, Russell shouted for them to stay still and pressed his blade to Trias's throat. Cornered, the scarred man could only grit his teeth and curse bitterly. Russell warned the mercenaries that with a single step, their captain's head would be severed from his shoulders. Sweating profusely, Trias trembled and asked how Calyx could have seen through his identity. Calyx sneered, saying it was obvious because he possessed abilities the man could not comprehend. A status panel appeared before his eyes, displaying all of Trias's secrets. He absorbed every detail of the man's strength and passed in a single glance. Calyx declared he would overlook the hidden identity for now, since the mission wasn't truly over. He reminded them that the journey ahead would be far more dangerous and demanded everyone's full focus. Trias suppressed his anger, bowed his head, and accepted the reality, knowing no rash actions should be taken now. He turned and ordered the entire team to absolutely obey and follow the young master's commands. The captain ordered his subordinates to equip the treasures they had just received and master them as quickly as possible. With a determined look, he affirmed they could not lose any more comrades. The soldiers shouted in unison. Calyx suddenly threw a blue-covered book to the floor and told Trias to take it. Trias stared in shock at the item handed to him so casually, its value at odds with the ease of the gesture. He picked it up and wondered what it was that made the boy so concerned about it. Calyx stared straight into the man's eyes and asked if he could truly feel the surge of mana from it. Trias was stunned to realize it was a mana-breathing technique, something every warrior coveted. When asked, he honestly confessed he had never had the chance to learn any mana technique. The young master smiled and told the man to study that book because it was a quality manual. Trias remained suspicious, unable to understand why someone like Calyx would give him such a precious item. Calyx thought to himself that for the man to reach Class 5, the ability to infuse mana into weapons was essential. Morgan's journal was the golden key to help him achieve that breakthrough. Trias went numb. It was unbelievable that a noble would give what mercenaries could only dream of in a lifetime. Calyx patted his shoulder to reassure him, saying he didn't need to understand everything, he was simply doing what was most advantageous. Trias worried he might be betrayed, but Calyx just smiled and promised a second gift. The mercenaries looked at one another in bewilderment, not understanding the deeper scheme their young master planned. Calyx recalled what he knew of the future, when Trias would become the famed ruler of Posno. In his mind's eye, Trias appeared as an exemplary husband and the father of a great figure. Data on the Red Wolf Legion showed they would soon become the strongest force in the region. Calyx smiled with satisfaction, knowing this man's value was about to skyrocket. He thought privately that he would need the power of Posno, so building a good relationship with Trias now was a strategic move. Calyx gave a knowing smile, preparing to reveal the second gift he had gone to some trouble to prepare. He raised a finger, signaling a secret about to be unveiled that would astonish anyone. Trias was stunned, his face flushing with surprise when Calyx mentioned Lady Harry and promised to act as an intermediary between them. The young master's confident, authoritative expression showed everything was unfolding as he had planned. Calyx looked the man squarely in the eye with a sharp gaze, silently affirming that the man was now completely in his grasp. The primordial water spirit raged, emitting a chilling murderous aura that filled the space. The entire dungeon suddenly shook violently, dust and stone beginning to rain down from the ceiling. The Steel Shield captain was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. He frowned, sensing a massive tremor coming from deep within the earth. The low-ranking soldiers started to panic, clutching their heads in pain from an unbearably oppressive force. The ground split open beneath their feet, making each step unsteady. A thunderous noise rang out, it's an earthquake, a terrified shout came from the rear. Another member went pale, fear clearly etched on his exhausted face. They realized in horror that the dungeon was restructuring, a catastrophe that could wipe everything out. Chaos peaked as the stone walls began to shift positions on their own. Careful, the cavern is collapsing, the screams rose over the roar of falling rock. Enormous boulders tumbled down, burying everything in their path. A soldier who couldn't get out of the way was crushed by falling stone, his screams cutting off in desperate terror. Someone slipped amid the rubble, struggling to crawl up and escape the danger zone. Rocks kept falling like a deadly rain, engulfing the group. The commander stood frozen, horrified by the scale of the dungeon's collapse. The only escape route was now a massive wall of crumbled stone, impassable. A young knight, his face bloodied, panted and asked the captain about an exit. Calyx stood there and coldly asked how much rations were left, enough for only 3 days. With Class 5 strength, Calyx could hold out longer, but the others would surely hit their limits. Calyx's gaze grew icier, he had begun to form ruthless calculations for this situation. He thought silently that since they were likely to die anyway, he might as well use them as sacrificial tools to escape. Back in reality, the Steel Shield captain was red-faced from being teased by his subordinates. The scarred commander's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. The mercenaries burst into hearty laughter, mocking the captain's rare awkwardness. One soldier told the captain not to hide it anymore, everyone had known for a long time. The captain snapped, telling the troops to quiet down and focus on the task at hand. Calyx cut through the revelry, reminding them the top priority now was to get out safely. The captain bowed and accepted the order. Calyx signaled that they'd deal with everything after escaping. Calyx's boots moved decisively over the stone, leading the group. He ordered the team to move immediately and to become proficient with the new artifact while on the move. The soldiers responded in unison, the unit's fighting spirit gradually stabilizing. The last torch sputtered out, leaving a gray smoke hovering in the dark space. In the thick darkness, Calyx calmly ordered the activation of a magical light device. A brilliant orb of light flared up instantly, dispelling the dense night. Number 2 and the other soldiers raised their light sources in unison, illuminating the path ahead. Calyx nodded slightly in satisfaction at the team's coordinated discipline. He noticed the dungeon's terrain had completely transformed, unlike when they first entered. Though it would take time, Calyx believed the exit definitely lay somewhere in this chaos. Steady footsteps continued to pound the stone floor, guiding the team through the dark. Calyx gave a firm order to depart, and the procession plunged deeper into the dungeon. They began moving deeper into the new stone labyrinth, their footsteps echoing steadily. Each step splashed through stagnant puddles, producing monotonous sounds in the dark caverns. One soldier in the group spoke up, nodding the surrounding silence was eerily total. Calyx calmly explained that the monsters had likely been wiped out, and after restructuring, the exit would be sealed for about a week. He turned to the mercenaries and coldly added that this, of course, applied to them as well. Seeing a group ahead, they wondered how many survivors remained, but Calyx believed most had perished. The Steel Shield captain watched Calyx's back and couldn't help shuddering at the chill of this terrifying man. Suddenly, a soldier pointed forward and shouted, "There, over there." A disgusting horde of undead emerged from the darkness, baring fangs and slashing toward them. Calyx immediately ordered the team into a defensive formation, ready to meet them. The sound of swords being drawn rang out decisively, steel flashing in the dark dungeon. The first slashes were launched, cutting down the howling undead charging forward. However, their numbers were so great that the group was quickly tightly surrounded. A worried knight shouted that the monsters were swarming in like a shaken hive of bees. The revolting undead crowded every nook and cranny, making the air stifling. In the heat of the battle, Calyx suddenly called out a new command. He pointed at a mercenary and labeled him number 1, leaving the soldier baffled at the young master's intent. He proceeded to categorize the others as number 2 and number 3, placing them in specific positions in the formation. Number 3 was ordered to deploy a hemisphere-shaped artifact shield to block the cave entrance, a shockingly reckless decision. Kraut, the orange-haired knight, immediately barked orders, telling everyone to follow the young master's commands without question. Though still trembling from shock, the soldier designated number 3 promptly obeyed the command. Calyx told Kraut to cover his ears and ordered everyone to throw all the explosive scrolls at the approaching monsters. The Steel Shield captain panicked and intervened. "Are you mad? Stop right now." The captain fully understood that using explosive scrolls in this narrow corridor was nothing short of suicide. But Kraut decisively tore open a scroll, carrying out Calyx's order without hesitation. "At this rate we'll all be dead," the Steel Shield captain shouted in despair. Resolute hands reached out, preparing for a desperate chance-laden strike. The explosive scrolls were hurled straight at the onrushing horde like a torrent. Immediately after, the magical shield deployed by number 3 enveloped the entire group. The scrolls began to ignite, releasing an intensely powerful magical energy. The team held its breath in tense anticipation, sweat streaming down anxious faces. A horrific explosion erupted just outside the protective shield, the light blinding a whole section of the dungeon. The blast was so deafening that everyone clapped hands over their ears and screamed in pain. The Steel Shield captain stood stunned, unable to believe the madness he had just witnessed. As the smoke and dust settled, he gasped in horror, "What the hell just happened?" Calyx coldly offered a terse praise, "Well done," while Kraut and the other soldiers were utterly exhausted. Looking out, the horde of undead that had attacked was now completely wiped out, leaving no trace. Calyx covered his nose, muttering in discomfort that the stench was unbearable. The haze of smoke still hung in the air, the ground was now only debris and ash. Blackened corpses lay scattered across the floor after the earth-shaking explosion. The mercenaries stared in shock at the gruesome scene before them, no one able to speak. Calyx and Kraut stood side by side. In Calyx's mind flashed the image of the perfect pairing, a decisive noble and a loyal knight. The Steel Shield captain watched Calyx's back with dread, sensing an immeasurable power emanating from the man. A hesitant soldier asked the captain about what had just happened, but he could only shake his head helplessly, unable to explain. Calyx gently said, "All right," steeling himself for the road ahead. The sound of boots crunching over the ashes and bleached bones of the undead echoed hauntingly in the dark dungeon. He barked the order, "Move on," then coldly stepped forward, leading the group deeper into the dungeon's darkness. 1 week later, Calyx and the knights were advancing deep into a dark stone corridor. He suddenly froze, his face showing clear astonishment. The whole group stopped as well, eyes fixed on the gloomy void ahead. The orange-haired knight anxiously asked what was happening. But as soon as he saw the scene ahead, he too was stunned. Walter and Omar lay collapsed against the wall, blood pouring from their bodies. Calyx called out the names of the 2 unconscious teammates in shock. From the darkness, a cold voice rang out, confirming the situation. Corvus revealed himself with a malicious grin, saying they should have known better than to obey orders from the start. The orange-haired knight couldn't believe that Corvus alone could so easily take down 2 level 5 experts. Corvus sneered, asking why they were still here. Was it for some hollow pride? He casually admitted he had come to teach them a lesson. Calyx scoffed, saying it was laughable that someone like him would dare speak of pride. Corvus advanced silently, his boots thudding on the dry stone floor. He adopted a lecturing tone, declaring that the strong were the only truth and that Calyx was too inexperienced to understand. Corvus's gaze darkened as he called Calyx a brat. Calyx startled, growing alert. But Corvus's speed was too great, he lunged like a lightning bolt. He delivered a brutal slash. A companion knight was struck by a lethal blow instantly. His eyes widened in shock at the unexpected attack. Hands collapsed to the floor, blood splattering across Calyx's face. The orange-haired knight screamed in fury, attempting to rush in for revenge but was held back as it was too dangerous. He drew his sword, assuming a combat stance. Despite his anger, his hands gripping the hilt trembled uncontrollably. He berated himself for letting the opponent's pressure terrify him. Calyx calmly ordered everyone to steady themselves. He stepped forward, reminding the team to carefully assess the enemy's condition before acting. Calyx noticed Corvus's clothing was tattered, and his stamina seemed nearly depleted. He ordered the team to surround the opponent and coordinate a group attack. Corvus clicked his tongue in contempt, calling Calyx an arrogant kid. He began channeling magic, preparing a finishing strike. The orange-haired knight panicked when he saw a beam of light emanate from Corvus. It was the presence of a level 6 master. Calyx immediately shouted, "Number 2." He ordered the person beside him to act quickly. Calyx yelled for the immediate activation of the slowing artifact. Number 2 raised his hand. A blazing golden magic circle formed and fired a beam of light. The beam struck Corvus dead on, leaving him stunned. The system notified that the slow debuff had been applied, reducing his speed to level 5. Corvus flew into a rage and charged forward with a dagger in hand. He snarled that all their efforts were useless. Number 2 went pale as he saw the enemy barreling straight at him, radiating murderous intent. He jolted, sweat pouring down as the opponent closed in far too fast. The orange-haired knight Kraut quickly raised his shield to block Corvus's thunderous slash. He gritted his teeth, straining to withstand the assassin's pressure. Corvus's blade scraped fiercely across the shield's face, sparking violently. A clean cut appeared. The steel shield couldn't withstand the heat and split apart. A shard of the broken shield clattered onto the dry stone floor. Kraut cursed as he saw his treasured shield ruined. Corvus gave his opponent no respite and poured his strength into the next strike. Calyx immediately ordered Number 2 to enchant Kraut's weapon at once. Number 2 raised the magic gem. A blue light flooded the entire chamber. Kraut froze as his sword suddenly gleamed with an uncanny light. Corvus frowned, sensing a new burst of power had been unleashed. The enhancement took effect. Kraut's weapon rose to level 6 just as Calyx had hoped. He shouted, ordering Kraut to hold the advantage and counterattack at the first opening. Corvus began to worry, suspecting they were stalling until he ran out of mana. He decided to finish the fight quickly before falling into Calyx's trap. Kraut now brimmed with confidence, wielding his newly upgraded weapon. The two collided again, the clash of metal ringing loudly down the corridor. A powerful impact produced a blinding halo of light. Corvus was shocked to find he no longer dominated his opponent, while Kraut grinned triumphantly. He stepped back, gasping, unable to believe a level 5 had held him off for so long. Corvus realized his mana conservation plan had failed. At this rate, he'd soon be exhausted. He tightened his grip on the sword, considering sacrificing an arm to take down a few of Calyx's men. Calyx watched from afar, thinking to himself that at least he had prevented a bloody massacre so far. But he knew this was when the real psychological warfare would begin. Calyx ordered the remaining soldiers to prepare the magical battlefield. The soldiers responded in unison, everyone sharpening their focus. He curled a lip at the enemy, silently daring Corvus to make his next reckless move. Corvus's hand bulged with blue veins from gripping too hard. He let out an enraged roar and lunged forward. Kraut calmly watched every movement of the enemy. Corvus suddenly leapt onto the wall and dashed toward Calyx at wind-tearing speed. Calyx shouted, ordering the artifact to be activated immediately to finish off the prey. Corvus realized these arrows weren't ordinary, they chased him as if they had eyes. He began to feel that things were getting annoyingly complicated. The wind screamed and red streaks tore through the dungeon's space. A giant arrow whizzed past, grazing Corvus's side. He clicked his tongue to dodge, sweat beading on his face. One of Calyx's knights took the chance to swing his sword in rapid succession. But Corvus's speed was still too great, he slipped the blows by mere inches. Calyx stood back watching, well aware that numerical advantage was on his side. He continued to operate the crossbow mechanism, though he seemed to be plotting another move. Calyx told himself that victory was something one had to seize personally. Corvus flipped in midair to avoid another magical arrow. An arrow slammed into the ground, leaving a deep crater right behind his heel. He sneered, wondering how long they'd keep firing. Suddenly an alarm blared, startling Corvus. Calyx ordered the soldiers to maintain continuous fire. Corvus drew back, realizing every assault originated from Calyx's position. He thought to himself that he needed to do something about the brat directing things from behind. A gleam of cruelty flashed in his eyes aimed at Calyx. Corvus made a reckless decision to abandon an arm, in exchange for Calyx's head right there. The orange-haired knight noticed something was off and shouted to warn his comrades. Calyx's soldiers immediately assumed defensive positions, ready to respond. Corvus began to accelerate, stamping the stone floor. He surged like a phantom, charging into the dense defensive line. The orange-haired knight tried to raise his sword to block the advance, but Corvus only curled his lip in a confident sneer. He slipped through ranks of guards with a single dazzling movement. The knight stood dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. A deep slash appeared across a soldier's shoulder. His speed left everyone terrified. An archer holding a crossbow couldn't react in time and saw Corvus's shadow flash past. The orange-haired knight panicked, intending to draw the enemy's attention toward himself. But Corvus had already left them behind. He no longer bothered with these lowly soldiers. Miss, the knight ground his teeth in regret. Corvus landed lightly but with force behind the defensive line. He sprang off the wall and flew straight toward Calyx's control platform. A terrified scream rang out as Corvus shot up too high. From above, Calyx and the crossbow mechanism came into his view. Corvus launched himself midair, diving toward Calyx like a hunting hawk. A close-up of Calyx's face as the enemy closed in, the soldiers around him shouting in helplessness. Calyx kept his gaze cold, thinking that people often choose wrong when cornered. Corvus had become too hot-headed from being cornered, and now he was falling right into the psychological trap Calyx had laid. Calyx realized the man no longer cared about destroying the artifact. His sole objective now was to take Calyx's life. Calyx had guessed correctly. In his fury, Corvus couldn't make the wisest judgment. A razor-sharp blade tore through the air toward the command platform. Calyx held his breath. Everything seemed to slow in this fateful moment. He remembered the Alchem bracelet, the artifact with special protective properties that he wore on his wrist. As long as his head remained on his shoulders, its effect would surely help him survive the enemy's killing blow. Calyx was still holding his ground by the crossbow mechanism to maintain the pressure of fire. Another arrow tore through the air from the cumbersome war machine. Corvus struggled to weave through the pursuing arrows to get close to Calyx. He grit his teeth and cursed, clearly losing his composure at the boy's stubbornness. Constantly dodging ruined his stance, and his sword swings lost their usual accuracy. The orange-haired knight shouted in panic when he saw the enemy had breached the last line of defense. In desperation, Corvus decided to pour the remainder of his strength into a decisive strike. He stood right before Calyx with a face full of murderous intent. The blade swung up amid the soldiers' dying alarm cries. Everyone around fell silent, unable to stop the thunderous thrust in time. The sword plunged into Calyx, and at the same moment the bracelet on his wrist flashed softly. Fresh blood began to fall, staining a corner of the dungeon's stone floor red. Looking at the deep wound, everyone thought the young lord's life was hardly likely to be spared. The orange-haired knight froze, his call to his master choking in his throat from terror. Calyx coughed up blood amid his subordinate's screams, but his eyes remained defiantly cold as if everything was going according to plan. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground, a scene far from benign. Corvus smiled triumphantly. He was certain the stroke had sent Calyx to his ancestors. But the system announced that the Ferrum Infinitus skill had activated, temporarily delaying Calyx's death for 72 hours. Calyx muttered, "My turn," and prepared to launch a counterattack. He stared straight at his enemy, blood at his mouth, and activated the Ponatellum skill. This move bypasses all defenses, deals true damage, and cannot be dodged. The blade in Calyx's hand glowed with a powerful blue light. Corvus, standing directly behind him, froze. He couldn't understand why the target struck by a killing blow hadn't fallen. The assassin began to panic. Clearly, he had already plunged the dagger through the other's heart. Not giving his opponent time to react, Calyx swung the blade and stabbed backward. A vicious thrust through the back sent Corvus's blood spraying everywhere. Corvus crumpled, his eyes wide in disbelief at the reality before him. He still wondered how Calyx could move when his heart had been shattered. Calyx glanced at the defeated man and coldly told him it didn't matter why, he was about to die anyway. Corvus coughed, blood spilling from his mouth as his final breath faded. Corvus's body collapsed completely onto Calyx's shoulder. The system notification appeared, confirming Corvus has died. His arm went limp, falling away from Calyx. Calyx stood through the pain, his level surged to 27 thanks to the critical damage he had taken. At that moment, Kraut dashed over, shouting for his master. Kraut and Russell froze when they saw the sword still lodged deep in Calyx's chest. A horrifying sight, any normal person would have died immediately. Russell realized Calyx was still alive thanks to the effect of the Alchem bracelet. It's an artifact that extends life by 72 hours, but without timely treatment death is still inevitable. Russell broke into a sweat, anxious for Calyx's life. Even on the brink of death, Calyx calmly instructed them to search Corvus's body for a teleportation scroll. Russell quickly found the return scroll as Calyx had requested. Calyx smiled faintly at the increased chance of survival, then asked Kraut to cut away the portion of the sword still embedded in him. It was an intensely pressured task for Kraut. Kraut took a deep breath, drew his sword, and prepared to carry out his master's brutal request. He focused all his concentration on the coming cut. That extreme focus pushed Kraut's limit up to level 60. Kraut's blade emitted a brilliant light that astonished all the surrounding guards. Russell recognized it as the Sword of Light, a technique reserved for Class 6 warriors. Kraut swung with perfect precision, severing the sword from Calyx's chest without causing further injury. He sighed in relief and reported the task done. Calyx, exhausted, thanked him. Calyx directed them to use ice magic to stem the bleeding before applying restorative salves to the wound. The restorative salve was poured directly onto the piece of sword still embedded in him. Kraut followed every instruction mechanically, overwhelmed with worry. His hands trembled as he held the vial of restorative salve. Kraut closed his eyes to steady himself, trying not to break down at the sight. Calyx told him to keep his spirits up, for the journey ahead would still be arduous. Hearing that, Kraut only managed a trembling, fearful yes. He shakily poured the restorative salve onto his master's frozen wound. The block of ice shone when it met the medicine, a rough but necessary first aid. Calyx went pale, feeling as if his whole body were freezing from within to stop the blood. The wound was temporarily stabilized beneath the ice and the mid-grade restorative salve. Kraut exhaled in relief and reported it done. Calyx gritted his teeth and propped himself up on his shoulder. He told himself this measure would keep him alive for now, as long as he didn't take another heavy blow. Suddenly, Calyx remembered someone with healing abilities rivaling the High Priest. He instructed Kraut to use the teleport scroll to go to Posnu and find a man named Edern Beltoa at all costs. He added a strange passphrase: if he asks for payment, tell him I'll pay with my body. Kraut was left speechless, while Calyx resigned himself to dealing with the consequences later. Exhausted, Calyx closed his eyes and entrusted everything to Kraut. Kraut hurriedly caught his master as he collapsed from blood loss and fatigue. Calyx was completely unconscious, leaving an immense burden on the shoulders of his loyal attendant. Kraut shouted loudly, ordering everyone to listen carefully. This is an emergency. He cradled the unconscious Calyx tightly, commanding the squad to retreat immediately and be ready to cut down anyone who obstructed them. Time passed quickly. 48 hours had gone by since that horrific battle. Kraut finally managed to get his master out of the dark dungeon and sighed in relief at the sight of sunlight. The mercenaries trailing behind burst into joy as they escaped and returned safely. Kraut instructed the female commander to handle the rest while he took the young master to find a doctor first. Seeing the bandages tightly wrapped around Calyx, the situation truly hung by a thread. He told the team to return to Posnu and meet later. There was no time to hesitate another second. Kraut gathered his chi, a blazing energy surrounding him as he launched forward like an arrow. Those who remained only had time to see a dazzling streak of light vanish into the deep forest. Another 52 hours passed. The final destination was the home of the legendary Dr. Edern Beltoa. Kraut rushed straight inside, begging the doctor to save Calyx. At the sight of uninvited guests, old Edern flew into a rage and scolded them for disturbing him. Kraut stood motionless like a rock, holding Calyx firmly despite his own exhaustion. The doctor's eyes were full of displeasure. He loathed people barging into others' homes like this. He began to gripe about kids who liked throwing themselves into danger and then came to him to clean up the battlefield. But when he glanced at Calyx's battered body, he froze in astonishment. Edern pressed to know who had performed such an unexpectedly skillful first aid. Kraut honestly said it was entirely the young master's instruction, leaving the old man stunned and incredulous. However, he acted indifferent, saying there was no guarantee the life could be saved and suggesting they give up. Kraut taunted him, saying that if he was so worried, he should wake the young man himself and ask. He added a challenge, whether the doctor was truly as talented as the rumors claimed. The slight that struck the genius doctor's pride made him pause for a moment. He turned his back, coldly nodding that the surgery would be extremely costly and he would not do it for free. Then he stopped and proposed a terrifying condition. The price might be Calyx's own body. Kraut gritted his teeth and endured. He knew he could not step back now. He bowed his head and pleaded, for only Edern had the ability to carry out this impossible task. Edern still hesitated, wondering what value there was in saving someone who was half dead. But then he was jolted when he realized the bizarre arrangement in Calyx's request. He pressed how a kid could know of the secret technique he had been quietly researching. Edern remained skeptical about the worth of reviving someone near death. Kraut smiled confidently, asserting that what the young master possessed would astonish him. The doctor showed clear embarrassment as he saw his greatest secret held by a stranger. Seeing that reaction, Kraut knew for sure he had succeeded in persuading him. He asked bluntly whether the doctor would willingly forego a rare opportunity to test that secret technique. Edern fell silent and stared out the window. It seemed the curiosity of a mad genius was stirring within him. At last he clicked his tongue and agreed, saying he'd help only this one time. Kraut wept with joy, repeatedly thanking his master's savior. Edern decisively ordered that Calyx be taken into the operating room immediately. The door opened and Kraut hurriedly carried his master into the room filled with the smell of medicines and clutter. Edern swept everything off the table and barked at Kraut to place Calyx there and get out at once. Calyx was laid on the operating table. Now his life was entirely in the hands of this eccentric doctor. Kraut watched Calyx with aching sorrow, silently praying that the young master would survive this ordeal. He stood frozen there, seemingly unwilling to step even half a pace away from his master's bedside. Edern Beltoa saw this and shouted, telling him to go rest so the doctor could work. Kraut bowed his head, blaming himself for being useless in allowing his master to end up like this. He felt unworthy of rest. The doctor snorted sarcastically, saying the boy was as stubborn as a rock. But Kraut ignored him, resolving to do everything he could to protect the young master's treatment. The sword was plunged into the ground, emanating a cold, formidable, murderous aura. He stood guard right outside the door, declaring firmly that he would not allow anyone to invade that place. Inside, Edern began preparing medical instruments, muttering that it was time to start this life-and-death game. Staring deep into the mortal wound, the doctor froze as he realized Calyx's heart had been nearly split in two. With a blade of light having pierced like this, he affirmed that an ordinary person would have long since died. What shocked him more was that the first aid skill was even more advanced than his own, especially the way magic was used to preserve the last breath. He recognized the familiar spell Delay Death, but the remaining magic was truly bizarre. A blue light from an item on Calyx began to glow, emitting an energy that was anything but ordinary. Edern's face suddenly changed. He began to feel excitement mixed with a trace of dread at what he was seeing. Blood started being drawn back into the magic blade, a grotesque sight that even the seasoned doctor found astonishing. The image of the monstrous chimera appeared ferociously, a sign of the secret technique, Chimera's blood. Edern broke into a mad smile, revealing this was a forbidden technique using the venomous blood of a monster injected straight into the heart, something he had yet to perfect. Overwhelmed by the seismic discovery, he slammed the table and laughed maniacally like a madman who'd found the truth. To him, this operation was an extraordinarily wonderful challenge for a medical genius. He wondered how the kid knew about the secret he'd abandoned for so long and vowed to save him to interrogate him thoroughly. Calyx found himself lost in a dark void, unable to see anything around him. He panicked, not knowing where he was. A sudden biting cold made him shiver, his arms wrapped tightly around his shoulders. A pair of eyes opened wide, trying to peer through the surrounding darkness. White snowflakes began to fall into Calyx's palm. He wondered why there was snow here. Suddenly, a black sucking mire appeared at his feet, engulfing everything. Calyx was terrified, not understanding what was happening. The scene shifted completely. Before him rose an unfamiliar modern city he had never seen, and in the distance someone lay collapsed. Calyx squinted to see more clearly. It seemed he had noticed something unusual. It was the goddess Hecatoria, curled up on the cold ground with strange marks on her skin. Calyx couldn't believe his eyes. He realized this was not the present but fragments of Hecatoria's old memories resurfacing. Calyx could vividly feel the icy, piercing cold across Hecatoria's flesh. Dry footsteps sounded behind them. A stranger was approaching Hecatoria's side. The figure held a black umbrella, its face completely obscured so Calyx couldn't make out who it was. He wondered if it was someone familiar to the goddess. The person gently draped a coat over Hecatoria. Warmth began to spread, dispelling the earlier cold. Suddenly Calyx awoke from the dream. A system notification appeared confirming that he was still alive. Calyx exhaled in relief, though he was still shaken by what he'd seen. Beside the bed, Dr. Edern Beltoa watched him with a scrutinizing gaze and asked if he was truly lucid. Edern bluntly said he had questions and warned Calyx not to expect that the knight would be able to protect him now. At the mention of the knight, Calyx immediately thought of Kraut. He worried about his guard's condition. Despite the threat, Calyx smiled in satisfaction knowing the doctor had successfully executed the secret technique. Edern then growled that he could end Calyx at any moment. He pressed Calyx on where he had learned of the technique. This could not be a coincidence. Edern asserted the method couldn't succeed unless the practitioner truly understood it. Calyx only smiled and silently thanked fate for the outcome. Edern's gaze sharpened. He said he had no patience to joke around with a brat. Calyx remained oddly composed in the face of the old doctor's pressure. A brilliant purple magic flared in Edern's hand. Calyx casually mentioned rumors that he was a dark mage, an insult that clearly struck his pride. Calyx began explaining what he'd pieced together from historical texts. The concept of a dark mage seemed to conceal more secrets than people realized. He suggested it was a lie spread by the Seven Orders to drive away Hecatoria's loyalists. Edern listened in silence, his expression shifting. Calyx went on to say that after the ancient magical empire fell, Hecatoria's followers scattered everywhere, making it hard to find one now. From another perspective, those labeled as dark mages could very well be the remaining followers of the goddess. The room fell into an ominous silence. Calyx gestured, asserting that those people were just like him. He delivered a final line that stunned Edern. "You're a follower of Hecatoria too, aren't you?" Edern's face drained of color. He was speechless at Calyx's sharp deduction. Seeing that reaction, Calyx knew his intuition had been right. A triumphant smile crossed his lips. Edern tried to regain composure and sneered that it was laughable for someone who couldn't even read runes to claim to be Hecatoria's servant. He didn't believe him. Calyx remained unruffled and quietly asked, "Do you know this secret?" "That the goddess Hecatoria actually has a pair of black wings," Calyx said, conjuring an image as proof in his mind. Edern's eyes widened in shock, sweat beading on his brow. This revelation was truly a major shock to him. He muttered that this information wasn't recorded in any public documents anywhere in the world. How could a kid like Calyx possibly know it? In Edern's mind, there was now only one thought. If the boy knew that, then he must be a true follower of the goddess. Still, he maintained a stern expression and warned that insulting a deity would bring severe punishment if Calyx was lying. Calyx merely smiled, showing no fear. But Calyx suddenly changed his tone, saying they still had a thorny problem to solve. The vague remark caught the doctor's attention. Edern stepped closer, growling that Calyx had not paid the proper price for the life-saving technique just performed. The pressure from the old man was considerable. Calyx made a daring proposal: use his body to study the transformation, treating it as the surgery fee. Edern was stunned and called him mad for daring to make such an absurd offer. Calyx sneered and asked the doctor whether using his body as a test subject was really that ridiculous. He sat up and calmly explained that only by understanding his special body could the technique be truly perfected. Edern crossed his arms and listened intently to the boy. Edern pondered. Though annoyed, he had to admit the boy was right, since even he didn't understand why the technique had succeeded this time. Calyx added one last jab. If Edern wanted to walk away, he'd pay 300 gold as a fee and they could part ways. He was striking directly at the genius's pride. He smiled confidently, knowing a dedicated expert like Edern would never pass up a once-in-a-lifetime chance to perfect his research. Outside, Kraut stood waiting with a face full of worry for his master, calling his name without stop. Seeing Calyx was safe, Kraut finally exhaled in relief, his eyes showing clear joy. The next morning, the scene shifted to the stately castle of Marquis Antonio. Marquis Antonio sat on his high chair, surprised by his subordinate's unannounced visit. The subordinate presented a dossier, saying he'd found some interesting things while visiting the intelligence agency, Varigata. Antonio repeated the name Varigata with a face full of suspicion and curiosity. He decided to let this subordinate intelligence branch handle the matter discreetly. With a grave expression, the Marquis ordered the man to keep this matter absolutely secret from Viscount Selvio. A set of classified documents was handed over. Everything was ready to uncover the dark truths within. Antonio began reading the contents carefully, wondering what was truly going on behind these reports. The urgent report detailed the condition of subject number 3 after infiltrating the dungeon and the suspicious disappearance. A familiar image came to mind, the Dark Knight Corvus who had failed the mission. Marquis Antonio was stunned, wondering how this person had obtained such sensitive information. His demeanor noticeably declined. He noted that Corvus was a rare talent among the Dark Knights, with strength rivaling that of a true swordsman, a significant loss. The subordinate bowed in regret upon hearing that Corvus couldn't even withdraw from the dungeon. Antonio could only sigh and accept the harsh truth. The Marquis snapped that the matter should have been handled more carefully to avoid unnecessary alarm. The subordinate respectfully admitted fault, calling it his oversight. He placed a hand over his chest respectfully and declared he had a new proposal to salvage the situation. Another plot began to take shape. In Antonio's opulent chamber, Baron Grima, a middle-aged man with gray hair and a neatly trimmed beard, bowed to apologize for troubling the Marquis. Grima sneered, asking, wasn't that precisely why the Marquis had hired him? At Antonio's nod, Grima lightly placed a hand on his chest in a show of respect. He said he had prepared a new proposal to resolve the trouble. The scene of Marquis Antonio's castle rose imposingly beneath a clear blue sky, where new political intrigues were beginning to form. Returning to the conversation, Grima confirmed that the last location Corvus had contacted was somewhere near Poznu. While Antonio was still wondering about the connection, Grima casually declared he would write a letter to stir up the situation. A calculating smile appeared on the Baron's lips. He believed he could stage a perfect scenario to take down their opponent. At Urine's residence within Poznu Castle, the peaceful air was abruptly broken by urgent news. A soldier ran frantically down the corridor, calling loudly for young Master Calyx as he ran. Captain Liabin burst through the door with a tense expression. He reported that the Central Army stationed near Poznu was acting highly suspiciously, loudly stockpiling supplies and reinforcing troops. Calyx was resting on a chair and wondered if it was merely an unusual training exercise, but Liabin immediately shook his head in denial. Calyx propped himself up on his hand and pondered. Since they captured the Black Wing and Steel Shield bases, the small group leaders had begun meeting secretly. He guessed his overwhelming strength had intimidated those freelance mercenaries. Liabin admitted that, but noted the strange thing was those people no longer bothered to curry favor with him as before, indicating they no longer respected the Red Wolf Legion. He recalled their hostile glances from a few days earlier. It was very possible those mercenaries had found a new, stronger backer to oppose them. Calyx sat up and realized the force behind them was the Third Corps of the Northeastern Army. He lightly clutched his chest as if feeling a faint pain. The attendant beside him also fell into thought. It seemed Viscount Selvio was acting faster than they had anticipated in intervening. Calyx ruffled his hair. He was certain that Selvio would never sit idle while Poznu was being taken over without intervening. Outside, the bell tower of Poznu Cathedral still stood tall against the blue sky, witnessing the imminent changes to the city. Liabin's eyes revealed anxiety under pressure from the regular army. He understood that a direct confrontation would be extremely difficult. Cut to training, Liabin sat meditating in the yard. A blaze of golden mana surrounded his body, radiating a powerful force never seen before. Behind him, the other members of the mercenary group were performing the same exercises. The entire training ground was suffused with the light of activated mana. Liabin couldn't help but be astonished at the power surging through his veins. He exclaimed that it was truly insane and beyond imagination. Looking at the mana-breathing manual Calyx had given them, Liabin still couldn't believe its miraculous effect. Calyx stood at a distance, silently observing their Trining Chinese letter. Mana flowed through every sinew. Liabin clearly felt a tremendous energy erupting from deep within his body. The other soldiers also began to grow excited. They cheered as they felt their strength increase markedly after a short time. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. After a grueling training session, Lieben shouted for all the men to rest and recover their strength. The mercenaries were visibly elated. They were amazed that the technique made their bodies feel light and full of vigor despite the heavy training. Lieben declared loudly that he would not keep this technique to himself. He would share it with the entire legion so they could all grow stronger to defend Pozno. A young member eagerly waved his hand, promising that one day he would train hard enough to surpass the captain. Lieben laughed heartily and said he looked forward to it. He looked down at the manual and silently thanked Calyx for giving them Morgan's journal, a treasure capable of completely changing the legion's fate. The soldiers behind him wore determined looks and deep gratitude. They vowed to give their all to repay the young master's kindness for making them stronger. Lieben raised his hand and shouted, urging everyone to focus and follow his lead. He knew personal strength wasn't enough, they had to coordinate smoothly. Cheers rang across the training ground. The Red Wolf Legion's unity and fighting spirit surged like never before. Watching from above, Calyx smiled with satisfaction as he saw the Legion now truly united into one under Lieben's leadership. The attendant beside Calyx was still astonished at what the young master had achieved. Breaking into the underground and bringing back the technique for 20,000 mercenaries was truly a feat. Calyx waved a friendly signal to Lieben, and the mercenaries gathered below in the training yard. He personally went down to the yard to thank and encourage everyone for their relentless efforts during the recent preparations. Lieben, on behalf of the men, affirmed that thanks to Calyx their strength had soared. The Red Wolf Legion vowed to wholeheartedly protect him against any enemy. Calyx smiled. He knew that from this moment the Red Wolf Legion belonged to him and was ready for greater challenges. Calyx's gaze grew deep as he began calculating the next moves to consolidate control over the rest of Pozno. In a closed meeting room, Calyx and his trusted lieutenants sat around a long table to analyze the Central Army's unexpected maneuvers in depth. Lieben remained doubtful. He wondered whether the army would truly dare risk everything to march in and occupy a free city like Pozno. A diagram surfaced showing the complex situation. The three major factions of Pozno had always staunchly refused royal intervention to preserve their interests and autonomy. Lieben nodded slightly, admitting that Calyx's assessments of the situation were completely accurate. Behind them were the Black Wing mercenaries. Originating from punitive battalions, these people had long harbored deep hatred for the nobility. As for the Steel Shield Guild, they had never forgotten the sting of being abandoned by the capital during the toughest times. Calyx interlaced his fingers and analyzed that the Red Wolf Legion shared the goal of protecting Pozno's freedom, so their stance was no different from the two major factions. A map appeared illustrating the unity of mercenary groups, large and small, in Pozno. To protect their way of life, all were ready to join forces against royal army intervention. However, Calyx pointed out a vulnerability. After the recent dungeon incident, over 500 of the three factions' elite warriors had not returned. He judged that the Central Army would certainly see this as a golden opportunity to act, believing the city's overall combat strength had been severely reduced. Lieben wondered that even if weakened, Pozno still had nearly 10,000 mercenaries, while the Central Army had at most 2,500 regular troops. He argued that even with a temporary decline in strength, the numerical gap was still too large for the army to launch a direct assault. Calyx looked around the meeting table and wondered whether the Central Army was being overly reckless in making such a risky decision. A mysterious smile flickered on Calyx's lips, as if he had seen through the true purpose behind this move. Calyx leisurely explained that the army's goal was not to raise Pozno or annihilate the mercenaries. If they did, there would be no one left to stop the monsters from pouring into the kingdom. Lieben was stunned to hear this. A sense of unease rose in him as he began to vaguely grasp the truth. With a cold glare and dark aura surrounding him, Calyx affirmed that the army's real target was the Red Wolf Legion, the only remaining force capable of threatening their scheme. Scene set in the military city of Brest, the garrison of the 3rd Corps of the Northeastern Regional Army. Inside the base, Baron Grima held a closed meeting with the mercenary leaders, naming the Red Wolf Mercenary Legion as the sole target to be eliminated. He issued an ultimatum: either stand with him or be branded traitors alongside the Red Wolves. The mercenaries began to murmur, wavering under the weight of the threat. Baron Grima flashed a calculating smile and invited them to join forces with him. He promised generous shares of the spoils once the job was done, sparking greed in everyone. They thought that once the Red Wolves were wiped out, control of contracts in the area would fall into their hands. For so long, the Red Wolves' monopoly had prevented smaller factions from profiting, so now was their chance to overthrow them. They planned to use the Central Army as a shield to eliminate their rivals without fear of reprisal. The hired swords' eyes showed determination as they saw the fat prize before them. Baron Grima sat silent, watching, certain his divide-and-conquer scheme had succeeded brilliantly. Trias spoke up, lamenting that many veteran mercenaries had died in pointless struggles for power. Grima nodded in agreement, remarking that it was a waste for such talented men to die. But inwardly he felt contempt, viewing these mercenaries as ridiculous pawns. He ordered them to focus on rounding up the Red Wolves and leave the cleanup to the army. The mercenaries gratefully thanked his generosity. 1 week later, at the headquarters of the Red Wolf Mercenary Legion, Trias led thousands to surround the gate, raising their hands and calling on comrades to rise and reclaim their rights. He loudly accused the Red Wolves of monopolizing lucrative contracts to enrich themselves. The crowd responded fervently, demanding privileges be returned and vowing to protect Posnu's future. Seeing the chaos at the gate, Calyx realized they had truly fallen into the Central Army's trap. He stood above watching with a cold expression. It's always fools like these who pay the heaviest in blood. Amid the hostile crowd, Liabin calmly stepped forward alone to face them. Calyx stared at Trias's back, as if waiting for some variable to unfold. Trias blocked his path, snapping at Liabin and asking what trick he intended by showing up alone like this. He was momentarily surprised to see the Red Wolf leader brave enough to face the crowd alone. Trias declared the army suspected the Red Wolves of plotting rebellion and that they could not stand by idly. He demanded Liabin remain and wait to be escorted by the army if he did not want more trouble. Faced with that aggression, Liabin remained extremely calm. He countered by asking whether they would accept Posnu losing its status as a free city and becoming a pawn of the army. Trias sneered, accusing Liabin of playing the hero to protect his own interests. Calyx watched the exchange and silently admired that everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. Trias grew more triumphant, thinking he had struck a nerve that would silence his opponent. But then Liabin unexpectedly spoke up to acknowledge their shortcomings. He admitted the Red Wolves had failed to maintain order perfectly, as the brokering of jobs became a source of contention. Liabin explained that if competition ran rampant, mercenary pay would plummet disastrously. The men outside began to stir at this. Calyx judged that Trias was surprisingly astute, not merely a brave but foolish man. Liabin affirmed that his intention had always been to open up job assignments to everyone at the appropriate time. Trias burst out laughing, mocking Liabin as naive to believe anyone would trust such an empty promise. Liabin grew serious and told Trias to ask himself why the army was so eager to destroy the Red Wolves. He exposed the plot. The army needed to establish a new order that they could completely manipulate and control. Trias began to show hesitation. He realized he might just be a pawn in this political game. Liabin concluded that the only way for the army to seize Posnu entirely was to eradicate the Red Wolves, and the free mercenaries were the tools for that. Trias and the hired men stood stunned, speechless at the truths Liabin had revealed. They began to worry, wondering if Baron Grima truly intended to use them as a stepping stone to rule the city. Trias realized a harsh fact. If the Red Wolves were destroyed, they would lack the strength to defend themselves against the Central Army. The leader pondered deeply. Although he didn't trust Grima, he couldn't fully trust Liabin's words either at this moment. He worried about his reputation. Having rallied thousands, he could not simply withdraw without a legitimate reason. Trias fell silent, trying to find the best way out to preserve some of his own prestige. Finally, he decided to call a ceasefire. He told Liabin that, while unconvinced, he would remember the warning. Trias ordered all the mercenaries to withdraw, ending the siege to everyone's astonishment. A Red Wolf member shouted in disbelief at how quickly the situation had reversed. That night at Calyx's manor, the atmosphere remained tense. Kraut reported to the young master that the attempt to persuade Trias to side with them had failed. But Calyx considered that more than enough. He could see Trias actually wanted to withdraw, he just lacked a reasonable pretext. Everyone worried because in just 1 week Grima's Third Corps would march into Poznu. Time was nearly up. Calyx thought it over. The most important task now was to discover Baron Grima's true motive. He smiled confidently, reminding everyone that he was the heir of the noble Shikin family. Calyx subtly asked about the identity of the supreme commander of the Northeastern Regional Army, preparing a new move. He decided to go meet that corps commander in person to get to the bottom of things. The next day, calls echoed everywhere to clear the way for the Shikin young master to depart. Calyx and Kraut strode out proudly, officially using their noble status to dominate those around them. The mercenaries parted to either side. No one dared block his path in the face of his authoritative presence. They whispered, admitting that as mercenaries they couldn't so much as touch a hair of a great noble. Meanwhile, Dr. Edern Beltoa wore a grimace, hardly enthusiastic about the trip. He grumbled about why he had to come. Calyx joked that he was Calyx's most precious research specimen. Calyx felt energized, ready to face new challenges in Brest. Thanks to Edern's skill, Calyx's previously mortal wound had completely vanished. His younger brother ran out whining, claiming old Edern had stolen the investment money Calyx had promised him. Edern snapped when called an old man, while Calyx could only grin wryly at the noisy scene. Calyx turned to call Kraut to prepare to depart. He estimated it would take 3 days to reach Brest, so the group needed to set out immediately to avoid missing their chance. Kraut complied. Even Calyx's horse seemed to bare its teeth in a grin, eager for the dramatic journey ahead. His little brother and the maid stood at the gate waving goodbye, wishing the party a safe trip. Calyx beamed and officially ordered the troop to march straight south.